walk to you so I can be close to you. It's really simple if you look at it that way. Time that we get by with money we don't know. Pockets empty but hearts are full anyway. Hey, playing like children and love like orange. You were too good for me, but I wanted you anyway. I always loved you over my head, even when you lived alone to make your parents mad. Say goodbye to your old life, turn the page, fall on my bed. I don't care, loving you over my head. You talk to me like breeze, running free, beautiful images everywhere. Yeah. You take a picture of us kissing in cars, it makes my day 10 times better. Yeah, playing like children and love like orange. You were too good for me, but I wanted you anyway. I always loved you over my head, even when you lived alone to make your parents mad. Say goodbye to your old life, turn the page, fall on my bed. I don't care, it's loving you over my head. Running back to my old life, but it leaves it burning. Speaking tongues in my head, yeah, that's the way you want it. She called me baby, you're not wasting time, but how could I let her go? Don't you know I might adore you? I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever, yeah. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah. Sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever.
I did expect that they would probably be the dark horse, the fourth place
За,
team.
3 дахь
But they put
birazcık
up more of a contest than
ихниймээ
I had anticipated from them, especially against a team like Rare Atoms. So I'm not going to count them out by any stretch of the imagination.
За,
Ninth round important, who
шийдлээд
starts CT side important. It's going to be Rare Atoms.
Стартнараа хэрэлдээд үздэг.
Let's see what GG How can do. Can they
За,
roll in with some of
Mirage
that
гэсэн
confidence they
тэхийн
showed on
асуулт
Inferno
нь
T
ярьж
side
та.
and set a good total in this first half?
I'm wondering how much impact Davkos does have in towards this one, as being on a former roster that picked into Mirage, that they're being Spirit time and time again. How much does that translate into the current rendition of Mirage? Well, it's the exact same map. There's been no real changes, right?
Бераш явсаа. Яа, Жимэн аваач.
Jam Young to start us off. There is Davcost as well. You're going to start to see these rotations.
Хоёулаа дэмжицгээе. Хоёулаа. Өөр амар хийж байна.
Wonderful, but Mestel is going to be bringing something back. They can get the bomb, and they can look for the plan.
Yeah, look, I think GG how they might have just let one kill too many slip there. Advent on 2 HP. Gets away with a pretty illegal one on the player at bench, and it does make it doable for Rare Atom. But now it's a 2-on-2. Mercury and Kaze.
Need to flash on.
And neither Mestel or Davcost have any. Not that that's going to be a factor when the headshots are being connected. Davcost in the 1v1. And Mercury has no shortage of bullets to work with, so it will go his way. Tough one though for the remaining GG members without any armor.
So many times in that round it could have swung to both ways. Right? Down and towards the side as well. Advent steps on up, and then you just have Mestel, you know, taking the round on his own essentially. But by the end, you know, 3 versus 2 to 2 versus 2, and the players remaining for GG How, they don't have the Kevlar to assist them, even though everything comes out as headshots in the end. A big one for Rare Atom to be picking up. It makes it 3 from
I mean, and even going back to their game yesterday against Greyhound, was quite good. Oh, well, yeah, let's not talk about that. But their pistol work has been really good for this event. GG though have decided to force buy into it with the Galils, Mac 10s, Deagle out there for Mori.
Bit of a methodical one in towards the side, lots of utility, but it is a bit narrow focus. Pinpoint from Advent needs another one here for the reload. It's going to call upon Mercury to assist in this one, but it's face crack with that Mac 10 trying to lead in the charge.
Mosey's position in the sandwich though has been untouched by the stairs. He's got a bit of an angle to see through that smoke, and GG How, they've sent it back over to T-Spawn. They've left Facecrack in Firebox though.
One shot Facecrack
he's all over it. He's got a big brain.
And Mosey's going to Mossy better footsteps, wait for the second member. There's the first one and the second. Good as you love it. 3 alive as well. Going to help Rare Atom. Remember, GG How, they forced in. So here, they take it out.
Одоо Rare Atom хүчээ авцсан очих хэлбэртэй. Энэ GG How ч нэг хожигчоо жоон тэрчт юм бэл шүү дээ.
Not going to have any money to buy into this
Face
one, GG How,
тэрэлтэнд орчт юм бэл шүү дээ.
Not really too much to say about it. I suppose the
Rare Atom ороод
really does have to shift to Rare Atom.
Лоор дээр нөгөө хиний хэсэг үзэх юм байна. Greyhound эсрэг. Одоо манай Greyhound-ыг дараа нь ухаач.
They give up a bit of that economic advantage that they will get from the
Air-Ampar дөрөв бэст нэг палас орчихсан. За яхаар.
A Deagle shot at least coming through from Moria. Probably the only thing that they're going to take from it. Davcost says no to that one.
I don't think Mosey's getting there in time to upgrade that MP9, which is a little disappointing. No, he did. They buried it back to him by the looks of it. So, end of the day, they lose an MP9 and a FAMAS, and I don't think you're super disappointed by that.
No. Now you look towards the meat and potatoes of what the CT side is going to offer for Rare Atom now. And this is the one that you want to try and convert, right? When you finally got that big old gun round to come from your opponent. What is the T side looking like for GG How? What conditioning are they going to be deploying towards us here? You know, we look towards the previous maps where in Ancient, they kept doing the same thing, right? A bit of that mid-control. You peel off towards one of the sides of the map. Very traditional style of Ancient that is very repeatable to a map like Mirage. Haven't really tempted over towards mid yet in the little subset of rounds that we have had so far. So I wonder does it go into more of that traditional default, or does it look towards, you know, your execution style again, nice and early on?
Execution
style. We can't say at this point.
Yeah.
Too many ifs and buts. Tech pause coming out. So we'll have a little bit of time to chat about things and see where we're going to head. I mean, obviously, we've got another big matchup coming up later this afternoon as well. Greyhound and IHC taking each other on for a spot at Rio, at the major.
Lots to prepare for coming in towards that one for the players, for certain.
Yeah, and I think as well, for both of those two teams, they probably should be keeping an eye on this matchup, because ultimately one of them is going to have to play the winner of this. I, in a way, almost kind of want to see Rare Adam and Greyhound get to play against one another again. It would mean Greyhound, you know, they do have to play again on Sunday, which I'm sure most of us here don't want to be seeing because we'd want to see them go straight through this afternoon's match. But that was such a fun game yesterday, and I'd really like to see it again. But then again, I think Rare Adam and IHC would also be a really good match.
I reckon that'll be real fun.
IHC and Rare Adam, I don't think really tend to play against each other all that much. It's weird because it's kind of hard to get a bit of a read on Rare Adam. They're not one of those teams that tends to play lots of tournaments. They seem to have qualifiers and, you know, those kinds of things rather than like there's an ESA league within Asia and that kind of thing. You don't normally see Rare Adam playing in those kinds of events. So, far between, you do get to see Rare Adam. But here they are right now, and they're fighting for survival actually against GG Hao. Another team that they're probably not super familiar with, but into the first gun round of Mirage, and this is going to be a big one for both teams to set the tempo.
So this is what I was waiting for from GG Hao. What was their team when they did have the guns up? And it's a little bit of that mid-focus to come out specifically from face track, but then everybody around the A side, it's going to be that contact play. Blue Phoenix gets on the board, and they've essentially just locked out Rare Adam from getting in towards the side of player advantage. They can get this one step down. Messi finds Kaze, a recipe for success. Mercury,
nice shot.
bottom of Connector can't get anything done against Face Crack. Well, GG Hao have announced their arrival on Mirage, and in a stylish way. That is as clean as you're going to see it on the A bomb site, and Rare Adam have a lot of thinking to do after that.
Yeah, their money, they'll be able to scrap together a purchase, specifically if they save these two guns as well. And very important for GG Hao to make sure that they're carrying everything over into the next round too. A little bit of an expedition from them to go from the hunt, but
Mirage map хамаагүй Mirage map гарч байгаа
something that they weren't really doing in the early stages overall in Inferno. The Angels were being won by Rare Adam, so at least in this instance going their way. She'll build a little bit of that confidence factor.
Цаасаа байн гараалах юм. Энэ хоёр баг хоёулаа ялгаагүй. Актууд нь үүдийн хатан цаасан дээр.
Really good entry from Blue Phoenix.
Тэдний хийх вот нөгөөдөл нь юу илээ гэж хаад. Энэ аягаас nice shot бас.
Great raw adjustment from Face Crack 2.
Факлж байгаа.
They're on point, GG Hao. Rare Adam are using a attack timeout here. Discussing what can we buy?
Yeah,
I wonder if they're going to get an AWP back towards the picture as well. Advent technically does have the funds for it, but it would be dropping down onto the helmet, of course, on the CT side against AKs, so you can get some armor, get an M4 dropped over, little change of util.
I think if anything, you're probably going to see M4. And he seems to be the player that gets the SMG, if anything, but maybe they have enough cash to just go for the 5 rifles as well. Have a look. It's going to be the Scout. So no FAMAS, no MP9. I don't really think I can back that up with the results we've seen so far in this event.
Yeah. We've seen a bit of tag damage and a finish here or there, but nothing to really make you rise out of your seat. This time for GG Hao, it's going to be quick over towards the B site. They are loving these rapid approaches in toward these locations. But
Blue Phoenix flashing, yeah,
that feels almost irretrievable at the moment, and it's just clinical kills being won by the CTs at the moment. Finally one goes back to GG Hao, but is that the round dusted already?
Yeah, it's a good way of testing the defense on both bomb sites, isn't it? I think the first port of call is going to have to be, you need to be able to defend against our rushes. And if you can't do that, we're just going to keep playing fast and then keep catching off guard. But at least in this instance for Rare Atom, they have been able to hold off on that B site quite comfortably, and now it's going to have to go back to something maybe a little bit more intelligent from GG Hao. Speed is not the answer here, at least towards the B site. Well, they haven't really tested over towards mid, right? They've had a smoke towards top mid, a molly towards con, and then a fallback with that contact play out towards the A side. So I do feel,
nice hold. За, сүүлийн бай. Энийг очиж тгий талаас мөнгөгүй болон таван калаш гарчсан.
Is it going to be something that's a little bit more intelligent, a little bit more thought out? And this is certainly looking to be the case. They do get Mestel out in towards mid by himself, with everybody rotating back towards the A site. And it is an early smoke from Rare Adam as well to block any vision of
Control
Davkos
nүй.
progressing
Нэг
up through the
cat,
palace.
нэг ladder
There
марцсан
is a
байна.
fair
Хоёр
bit
connector
of
тоглож байгаа
presence
байна.
from Rare
Нэг
Adam
City-гээс
towards mid.
spot-лж байгаа
Mosey
байна.
on short was having a bit of a look in
За,
now. He's in
одоо
that room.
яхаж
You've still
байгаа.
got a couple of players in con as well.
Davkos
There's a battle for
мэдээлэл
control
өгсөн.
of mid, but
Би
ultimately it's going to be the A
намайг
split that
нийтлээд
GG How is going to be
нийтж
looking for, and they've chosen, I suppose, what you could call the weakness.
Халуусыг
with
ихэд мал
just a
идэх шаа.
scout.
Тэдэрт гарцсан байна л дээр.
And he finds that opener as well.
Ooh, Mestel голд хоёрыг connector cat хоёрыг алаацсан.
Two massive openers for him. And you're looking towards Mercury to try and bring something
Mercury
back
in
for the
shit.
squad.
Mercury за нэг яллаа. Дараа нь юу
Shift
хөх
into
таа
water
даа.
save. Remember, Kaze does
Ooh,
have
nice
the
shot.
kill. That Mercury. These are the ones that we want to see come up
Harness
from him now. The
was,
teammates try to assist
unlucky.
him. He does get taken down. His plan
Cat through
will look
news,
to be
sir.
established for GG How.
Од
See
гараа
what they can
алаач.
do with a player up in the
Аа,
retake.
тэнт явах байгаа болоод.
Kaze's got himself an M4 in the meanwhile as well.
Шолтер тавих байгаа болоо cat руу
Look, it is
тавьчлаа.
definitely a winnable scenario. Depends, I think, largely on what Kaze can do
Davkos
here.
нэр.
Face
Аа,
back.
Davkos.
Not aware that
Davkos
Kaze's there
тассаа.
because
За нэг
Davkos
эсрэг
cleared
хоёр.
it,
Нэг
but it
тэдэрс нэг
ends up
jungle
being
байгаа.
a 1-for-1 anyway, and that leaves
Con-
Jamyang
one
alone
con
against
assault,
two.
one
He
was
doesn't have a
about
huge amount of time to
contact
work with,
stage.
but Kit in tow.
Jamyang
Give him that extra 5
гиттэй
seconds.
гиттэй
Needs to clear
нэг
out
flash таа
Tetris.
байна.
And it's a deep angle to be
Ah.
checking. He
So
does manage to
the
do so, and
Belta.
now expecting
Ooh,
the
Dixon.
play con as well.
Dixon
Davkos,
Joe
he's
also.
got a peek again,
Oh,
and he
nice,
can't
nice, nice.
get it done.
Wow.
Jam Young is just way too good. The defuse is secured.
You got to give him props for that one. A 1 versus 2. Very maybe lucky where the first player is playing a Tetris. If they tucked
Tetris
into more
sүүлийн jump
day
spot
main,
шал
potentially
дэмэс
could have been a
Улаачаа
different outcome
тэгээд
in that one, but just navigating around the bomb
угаасаа
site very,
дараагийн
very
багч
well.
бомб
Did notice the
салааг
smoke over on towards short, a different
Меркурийн
world.
даймаа тавуулчихлаа. Би энэ пикэн дээр өгөх болоо гэж бодчих чалаач мөрийг.
Some good entries from GG How, Jordan, but then it's just Rare Adam able to bring that one back from behind and just extend out their lead once more. Another gun round
За
for GG How
хэд
at
бомб
least.
дасуулах мөнгөтэй.
In this
Oh,
utility,
nice flash.
but
Nice.
an opening frag, you'll definitely take that one.
Moss you. Энийг Моносыг нэрлэлчт юм лөө хэтэд Моносыг.
That said, GG How had the opening frag last round. They had 2 opening
This
frags.
is true, yeah.
And they still didn't win the round. So it's nice, but it needs to be converted. And so far, Rare Adam are the only one that's getting any rounds right now. It's 5-1. It's starting to get a bit problematic. for
Видео
GG How.
суулаа хэл яг
I feel
түрүүний
like it's been a
сетап бараа.
contest. I feel like Mirage has been close. But the
Голын
scoreline
цагаан
says
дээр бол хинч
otherwise.
байхгүй л байгаа юм. Хоёр конос нэг нь шууд Palace-ын доор ороод нөгөөдг нь jungle-д байгаа юм байна.
Back in towards mid for
Тий
GG
талаас
How,
бол
however.
цонхоос могцсон сая.
Just making sure
Нэг
there's no
андра
overzealousness from Rare
холыг
Adam.
эзэлж байгаа юм
Set
байна
plays
ерөнхийдөө.
to get back some control around the map at the moment. We just
Бэрүүл
took down
орсон
the
дээр
minimum.
тээ анаа шидэх юм байгаа юм уу? Хоёр флаш давуулж игэл
Over towards A for Rare Adam.
Энэ
So the
City-с
weakest
мөх юм
smaller
уу?
site.
Аар орох
GG
ч юм
How
ба та.
had any read would be the
Triply
optimal
blockless
solution, but he's gonna
мөхчлээ.
test Rare Adam
Kind of
around
one
this A
way.
site once
Гарч ирвэл
more.
хөлн
See how
аягтай
they
байна.
fare.
Well,
On nice
Smoke can
trade.
go in and really nullify the effectiveness of Kaze with that AWP, and as a
За,
result,
за,
you
энэ
can see
зэп
GG
хөө.
How get in pretty comfortably
Ой
this
яа гэж
time.
юм. Жэмэн бол мөнгөгүй
Jamyang
мөсөөсөн дээр
can't do
л
it
та.
again, can he?
Oh.
3-on-1.
Угаасаа тий контрол явж мөнгөгүй өнгөрсөн раунд 4 өгцөн. Одоо ингээд дахиад 4 өгцөн.
Gonna see face crack potentially be the
The
first
money shit.
contact. Just
William
down on
Harrow is
timing.
a-
I think that's gonna be the
Жэмэн бүр
deal
өгөх юм
seal.
байна.
However, that's the save call.
Yep. Which is fair enough
Нөгөөдөл
as
жигснэг
well.
алыг гэж тарихгүй
from
хөө
Jamyang.
нөгөө
Really
тийм
wanna be seeing him
хоёрт
go
баг
for
хоёулаа
that one.
мөнгө айгу муу.
Lost bonus is not going to be there for Rare Atom, but
Mossy,
Kaze
okay,
has a bit of
Mossy,
money in the
Mossy.
back pocket.
Good money see sure.
Not sure that we'll be seeing too much behind this next round from Rare Atom. Maybe just a pistol or two to complement what Jamyang's going to be able to bring in.
За
But they're
да
going to have
хоёр.
to take another save if they want to get a proper buy through.
Нара
That's
миний
twice
шиг
now
юм.
going through mid has worked
Yeah,
out
that's true, yeah.
relatively successful, rather. This time getting the round conversion. Last time getting very close before Jamyang's affairs gets the better
За
of them.
форс гаргачих юм шиг. Газа
And
эстэй
do make
болчихлоо.
mention too as well the money situation for Rare Adam at the moment, not looking too crash hot, so a timeout called.
Yeah, it
Case
looks like it's
that-
going to be the full
case
buy,
that-
or as much of a full buy as you can get from Rare Adam
Чи
with the
нэг
money
кейс
they
сатал хийж
have.
харж.
Kaze's
Кейс
gone
угаасаа
into
ирж
York.
унахгүй ба шүү.
Mosey, Mercury, and Advent will
Нэг өдрөөс
pretty
нэг
much
өөр
just have to go down
зат.
to whatever they can get at this point.
Бизнес мөнгөөр
And then
зүгээр скил
Rare Adam will
асуул
take
гоё
another
скил.
save next round. Should they lose?
Yeah.
За.
Definitely a time for GG How to capitalize, however. You know, you get your third round on the board comfortably here. You have a little bit of cash to spare going into the next. Hopefully you have all 5 players up. maybe by
Хин тайм
chance you
атцээ.
don't even contend with the AWP
Quantum time
in this
атцээ.
round for what Kaze does have, and you're able to get a clean one if you force him to save. You know, a similar situation by given that Rare Adam's loss bonus is not there.
За Force гарч ирж байгаа минь Hero S Hero Force 2 боттой 4 3 дигэл.
Deagle's still dangerous in the hands of Rare Atom, particularly Mosey and Mercury. I feel have
Бас
been
өдөр чинь
quite aggressive with those.
дигэлтэй арчээ манай монголчуудыг гадаад идэх шүү дээ. За нэг Palace-ийн Force. Heavy тоглол хийж байгаа байна да. Бомб нь ардаа үлдчихлээ ямар ч тавьсан шүү. Огшиж. Саатыг ороод авсан ретик хийж байгаа байна.
Looks to have gone quite well for them.
5-9-ийг тавьртыг 2-8 хөдлөхгүй байгаа тоо сэлгэж байгаа бата. What the hell?
I do
Whammer
like the
boost.
cheeky boost. It's netted a reward as
Nice
well.
boost,
Kaze
nice
on towards
boost.
Space Crack. That's the rotation time as the bomb plant does go down.
За 2-8
From
одоо ирж
everything at
байна.
this point.
Jam-ыг
You
байсан.
are Rare Adam. Try to find another pick.
За
Jump your
triple
way
tag.
back in.
Well, if that's what you're going to do, then you started it off well. Kind of needing to get that first frag and then
Mosey
trading
kind of
it down
digged
when you have a
that.
buy like this. Mercury, Mosey combining. They haven't been able to deal with Mestel in
Өөрөөс
Apartment or in
Model
Palace,
on
but the
bomb дээр
wraparound
байхгүй.
is kind of leaving Mestel the only one on the site right now. Rare Adam on the defuse. Got the kit.
Yeah,
He wants to
Oh, nice,
scan
nice.
through and he's got it. Just
Хиттэй юм
in
уу?
time. It's a big win.
Jam Young's the one with the kit, and he's
Kitko
playing his
байна.
stairs, the
Okay,
furthest
okay.
position away from the bomb. If he's just a little bit closer, if their positions are switched, it could be a different end to the round for Rare Adam.
Knife зарахгүй. Steam market зөндөл зөндөөс олдоод
It
байгаа.
was
Хямдгаа утгах шүү дээ.
desperate round really for Rare Atom, wasn't it? And they very nearly did do enough. So close yet so far, and now Rare Atom are going to have to think about the save again. Jam Young was able to take the
So
ult.
Hero
There's a little bit to play with
ACR-ыг
there,
хайцсан.
but
Сая бол гоё болж байсан гэж
it is
зүйлийг
GG House
болчихлоо
way
л та.
back into this map.
Агаараа.
Most
Most
definitely.
likely top
Again, you know,
4
you're always
болох
going
юм
to realize a
байна.
situation like this, counting economy of your opponents. We saw it in the previous maps from GG Hal. They do like to go down on towards these Mac 10s as well. Get value out of your utility. Again, you know, a similar sort of copy and paste in terms of try to dodge the AWP that Jam Young has taken in towards
Mark
this round. It's
das
going to be
left.
positioned over towards the B side. Is it going to be a quick peek into
Aha.
apps, however? Do they go for that jump up? As GG Hal, they are stampeding in towards the apartments right now. Jam Young, what does he get?
Jam
One.
nice shot.
Drops for the second.
Нөгөөдөл 2 market-ын дээр ороод
Needs to get
ирсэн.
more than just the one. He's the only player with a weapon in this round. Kaze down to 9 HP already. What's going on at bench?
За
Space Crack
GG
has cracked open the bomb
толгой
site with the
бодоо
Mac
ажиллаа
10.
Kazak.
It's like Jam Young missed the second shot,
За
and
ингээд
for that he was
5-4.
punished. And so too was Rare Atom. So they're out of this round. He was in the right spot, right place, right time, but wasn't able to execute on that. And GG Hal will go to 4. Feels like it's going to be a tight map, going to be a close one.
Yeah, if these rounds that, you know, GG Hal just reset that economy of Rare Adam, force them into a little bit of this pistol action, can certainly
GG
be a
pug
very
map shoot
tight
them,
score. You know,
yeah,
you're
it's
looking at an
just-
8 to 7 half potentially if it does keep going that way. But then again, all it takes is, you know, one big swing for Rare Adam, and you know that they can potentially run away with it. They'll have guns coming up in toward the next round, but I'm looking towards the money for them, and there's going to be a little bit of lacking utility.
Энэ бол бүр
There you go, that's the
Бодоод
missed AWP
алдсан юм
shots
байна
with how that one turned out for Face Crack. I can't believe he's Superman on towards Kaze for the first one though.
Take a look back at the historical results for these two teams, and they're both very heavily CT-sided on the map. So looking at it as it stands 5-4,
За
doesn't
ингээд
look
би
too bad for
би рүү
GG
3-аар
Hal.
авсан.
They can kind of maintain this pace and get an 8-7. I think that's more than good enough to win the map from.
Нэг цогор
Rare
өсөрсөн
Adam
шууд.
probably do need to accelerate a little bit on this CT
Ау,
side.
цогор
Money's still a bit of an
өсөрсөн
issue for
хүчлээ
them.
шүү. Тэгээ хурдан тоглолтыг гэсэн бол би гэж хуудчлаа.
Jam Young
Анхаарлаа чадсангүй цогны.
before being traded out. Now you look towards Mosey. What can he do at short? There's a gap in the smoke that he can
So
look to exploit
right
at the
side to
moment.
Barca.
Remember, Rare Adam
Oh,
now
nice shot.
player advantage, but that's
Right
quickly
is the
taken
corner,
off
yeah,
back.
run out on
Get
it.
his bomb plant down. You know where the remaining R8 players are coming
Мод
from.
шийдсэн
No
яа.
kits currently, a little
Side
bit
to
of
boost
utility.
хийсэн, сая мод
A prime
шийдээ
position for
боловчлаа. Side to
GG
boost
House to be
хийсэн.
able to equalize at the moment. But if you're walking towards Davkos, you
Davkos-ыг
got to
харъя.
yourself the death location in the grave. There
That's
goes
okay.
Adven, and now all on to
Very
Kaze
soon.
for the 1 versus 3. Starts it off with the first one, but
Davkos
Davkos gets the
алдсан
trade, and now we are tied up 5 apiece.
Тавтаа.
Damn, these GG How guys are pretty sharp. Some of these shots that they're hitting, you know, it's kind of similar to what we saw from Rare Adam yesterday, like just some insane shots coming out.
Ичээл тэнцүү цаасаа арчил колт бол байна.
And as you say, we're at 5 apiece. We're not going to be there for much longer. GG How are going to start to go storming through this T side. Money's broken for Rare Atom once again. And GG How, I think this is where they can really solidify themselves in the map. If they have a good passage of play here, they can send Rare Atom packing. They can go through to tomorrow, and Rare Atom can go home.
Дөрөн гарбо.
Maybe a little bit
За
early
ингэ
call.
жижиг хав баг лид явж байгаа юм
However,
шиг. Гейм яах
that's the same
юм.
that can be said the other way, right? This is that elimination match for those that may just be joining us. Loser is going home. Your chance at a major run. Take it away from you. And in a series so far with two very strong maps from both of these teams, this is where it does come down to in the end. And FaceCrack will manage to find the opener.
Бүгд талаас Jamie-г
Towards
11
the B
хэлтэй
side
юм байна.
here.
Yeah, look, not much in this one for Rare Atom. Double setup in
Nice.
the A ramp. Doesn't end up resulting in too much. GG How
Oh,
just
nice
a little
shot.
too methodical.
Mosey,
Good
nice
shots
shot.
from Mosey, but yeah, I mean, even if Mercury gets that kill, it's still going to end up being a 2-on-3.
Yeah.
And GG How just working through it so nicely on this T side. It's nothing explosive or fancy, really.
Well, except maybe a couple of those B rushes.
A couple of the good shots coming through have been nice, and yeah, the B rushes, but by and large, it's pretty solid stuff.
Мозыг
Hasn't felt like they've needed to
хэлж
rely
байгаа.
on
TV room явж
clutches
байгаа.
or individual prowess.
TV room.
Just getting through these rounds
Жоо
exactly the way you
хөөдсө
like.
тоглолт өөдөөс ямар ч юу үзүүлэхгүй шүү. Эсрүүц
It really does
үзүүлэхгүй
force Rare
шүү.
Adam
Таван
into a
раунд
corner
газ
as well.
авчаал
6 rounds
амарч
on
байгаа
the
юм
T
шүү.
side now
Яриад
for
байгаа.
GG How. Maybe even that converts into another one. As Mosey will take this AK into the next round. What is the rest of the team going to be looking to purchase up? You know, you're a couple of rounds away from resetting GG How's economy as well, so you still have to contest with all the guns. You still have to make sure that you're aware of your own money situation to not be seeing yourselves in these situations time and time again.
Yep.
It's the second pistol round for Rare Adam where they don't really get anything happening.
Another buy to come from Rare Atom in this round. And this is going to have to be the round where they answer. If they don't, it starts to get out of control. And then you're asking probably a bit too much of your T side. Kaze has the AWP. Everyone has a rifle. There's good util across the board. Now or never for Rare Atom.
And what does GG How look to go back towards? Still sending FaceCrack over towards mid with a
Согцоо
little bit of that
тавкаас
utility.
согчноос.
Dav cost on the line. No AWP challenge given to win just yet. The rest of GG How spreading around the A side of things. I haven't really seen Rare Adam go for a close AWP play for this one, and they're rewarded for it. Kaze, you mentioned that AWP.
За бом буцаа
First
явсан.
opener unanswered.
Моси
And
үзэх
it'll
гэдэг
look
юм.
to continue that way as well.
Yep.
As GG How start to peel away.
It's exactly how you need to be starting this round as Rare Atom, but they've also got to ensure that they get the next frag as well. GG How have been really good in the 4-on-4s, the 3-on-3s. Numbers
So
advantage is more
this
important
one
now than
the
ever for
best.
Rare Atom, not only because
За 1
they
минут
want to be winning these
10
rounds,
1
but they
минут
want
10
to be winning these
секунд.
rounds cleanly, building that CT money back up.
Ямар спон гэж топ кон их гэдэг.
Look how spread GG How are at the moment as well. Setting themselves up.
Андра нэг хийж байгаа юм. Тэр нэг яг дав костюм биш үү? Хоёр палас руу, бомб палас руу заяа наад боллоо шиг нэ. Лейсэн гэтээ андраар явчихж
Very slow
байгаа.
one.
Yeah, I mean, this has been
Энд нь
been
ядж
a
яах
standard from
хоёр
GG How,
хүлээгээд
right? Get
за
that
гурван
early
хүлээгээд
sort of
зогсож
fight
байгаа
and then slow things down and try
Face
to
crack. Gaftess
win out effectively in the late round. That's what they're doing now.
Yay!
Advent somehow
Face
is
crack.
still alive. He's got two.
Face crack третий
Vessel and
чадсан
Face
бай.
Crack are going to be kicking themselves because he was out on offer. But they haven't done enough this time, GG How. Time is getting a factor.
They've timed themselves
So what
out essentially.
excuse me,
Davos is good for the frag on towards Mosey in mid, but by that time, you know, it was very slow to get through towards unders. Always going to be a challenge when you do have an AWP in that location as well. And you were mentioning, you know, for Rare Adam to win these rounds cleanly, it's clean in terms of having numbers up, right? 4 alive, you only need to be getting a gun back in towards Mosey's hands. You can get all your utility.
За 6
Do look towards another round where GG How do have the guns up.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point, GG How, they're going to be going at every single round left in this half. Because they know they're kind of on that teetering point. If they can get even one more round, then maybe they've gone above par. Maybe 6 is par. I'm going to give 6 as par, I think, for this series. Just because both teams are a little bit better on the CT side. So Rare Adam still kind of need to have a perfect half. Davcost. There was a chance.
There was a challenge, but it's not going to go their way, and that's going to cause Rare Adam to start to peak up. For the B side for a little bit of that one. Giving up short.
Top gun дээр хоёр нэг сайт. Хоёр cat ер нь default байж. Хоёр андраар яваад байгаа юм тэрээр талаас. Хоёр андр хоёр топ мэд. Болоо хаах гэдэг юм.
Yep.
Ямар смокийг
mid with that orb, and he'll have a pretty big job in
Заган
this
дор нэг
round, it
бата.
seems.
Завыг суцсан.
Smoke has gone into
Заган
his
дор
position,
гэсэн
though.
инфо
There's no
орчихсан.
smokes, or rather one for Blue Phoenix now.
Honor пиклж байгаа юм байхгүй.
That mid-window smoke, I believe.
Байна.
The one that landed in the bottom of Unders.
Нэг cat
Nice
байгаа.
time, Nate, from Mosey. It sort of indicates that Rare Adam are aware Gigi Howe is
City-гээс
lurking
хоёр
around
тоглож
in
байгаа
mid.
юм.
Kaze's rotated his position as
Rare
well
Adam
towards
байгаа.
Ticket, so
Үгүй
gonna be an
smoke
extra player
ахайсан
on the A
one
bomb side
way.
already though. Facecrack able to open the account. Mercury very,
So sandwich нэг
very
City нэг байгаа.
concerned about Palace, and Kaze can't hit the first
sandwich,
shot, but
sandwich
Mercury
yung hayag
finds the
atla.
double. Kaze again, another missed opportunity.
Казаг хоёр easy
Davcost
бодолтой
strikes on the
болчихлоо.
jam. You're
Bomb
thinking
like
of trying to
damn
light a bomb plant. That's a mistake. Mestel covers off
За
nicely.
1-3
And
Казаг хоёр
Kaze is
бодолтой
left in the
алдцаа
1
харъя.
on 3. Won't be able to do anything about it, you think. Flash goes through.
That's
Trade
nice
is there
trade,
as
nice
well.
trade.
Great round from Gigi Howe. And they're back into the swing of things. They're back in the lead. They're back putting that pressure on Rare Adam.
There was some really great protection to actually come out from them as well. You got 4 players looking to come in toward the A site from mid. You do leave one, and that damage does come through as well. Davcost just looking after
Davcost
anyone
in
that
this
can potentially get them from when they do get the plant down. They've got the contingencies in place as well, but everyone that needed to hit their shots for Gigi Howe hits them. A round goes back their way, and for Rare Adam now, they do go in for the purchase in round number 14. And it's of a different variety, a different look. Double AWP setup, and you've got Jam Young down towards an MP9. Really got to be reliant upon an opening frag here in this one.
Yeah. Advent.
Казаг ахаа шот алдцаа. Хоёр гараад ирсэн юм байна.
Kaze's missed that shot.
Казаг
Kaze's down to 7 as well.
мөдлөлээ.
Advent on fire.
Адвент
This is not
муусан.
looking good for Rare Atom until Mercury strikes.
За флаш хийж
No
байгаа юм.
trade flag just yet through
Флаш дээр
from
гараа
Gigi Howe.
байлдахгүй юм заяа ой. Юу
But
вэ?
this could be the nail in the coffin for Rare Adam. Not only would their money be absolutely
За
cooked
Казаг
next round,
Davcost-ыг
but
алсан.
they'd also be
Advent
down
дүүл
8
алж
rounds to
байгаа
the
юм.
T side of Gigi Howe.
Basecrack Palace
That said,
байгаа. Palace
Frank's
харчаа
coming
модон
through for the
даалга.
CTs, and
Yeah.
Gigi Howe have kind of stalled up.
Rare Adam have locked him out of this site. You're going to see the last tailwind of this utility start to go in right now.
That's
But apart
the
from
face
that,
crack,
you've still got
actually.
4 members. You can say 3 with Mercury just looking after towards mid.
Jam
But
Young
that's a good
угаасаа
way to get
синжигтэй
back in
үгснээ
towards
шүү
this
дээ.
round.
Харсаа
50 seconds to play.
Still got a lot of time to work with here, Gigi Howe, and Maury has
Maury.
claimed Advent as well. We're back to a 3-on-3, even numbers scenario. Mosey worked his way into short, has got an AWP to defend with. It's a double AWP defense right now. And just Mercury with the rifle who falls as well. This is horrible news for Rare Atom.
Oh, first
Kaze
shot,
down as
quite
well. And it's just Mosey who has to clutch now against Gigi Howe in the worst circumstances. Maury behind him. That is a horrible round for Rare Adam to be losing. And Gigi Howe are now well and truly in control of the map.
There is no money for Rare Adam coming in toward this last round. That one had to go for them, and of course for Gigi Howe, even if they did lose, they still have the purchase to come in strong in towards this round. It could potentially be a 9-6 half favouring Gigi Howe's T side, and then you also look towards CT. It's the side that in history is stronger. We've seen it throughout the course of this, but both of these teams, you know, they've had some T sides today.
Sure. Jam Young trying to settle the score in mid. Not able to land as many bullets as he needs to. Davcost down to 41 HP. Still a threat with the AWP.
Флашыг буцаа Конор гарах таа. Ингэж харуулах таа баг.
Bit of silence at the moment. Or is he going to get a bit of an info peek towards Blue Phoenix?
This guy харж байгаа гарч
I
ирэх юм.
haven't really seen. Jam Young did fall off his post.
Нэр энд дийлэх бол.
Down towards unders. But will Facecrack be ready for it? Will he shoulder him out? The answer is no. And
Энийг
Jam
ахын
Young
нэг
W.
за nice.
Well, ends up being his last mistake of the first half. Gets a bit of info that there's
And
another
the
player
bomb
toward the
TV
B
room
side of the
down,
map,
man.
but ends up resulting in a 1-for-1,
Нэг under
which
2 top
is not
med, нэг
ideal
ramp.
for Rare Atom, and we've seen how GG How can really dig themselves out of the situations in mid-rounds.
Тэр нэг А дээр юу болоод байгаа вэ? А
Vessel
ramp
he's just won that
лаарчлаа.
duel against Advent, walking out A main.
Тэгээд
No one protecting him
бодчихсон
either.
чаас осч
Player
байгаа
advantage
гэсэн
for
байна.
GG How, and you got to see Mercury try and hold down this one with Kaze as a scout and a Famis. You lose Mosey.
Kaze, oh, nice shot.
Kaze,
Oh,
Mercury,
no way,
the damage
Ka-
is coming through. Blue Phoenix for the 1v1.
Mercury Kaze шинжилж алаад байгаа юм шиг.
Phoenix and it's Kaze to get it. How have they brought that back?
You're kidding me. How have they won that? I
Яа,
called it
энэ
over,
нат
and it
надлангаар
wasn't.
амар тийрдэг гар юм аа.
Apparently,
Face
Rare
cag
Atom, they're
юу
not
вэ?
dead
Чи
yet.
одоо яагаад
It's 8-7
тэгтэй байна
favouring
гэж бодож
GG
байна.
How at the half.
Израилийн аматчаар гараад амар тийрдэг. Хоёр орсон л сайн тоглож. Face crack tough cost хоёр. Мори нас гайг. Нөгөө хоёр нь ч мэдэхгүй.
We could do whatever you Tick-tock, we alone now, and my thoughts are frozen, seeing pixels in slow-mo, in a weightless motion. She call me crazy and I'm wasting time. Easy, don't leave me
Тэгэхээр ноодёг ирэх юм уу?
yeah, for the sky on a diamond. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We can do whatever your sun's out, make the clouds move over. We can do whatever, yeah. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We can do whatever your sun's out, make the clouds move over. We can do whatever.
Ямар гэчээд яа. Herensyaч what the fuck is that? Ямар нэг юм гол. Тэ би бол нэг дураараа л хийж байгаа ш. Дурандаа л хийж байгаа ш. Monetization хийх болоогүй ш. Monetization юм нэг хэдэн шалгуур аа. Шалгуур. Тодорхой хэмжээний цаг үдсэн байх хэвээр. Тодорхой хэмжээний саб авсан байх хэвээр. Энэс эхлээл monetization хийх. Одоохонд бол мэж айлж нэгж баг. Супер мөнгө болоод бол юм байна. Ямар ч мөнгө болоогүй би. За second half. Yeah.
As close as can be right now between Rare Atom and GG How as we head into the second half of the final map in this elimination match, the IEM Road to Rio. Our first team getting eliminated in the next 30 minutes or so. Not sure which team it will be just yet, but I have to say, I think GG How did very well on their T side to get the rounds they did, and it's put Rare Atom into an interesting spot where they now have to respond in kind.
Well, historically, these teams have had CT strengths coming in toward this
За
one.
хоёр
Today,
голоо
it's
өсрээд
the
нэг
T
нь
side
голоо
that has
өсрөх
really
голоо
propelled them
хөрсөлтөө
very far.
ажиллаа. Энэ
And with a quick
9
lineup for Rare Adam, it
Face
looks like we're
cracking
going to be
man.
straight
За,
in
гол
towards
байхгүй
the A
C4
side with
чсэн.
Phoenix playing CT.
Stairs-
Davkos going to be playing
Тэр
over the
jungle
back
smoke
of
орчихсан.
the window.
Popcorn
But
is
it's just
smoke.
smokes and a potential aggression
За,
towards CT if Adam
багаачлаа.
wants to throw that
Retake
flash their
хийж
way.
байгаа юм
All
да.
important pistol on offer for both teams right now. Rare Atom are getting into that A bomb site, as you've said, getting the plant down, but it's a very fast
Mosi
map
голд
in
connected
through
байгаа.
T-spawn from the CT side. They've got
Nice
face
shot.
crack there already. Mosey's want to fight in mid, but
Bomb
are they
triple
prepared
test.
for a player from ramp? The answer is no, and the numbers are
Retake.
back to
За,
4
3
on
сайт руу
4.
ороод ирсэн. Би Palace аваа
Very
2
big
jungle
plan though,
юм.
Jordan.
It is. But GG House starting to pull ahead in terms of the players
Өөрөө газар
available to them.
буудаад
Span in. It's a problem for Rare Adam.
Бараг салгаж байгаа юм шүү.
The defuse has gone through. Rare Adam, what has happened here? Jamyoung is trying to
Батхыг
get
гаргаад
any
байлээ.
cash he can out of the round. That's
That's
a bad one to lose for Rare Adam and a big call.
Smoke and a flash. You got 3 players alive on
Yep.
both sides, and the call is just to stick it. And why not, right?
Well, Jamyoung did what he could, but just no shots coming through the smoke that connected, apparently. And Rare Atom are going to have to force straight in. Lil's in hand, not too much util here to play with at
Нэг
all.
хакад
Already a
дүүнгээд
bit of a
л
tag
гаргажсэн
onto
байна.
Mercury as he crosses into mid.
За, голд 2 гарцсан байгаа юм байна. Bomb
Not too much
агийн дор байгаа
utility
юм
here for Rare Adam. They've still got 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a molly.
байна.
Do position anything else towards mid, it kind of takes away from your objective that is seemingly over towards the A side
Shot
at the
тэгээ
moment.
салгацны чаддаг л хальтаа
At
яаж
the top of
чарч
ramp
байна.
will start to fade. GG How, they do start to progress forward as well. Got the spot over towards CT. You got face cracking
Нэг
connector.
con нэг city л байгаа. Ер нь 10 shotдаг
It's
үгээд
just
байгаа.
very, default basic barrage at the moment from both of these teams.
Хамаастай байна. City
Ozzy.
нь хамаастай Con-ыг
Was he
нь
spotted there by face crack? I have to imagine.
Мескак
So.
буучвал нурцтай харагдвал харагдана. Дай
Mestel
нүхчээ.
has worked his way up short. There was definitely some comms there from GG How. Rare Atom won't be getting away with that cheeky one.
City
Now it's
spotсан.
Kaze's turn to have a
2
bit of a
амир
crack.
гаргадсан.
Mercury's down as well. It's 3
That's
on
right.
5. Did you see some magic from Rare Atom, similar to what we got
Одоо
from
шид
GG
хавар
How,
дууссан.
pulling back numbers
Юуны,
deficits on
Rare
the A
Atom-ы.
bomb site. It's a tough ask. Advent's now dropped
За,
as well. It's just
дуусч.
one by one. The soldiers of Rare Atom
Газар шиг
falling.
онхоо
And
илж.
GG How are up to double digits now.
За
Yep, the pistol is secured from
18.
them in a way that
17.
Rare Adam are not happy with, and then they go for the force up and also drop the subsequent round. So it just
Арт
feels like
ингээ
you're
хүмүүс
pushing them down
хийсэн
a little bit
хаягдаад байгаа шүү
further,
дээ.
make things a little bit harder for Rare Adam from
Jamming
here.
15-та баг төрүүлж байгаа. Face
Not
Con-оос
looking good if you're a
15.
Rare Atom
Dark-оос
fan right now.
14.
They'll have to take a save and most likely give GG How their 11th.
Ама
Bit
голрол
of an effort
flash
to come
хийж
back
байгаа
from
шүү
that,
дээ.
but they're on the T side. So at least the economic
Үс
pressure is
ямар
gonna
аим
be
спонд
something that will
ачаа.
hugely influence their campaign in
За
this
мал
half.
шидэж хараагүй юм уу?
There's the info. Mori, this MP9 can start to sing with Mestel
nice
as well
shot.
on the
Nice shot, nice
AK-47.
shot.
It is a quick
I don't
cleanup.
need
It is just
to
these eco frags as well, mind you.
Wow,
And it's
okay.
500 HP across the board into the end as well.
I'll
so,
tell you what, that looks decisive from GG How.
Yep. 5 rounds the difference now. You will finally get another purchase come in from Rare Adam, and this has to be the one to go their way. It's been a bit of an effort by committee so far from GG How. You got 3 players very close in the kill department. You got Mori just a little bit behind, but he still pulled his weight where needed. Now a tactical timeout's come in from Rare Adam. It's their 3rd really being forced to have discussions in this series.
Yeah, they are. Has not been
За мөн
The
муутай
event
юм.
that Rare Atom would have hoped,
Гэтэ 3
I don't
калаш
think.
гаргаж ирж 4 калаш 9 жил юм байна да. Каза бараг
and now
скаут
their
авах та.
tournament lives are on
жил.
the line.
За
Have a look
баа
through
хийх
the
л
strat book. Advent having a bit of a chat there. You can see him in the middle. Letting the lads know what needs to be done. It's AKs
зүгээр
across the
онлайнуудын
board.
үүдээс яг тоглолтын мапыг авчихсан юм шүү. Витон
They're
жоохон
going to
онцгой
have
хийсэн
to
юм
strike
шүү.
soon.
Жинхэнэ Миражи, фэсидэж Миражи л тоглоно.
Breath of fresh air.
Ерөнхийдөө
Rare
Мираж
Adam
тоглолт
fans,
бас
this is the time
амар
to rally
судлагдсан.
behind your squad, see what they've got for their T side. Once they do finally have all these guns in their possession, it's going to be going
Top
out through
Molly,
towards
sir.
mid.
Molly,
Meanwhile, GG How,
Molly, yes,
majority
sir.
of their forces over towards the B side of things, going for a bit of a quick one up through short, a bit of a good peek. Advent's going to be by himself. Good for the opener as well. A second would be absolutely gorgeous for the rest of his squad. You know, they're just leave him out to dry for a little bit.
Need to be seeing a little bit more of that. Like, where's the X factor from where
Tilted
at the
гэдэг чинь
moment?
Blue
Doesn't really
Phoenix
seem to
юм
be
шээ.
popping up all that much.
За bomb team юм
Good
байна.
connection from
Нэг
Adrian,
under нэг
but it won't
big
necessarily
гадаа.
result in the round win.
Хоёр
GG How
top
on
mid
this map in
тэгээд
particular have been
заалтаа
really
олж
good at a numbers
байхгүй.
deficit.
There's a minute 10 to go on the clock, and there's barely any utility from GG Howe at the moment. A smoke got a flash on Blue Phoenix, and then Davkos with a HE grenade.
Gonna have to try to get a bit aggressive on that CT side then, and they've done it straight into
Энэ чинь top
apartments,
con smoke лөө.
setting up more
Хатар
on
гарч байгаа
that
хөтэй нэр.
line. It's kind of given a little bit more room for Messel to work with,
Тийм
but
top
does
con
leave short
smoke.
open, and that may well be the avenue of attack for Rare Atom. Is this
So
the right
Peter
call
одоо
from
ганцхан
GG
байгаа.
Howe?
Mori really needs to get everything here, doesn't he? If he drops the bomb,
Jam-ыг нэг
that's
алах.
the way to wait for his
Jam-ыг
teammates to
яах
get
вэ?
back up here. Jam Young is going to fall to that one, and now
Kaset
Kaze,
bomb
he's going to
нөрөө
have an
авчихсан.
isolated duel against Mori, who doubles down, caught in reload though.
Awesome.
Now the rotation does start to happen. 3
market.
versus 3. Mosey
Нэг market
finds
байгаа.
the right timing. He can get them in the
Арчи
back. But
байлт
Nestor, he's just
хийж
going to go
байгаа
in towards the site. What is
Nestor
this?
If he finds the
Араас
wrong
флаш
timing, though, he
хийхлээр
could leave
байлт
the players
гэсэн
on
бэ.
B high and dry in a 2-on-2. He
Өмчлөлтөө
is
боллоо.
still
Яаж ч
waiting on
техникийн
A,
царилж.
and GG Howe,
They're rotating the bomb
they've
there.
gone all the way to B.
10 авц.
Rare Atom decides they want to go A. I mean, it's classic Rare Atom fashion, isn't it?
So
They
I
sort of do that a lot
disregard.
yesterday on Vertigo
Энэ
against
бол нэг
Greyhound.
царилж штэ.
Open
Нөгөө
plan
дэлгэн
here
ямар шийдхэн байхгүй.
for
Тэгвэл
Kaze.
гиттэй юм. Blue
But we
Phoenix
are back
гиттэй юм.
to just the pairs on either side. And now it's just a
Davkos.
solo for Rare Atom.
So you
GG
were
Howe are
joking.
rotating so quickly. Mosey,
He's going to hear it. That's a big one as well, but he doesn't know that Blue Phoenix is also at the same location. Starts to step on up.
bit of noise maybe
Just
being made
answer.
by that CT. Mosey will wait. The shots go through the box. And GG Howe will win.
They've done it again. 3 versus 2 scenario that is
Whatever.
favoring Rare Atom. They made the
Spam
decision to
bastion.
go towards the A site, and from there on out, it is just those fights that go GG Howe's way.
I'd love to see that
Blue
from
Phoenix жоо эвгүй гараа
The
эвгүй
GG House
болтий.
perspective.
Гинт.
What
Бэс
did
как
he
хажууд
see?
Big
зачаашаа.
from Mori as well to remember.
Yep.
Beginning of this round, he'd been a
Морис
little bit silent throughout the
аягүй
course
сайн
of this
хоёр
one.
малчлаа.
Fact, he's got
Яагаад
the double
инфо
there,
өгöd
has
чинь тийш
kind of
харахгүй
saved the round
гэж байгаа
for
бол.
GG Howe, to be
Хасаг шууд
honest.
тридэлж гэж ядсан л хэл та.
Oh, that is yucky.
Yeah, barely even see him. 12-7. So the job gets more difficult for Rare Atom.
За сүүлийн мөнгө шавхад юм авсаа.
Here's the buy-in for the tees.
Tees.
Bit of utility to work around. You're really reliant upon your aim drill
The
here.
bombs
What
tees
crossfires can you
bondос
establish?
аа
What
авч
trades can you
нэг
try
балс
and
нэг
get
хоёр ramp.
where you come out on top of those? Again, GG Howe, they have showcased to us too that they do like to use a lot of this
Шааралгаа байна
utility
одоо.
early on in
Нүдэл
these
нэг
rounds.
үстэй.
Here, nothing else is different.
Slow and steady wins the race for Rare Atom in this round. They start to have a bit of a look into the A bomb site. They've got 2 in mid.
Ooh,
That's
Davkos
a molly that's
молыг
gone a little
алдсан.
awry.
Хасаа мисталыг бариад
And the
болоо.
opener again for Rare Atom.
Oh,
I mean, they've
Mossy
been good at
ult.
finding openings, but they haven't been good at converting. Davkos
Яа,
still a threat.
Davkos
All in
тийм
hand, dealt
болсон.
with.
За 2-9
Rare
тав
Atom,
болсон.
they're
Явсан
not
раунд
quite
бол.
into the A site just yet. There's still players there. And finally, it feels as though Rare Atom is going to get around over the line. Blue Phoenix goes
5-0,
down.
5-0.
And somehow everyone on Rare
Yeah.
Atom survives.
That's a bit of an interesting one. I did mention that they need to win their individual duels, and if everyone's doing so, then you're right as rain.
Yep.
Finally, a round goes to the way of Rare Atom, however. And it is just the start of this journey. You know, you got to remember this is an elimination match. Puts a little bit more pressure in towards the server. Bye for GG Howe now. They are the ones
GG Howe
feeling a
back
bit of that
was,
blow down to the pistols. Blue Phoenix, the only one with an upgrade. You can really call it that over the Deagle and the MP9. Left to his own devices at the A site.
Везер гол бам байна. За Моси Мори хоёр тулах гад.
Definitely wouldn't want to be seeing Rare Atom drop this round.
Амжилтгүй байна.
And luckily for Mosey, he is watching for the push of Mori.
За bomb T-spawn дээр байгаа юм байна.
Really reserved play style in this one from Rare Atom.
Энэ раундыг сажидны гэж
Not
байхгүй.
wanting to give any inch against the pistols. So they set up default, watch for the pushes. They've been rewarded for that. Now it's their turn to start getting a bit of a wriggle on. Can Facecrack find the timing?
If he doesn't find the timing, you can hear the footsteps of the players running around top mid. doesn't really give you an indication, however, if anything that is quite happening. They start to move their forces towards the B site. Remember, Jamyoung hasn't spotted anything towards Palace, no push. If things do come back towards the A side for Rare Adam,
what the
they
fuck?
definitely will have dodged everything that GG Hao throws at them in this round. However, they are starting to also progress Kaze up towards this B site. See if he can hold on to this AK at least.
They love this playstyle, don't they, Rare Atom? Playing so slow in the round, waiting until they get the info. And now Kaze's starting to find frags on B. It hasn't brought the bomb anywhere just yet. It is staying stagnant in connector. Kaze thinks he's cleared out B. He hasn't. But eventually with that information, Rare Atom decides to go A. They do really love hedging their bets late in the round, don't they? Send a player to either bomb site, see who can get a bit of work done, and then rotate the bomb accordingly. And I feel like sometimes they do get a little bit too tricky for themselves and kind of make the round a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. But this one is going to be secured. AK in the hands of Dabkos though. A little bit of an upgrade there for GG Hao.
Yeah, slowly but surely, Rare Adam can start to rack up a couple of T-sided rounds. They will face up against another buy of GG Hao next, but if they can convert that one, you start to look toward the realm of, you know, try to tie the scoreline, potentially take over. T-sides today have been very explosive.
Yeah.
And the rounds that have been slow, you know, they've been very thought out when you don't time yourself out in the little occasions we have had. But
yeah, what a setup though for today's games. We've got a 3-mapper already, and it's getting quite close between Rare Atom and GG Hao. And of course, we've got IHC and Greyhound coming up next as well. So if you're a fan of Counter-Strike, you are in for a pretty good day.
Let's see what GG Hao have to throw in toward this round. AWP for Davkos, the double deployment in toward mid. You also do have that AWP up towards the top of connector. But all that utility thrown so far is going to dissuade anything happening from mid for the moment. It's a cheeky spot from Mestel.
Yeah, but again, just look at how split Rare Atom are. They don't ever, it feels like, full commit to on site. They've always got a bit of an insurance fund or someone sneaking around. This time, a couple of smokes go through onto the A bomb site. It feels like more of a fake than anything else.
The bomb
yeah, but then the players unders are still looking towards the A side too. It's just going to be an element of timing right now. What can Davkos do here? What can Mestel find? What's this little lurk about?
Yeah, Rare Atom are trying to find GG Hao on the rotation. They're not being given any luck in that respect. Advent and Mercury. Kind of work through mid. Davkos could well go down to Advent.
But look at Mercury.
There's a big wrap in through his spawn, and it's a timing factor. Mercury does catch his man eventually, and that's going to allow Rare Atom to start speeding up into the bomb site. Mosey's found that timing onto Mestel, who was a little bit too slow. Blue Phoenix, he needs to hold from Ticket, and Mercury's jumped. Blue Phoenix has got a double. Kaze starts to plant the bomb. It can't happen.
I wonder what happened with Jamyoung there. He had an eye on towards Ticket Bruce the whole time, but didn't spot any potential on the 4-3 maybe. This is a round that should have been Rare Adams by positioning, by frags. And now the 1 versus 2 for Mosey. Doesn't have 20 seconds to get the bomb in the middle of the open. But FaceCrack already has a line of sight on. Needs to win this duel. Doesn't happen. FaceCrack closes, and GG Hao, they get that round back.
One step closer for GG Hao. And one step backwards for Rare Atom. It was looking like a really good round for them, but then they just can't dislodge the player at Ticket. Mercury goes for the jump on in, and Jamyoung can't trade him. Falls apart in the late round again for Rare Atom. It was a problem in the first half. It continues to be a problem in the second half. And GG Hao, they are starting to taste that victory.
Mosey's quick in towards the apartments in this one. He's going to have a lot of utility thrown his way, however, down to 50 already. But that's going to be go time for Rare Atom. They want a quick one into this B site. Mestel already here. He's got cavalry in the form.
Yeah, Flash connects, but so does Mestel, so it doesn't really matter in the end. And he's got himself another one. Rare Atom, what is going on? No entries onto the B bomb site. Morley sets himself up. Waits patiently for the push. Molly's going to push him forward a little bit, but Rare Atom have completely stalled.
And Jamyoung in connector, he's going to lose his life to Davkos as well. So where the action on queuing in the B side is just everything coming up for GG Hao. Kaze good for 1. It's 14 found for the CTs.
It's getting worse and worse, isn't it? Rare Atom, they're getting cleaned up in these rounds. And this is now where it all comes to a head.
Yep.
We've been saying it's do or die, last ditch efforts. Well, you've got 2 rounds left to play with Rare Atom, so if there is anything to pull out, it's now.
Just wondering, I believe they've got 1 timeout still behind them.
I think so.
Do you deploy it in the next round? If this one does, not go your way, even if it does go your way. Have that last late conversation.
I wonder if there's anything left to say at this point. They've tried so much in this half and not had much success at all. We really did highlight CT side favor for both these teams historically, and GG How is proving exactly that. Rare Atom only have a couple of rounds on their team side so far, and they haven't looked like they've been comfortable rounds, really. One of them maybe, but
yeah, only the 2 rounds they've gotten by those gun rounds, and even then, right? GG How, they were still okay with their economy. Setting up around the B side, however, this is going to be a big test for Moray once again.
coming through the apartments, Mori waiting for them. He's
Nice
been
shot.
really good. Really good today, and again a solid opening frag. Causing a bit of a problem. Mori changes up his position, gets another. They want to put themselves onto series point. Advent prevents it for the moment. This is a big fight as well, and Jamyoung goes down.
That's 2 rounds in a row that it doesn't work on out, and it's a big detriment to Rare Atom. Advent now has to protect Kaze, who goes for the play.
Will allow that much, but Davkos catches that is clean again. GG How now 1 round.
GG How GG болгож байна. China богод онлайн тоглохдоо ер нь сэвтэй байд юм шүү. Нэг жилийн өмнө л өндө Wings авч яаж тавьж байгаа харсан мэт. Нэг хэд багийн эсрэг. Хятадын сайн нэрээ.
It feels too little too late now for Rare Atom. If anything was going to happen, you'd have to think it should have come last round. But is there a world where they can dig deep? Go one
Mike итгэж хангуулгаас хэлээрээ. Над дээр нь улаан дээр гарч ирэл ш.
Yesterday, Greyhound were able to hang on Vertigo, get it into overtime, force them down into the lower bracket, and look where we found ourselves. Rare Atom was 1 round away from the upper bracket, and now they're 1 round away from being knocked out of the tournament.
За GG China олжээ. Ялчгүй.
Just the duality of those situations mentioned there really goes.
Дахиад ямар ч тийм нөгөө төлөвсөн юм баах. Ингээл бүгд тараал яахаа мэдэх болчих шиг боллоо. Яг нэг юм багч нэг хийх гэсэн юм тактик байгаа сте. Юм хаппен дээр.
This round everything for Rare Atom to hold
on. Тийм юусан харагдахгүй байна. Яг ингээл тарж явж байгаа л хүлээж байгаа л дүүл энэ тийм дүүл аваад тэгэл нэг тал руу нөрөх. Тийм тактиктэй. Би тоглож байгаа шүү дээ энэ чинь. The face crack in there. Monsi Arthur орчлоо. Smoker. Davkos мэдээд байгаа мааш.
Don't think so. He looks at the wall. They know. They don't know. Ozzy.
Davkos амар байна.
Davkos still keeps it alive. Can't land the shot, but
2-2 болсон. Cross-тог бомб cross-тог. Местэл. Местэл. Адвент почиг бодод өгсөн. За. Jamming at 67% та. Местэл шидэх юм байхгүй. Хин бараг shot та.
Single bullet from both of these players can do it to keep Rare Atom holding on, to end it for GG How to get the win. Jamyoung tucks himself in.
Playing it as patiently as he can.
He's unique.
And Mestel already making good ground on the bomb site.
It's not planning for Jamyoung.
Major hopes and dreams on the line right now for Rare Atom, and Jamyoung keeps it alive.
Whew, you take a sigh on that one. You're not out just yet. Rare Atom. Make mention there, it's not planning for Jamyoung, but that's all the mind games in that situation. Bates Mestel will look the wrong way.
Well, is that going to be a similar moment for GG How as to what the Alistair clutch was or the Inns clutch was for Rare Atom yesterday, the one that they're going to be thinking about overnight and saying if we would have just won that, that was the map. Yep. Rare Atom
Зарена
still
төсвөлийн
alive. 5
таймаа
rounds to
авсан
get
одоо
now.
авахгүй
In a
гэж
row
явах
to
тийм.
secure overtime.
Мөнгө бол байгаа юм байна.
If they
Гэтэ
can
мөнгө
do
байгаа
that,
ч гэсэн
you
хэцүү
would almost
мөнгөтэй юм.
favour
За
them then in the OT.
мас нэг боо юм
Getting
байна
there
да
is tough.
хадван.
They got 9 in a row if you throw it back towards Ancient.
Different circumstances.
Контр ч гэсэн мөнгөгүй юм шүү дээ guys. Одоо Синдрэл Рерата миний раундыг яллаа гэж бодоход 11 олно. Тэгээ Сэл нь 12 олно. Choke will teach you guys.
Were able to win this one. They probably should be able to get through the next one as well. Bring it up to 12-15, which still leaves a lot to do.
Yeah, you still don't see the light at the end of the tunnel at a 12-15 scoreline. You have to get it in. And that is a good start for Rare Atom at least here.
IHC бол Ancient-ийг бол амар ойрхон тоглосон шүү. Тэр 2-1 clutch round байгаагаас бол манайхаар хожигдохоор байсан шүү.
But missing that shot, giving up his life at the start of this round. Rare Atom
Most of
GG House forces over towards this A site. They can segregate one of them out.
Манайхан China гэхэр жоохон
the feet, give it away, and that's go time for Rare Atom to start to get in towards this A site. You're gonna have a fallback from Face Crack.
Үгүй дон ячаа.
Rated at least, but it's got to escape. The
Production.
by GG Howe. This
How does
might
it
actually be it. The bomb in a very
How does it
sticky
nick?
position. More
Advent needs to
and now
go.
it's just onto Advent.
It's-
Nowhere near
Advent
the action.
net-
It's fallen apart for Rare Atom. That was their round to lose, and they might well lose it. It's Advent, as you say, 1-on-2. Galil in hand. He's got a long rotate to make. Doesn't have the bomb.
Console
The
and
odds
Honda's
are
ярахгүй
against
гэж юу.
him. Well and truly. And Mori and Blue Phoenix, they've got
GG,
16 on the
GG.
board for GG Howe. And it's
GG
time
Howe,
for
GG,
Rare
GG.
Atom to go home, knocked out in last place.
Зарэр China series ууларсан guys. China series уулраад өглөө guys. За одоо IHC энэ ядаргаатай спам юм бэ?
It's always a good time for Slav Polka. Oi, oi! Bring the beats.
China олныхан болжээ. Sad for China. He played well. I mean, yeah, he played well, but it's a team game, you know. Unless you're simple, you can't carry the whole game. Манайс G2 яаж байгаа болсныг харсан мэт өнөөдөр. За энэ адмет ч явах вэ. За одоо удахгүй нөгөө юу хэлсэн шүү дээ. IHC 11:30-аас гэж байна. Одоо 11:17, 13 минут. IHC Greyhound. G2 босогдсон шүү дээ. G2 өнөөдөр хусагдсан. Астралис G2 хусагдсан. Одоо энэ хараа 2-1-ээр хусагдсан бас тий. G2 шалгарч чадаагүй. За чи би харуулъя. Айл нь нэлээ би нөлөө. Гүнүүтгэн. Харж байна 1-3 G2 усагдцсан. Астралиасаас 1-3 усагдцсан. G2 яаж усагдсан гэхээр штэ. Хамгийн ихний давалтаа 16-0-7 дараа нь Cloud9 16-13-оор хожигдоод эн чинь нөгөө нэг 3 хожиж зооноос гарах байгаа байхгүй. Тэгээд энэ нүгүр Орсын нөгөө Flame-ийг нарыг дээсэн гар тэрний багхгүй 1 win гэд тэднэрт 16-13 хожигдоод өнөөдөр Gamers Legion гэдэг бас нэг tier 2 багт бололтч 2-1 төлчихөж байгаа байхгүй. Нөө Echo гэдэг энэ Mouse Echo тэг бусд нь бол дандаа нөө нэмүүд. Хүмүүсийн мөнгөгчний нарамарч сайн авж ин да. Энэ бол заярлалтай байгаа. Энэ дээр бол бүгд житүүл гэж хүмүүс мөнгө талсах. Байшинга тавиад алдсах энэ дээр. Энэ дээр ч гэсэн арайчтэй Gamers Legion штэ мөнгөө тавиад алдцлах. Тэглээ. Энэ мэдээ Астралиас асайгаа муу. Яаж яахт нөө конфиг нь байхгүй. Нэг стендиндээ тавуулсан. Тийм матч нипт хожигдоо дараа нь Денлфайг хожоод нөө нэг Косовогийн биений Косовогийн биений 16-3-аар хожигд. Өнөөдөр Force 2-0 тулс. Тэгэл нэг юм болсон да. Сад бод одоо их амар компетитив биш. Энэ одоо маргааш нөгөө юу Навигийн нөгөө зон Нави энэ сойр 3-0-оор гарцсан одоо. Арт Бигтэй гараа энэ төлөө тавуулах юм Heroic Vitality Mouse-та тавуулах юм байна. OG энтэй тавуулах. OG Outsider-та тавуулах юм. Агаш энэ 3 тоглол тэгээд хасагдах шатн энэ 6 баг хоорондоо тоглол тэгээд юу маргааш тагсан гэдэг чинь. Тэгээ бүтэн санд энэ групп дуусах юм. Бүтэн сан гэхэд бүх юм дуусах юм шүү. Бүх нөгөө энэ qualifier армарууд Америкийн сайдаас Америкч баг дууссан юм шүү. Маргааш нэг хідэн decider явал дууссан юм шүү. Liquid DG 3-0 гарсан. Энэ хоёр нисаа өдөр энэ нэгээр гарахаа үзэх юм байна те. Interview
What do you think of the next matchup today? We've got Greyhound and IHC. Who would you prefer to play tomorrow afternoon?
I prefer playing against IHC. I want a revenge. That's all. Revenge them.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Maury, for joining me. Congratulations on the win. We're going to be throwing back to the desk for Raffi and the boys.
Маргааш IHC-д үзмээр өгшөөгөө амаар нэг тэнэгт байна.
Well, gents, 16-10. I feel like I speak on behalf of myself, and I'm pretty sure you guys as well, that we certainly weren't expecting GG How to take away that victory. But one thing that I have to point out is it was an 8-7 half in favour of GG How. Rare Atom were only able to take away 3 rounds over in the second half. What do you think ended up going wrong for them?
Well, I think, yeah, it's hard to kind of grind out a high-pressure situation on that second side.
IHC Greyhound. За, бусад region ярамаар нэг юм ирэх байна да. Онт иргэн тойронд харин тийм ээ GG How саний мори бол зайшгүй зүгээр наашгүй л ижил. За нөгөө нэг энэ нөгөө бэтрүүдээ одоо баахан бэтрүүдийн өөлцөө байгаа. Jamming will wipe the floor with the weak creature and abusing bots. Олонний Chinese CS:GO. Chinese CS болорч байна л. Ратам сая тий талаас юу ч хийж чадсангүй. Тэгэл хажигдчихлаа. Онлайн нарчин тэгэл тег пагаас аваад China Mafia залгадаг үстэй. За хажигд. Ноо тэгэл манай энэ цомлогч доо. Тавтал энэ доор хүмүүс юу гэж хэлсэн. Too easy for Greyhound. Хүмүүс 2-1 лээд.
Said before, these are guys that are getting scouted like pretty recently, I'd imagine. So yeah, this is probably one of their biggest first events.
Well, on the topic of Jamyang in particular, let's go ahead and take a look at our US Air Force aim high head-to-head and break down some of the stats for these two players. We have Jamyang and Mori. Mori was obviously one of those players that we started to highlight, especially at the start of this map, being, you know, that impactful player, managing to secure himself constant 4Ks.
Honestly, these two plays a little bit of a different role-wise.
Jamyang's
a bit more passive, bit more of a work guide / anchor. Maury's also a bit of an anchor, but he likes to take the fights early on, take the map control, and that's what he was doing perfectly and winning all those fights, giving his team a lot of space in those rounds, so Davkos can actually call in the mid-round and end those late rounds super well.
Yeah, he set the pace for the series as well. Like his first half on Ancient really was a bit of a statement. And I imagine that really got GG how fired up. It was a statement for them to pick Ancient into a team.
Best adult site
or like 13-2 or something on CT side yesterday against Greyhound for Rare Atom, and they say, nah, we'll play you on the T side and we're better, and they showed it.
Now, for the side of Rare Atom, obviously they're going to be absolutely devastated, but I think that they should be relatively pleased with themselves for making it to this stage and giving us somewhat of a fight.
I honestly think it's going to be very disappointing. I think for some of the younger players, it's not going to be a big issue, but for some of them in retirement for a while, someone like Kaze, these are guys that have already gone to majors. They've already done some upsets and done some damage internationally at that Katowice major, so I think this is going to be a big disappointment for them, and I think this is going to be a big bit of a regret for them, because let's be real, against Greyhound, they should have won. They should have been in the upper bracket game, and that's like unbiased Aussie as
It is very sad. Obviously, being a player myself, I've known how losses they suck. But if you take away, these are learning experiences that you should look at and get better. So I don't think they should be too disheartened, but yeah, obviously a sad result from them, and hopefully they bounce back.
Now, obviously, GG How will be against the losing team of IHC and Greyhound tomorrow. The real question is, who do you think they have the best chance of winning against?
Greyhound, I think.
Yeah. Well, it depends on this result.
It's going to be hard no matter what. I think that GG How, Rare Atom is like a team that's a bit more, I would say like a bit more upsettable than I think Greyhound. I don't think Greyhound's going to be susceptible to choke like that. And I think IHC is just way too solid. But yeah, I think either one of those.
Greyhound, GG How GG How
yeah, for sure. Especially IHC, their play style is very consistent, very super hard. Greyhound, maybe if they go on a slow start, GG How, with like these super fast rounds, we were susceptible to having slow starts back in the day, so maybe that's changed. I don't know, but yeah, who knows.
All right, and how do we see this Greyhound IHC matchup panning out? I know I didn't really ask you your predictions ahead of the match that we just saw, which is probably a good thing because they would. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that everybody's predictions would have been wrong. But Greyhound versus IHC, do you think it's going to be a close game? Don't give me a prediction just yet. Just let me know. Do you think it's going to be close, or do you think it will be a bit of a stomper?
Stomper.
It's hard. Look, I don't want to say too much.
IHC
I feel like I
зүгээр
jinx a lot.
нэг норондоо нэг орондоо ажина юу
I
вэ?
think it will be a close game. I know it's going to be a different game because IHC have changed their map pool, and I think that's a big important part of this game compared to when we used to play them. So I think a part of that will definitely make the game a lot
Манайх
closer.
map бүлээс
Will
хасаад
Graham
өөр
come
тоглож
out on
болно.
top and get the revenge? Maybe. You know, I think they need to make sure their fundamentals are super solid across the board. And then obviously, you know, we saw yesterday with their super, you know, crazy clutches and crazy gameplay. If that happens again with a solid consistency, I think they can pull through. But, you know, IHC is super composed and calm. They've been in this situation before. So I think that, yeah, it'll be a good game.
Do we think it's going to be a 3-mapper, Pilski?
I honestly think I wouldn't be surprised if IHC wins 2-0 in closer kind of games. Like, I think they're just going to have a little bit more. But I think it is going to come down to second round wins and things like that. Like, especially if IHC is taking those kind of rounds, I could see them winning 2-0.
Okay, I'm super excited to quiz you guys a little bit more about how you think this matchup is going to unfold. But we'll be back at around 3 p.m. where we'll be ready to dive into Greyhound versus IHC.
3 p.m.
See you very, very soon.
What's 3 p.m.? 30 минут хойшлчих юм уу? За жи.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
30 минутын дараа гэж тэ. минутын дараа эргэж уулзсан да. За guys 30 минут. Юу ихтэй 30 минут завсарлахгүй даа тэгвэл. За хаалцаагаа да өглөө танаач өглөө олж байгаа ч 30 минутын дараа эргэж уулзаа IHC-ийн гейм ирдэх. Стрим авахаар хөгжим тавиад хөгжим гэсэн чи явдаг шээ. Rip интернет.
Exhibitionist.
За пауза лагаас 30 минутын дараа IHC-г оруулсан.
could hold my head up high. Now I know I can't take it anymore. 'Cause I'm feeling that I'm lost inside, trying to get over you. Over you, over you.
Up all night by myself, trying to think of ways to you. Your voice stuck in my brain, we never got to see it through. And I know I feel more pain if we're speaking truth. 'Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. 'Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. Looking back at our time, hoping that we did it right. And give me any reason to call you up late at night. And we know it's for the best, I won't put up a fight. 'Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. 'Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know.
So yeah. Бортмен дараа. Гинэ guys. Энэ бас нөгөө Dota-гийн интернет шилжих хэлсэн юм шүү дээ.
On this top side, they want to be using Radiant advantage and playing around the Roche pit.
Yeah, that's the big thing, the Roche pit, like you just mentioned, because now it's incredibly free for Secret. They might need one pick off to lead into Roche. So you've got to really be cautious here. The discipline needs to come out from Tempest to not feed away even one position 5. Otherwise, that will be the opportunity for Secret just to look to move in.
And the thing is, someone has to address the top side. I mean, Slardon does. He gets rid of all the Skelly boys. So nice little infusion of gold coming through to him there. But it forces rotations. It gives you a lot of information.
Oh, but Damage Rune's going to be utilized here for Sabas to get the kill into Puppy. So they'll finally be able to deal with the Enchantress and reclaim their own jungle. But as soon as that occurs, Kataru has to leave his triangle and blocks up the Ancients on the way through. Nisha and Zayat's in hand. Tombstone's going to get laid down for the moment. They're trying their best to secure the kill, but they won't have the vision to be able to bring it down for the moment.
Yeah, playing a lot more around the vision, playing a lot more around, like they know that Roshan is the biggest timing, and you've seen a distinct movement away.
Last chance qualifying lane.
So I like the fact that they're not just...
Oh, the Weaver is going to get caught out. Zayat! Beautifully done with Nisha's follow-up. A kill onto Draken who's working towards the Atos, but that's going to continue to slow him down.
They're not just locked in onto this previous way that they were playing. I'm sure someone in the team made the call of, guys, what are we doing on this bottom side of the map? There's nothing for us here. We don't have the greatest lineup at being able to take towers. If we try and shove out the lane with something like a Shrapnel and Nyx Assassin can kill us, let's just play where Team Secret are wanting to play. We're relatively strong. We just need to try and stall out this game a little bit more. And you've got the Blink Dagger on Slardon. You've got a Spirit Vessel completed, you've got an Arcane Rune and a Witchblade to play with. Now that they shove out the lane, they're going to go for a smoke and try and get a pick off. Look at the lines on the map.
See the direction they want to go here from Tempest.
Yeah,
All of Secret are in a position down bottom to take a fight. The one tower is the prize for them.
Rezo would be
Tempest.
a big pick off.
Oh, so they're going to run into Sight Dom. Woo! Zayat!
Stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Далс одоо байхгүй шүү дээ. Эдгээр device гараад жиж ирсэн. Melbourne, Australia. Nice city. Looks nice.
Boys from the side of Greyhound. Hats, I know yourself in particular are certainly looking forward to this
IHC in the chat, guys. Come on, IHC, let's go strong.
I think it's going to be a bang of a match. Heaps of clutches, heaps of crazy rounds. Yeah, looking forward to it.
How about yourself, Pilski? You feeling confident with the Greyhound boys?
I'm not sure. Like, I'm looking at the statistics and stuff, and I'm
And
seeing
that's
like,
my man.
I'm seeing IHC
My
like
man.
4 out of like the top 5 players or something like that are IHC players now that Rare Atom are out of the tournament. Whereas Inns is like the only one that's in the top 8 of the statistics for the Greyhound. It's not like that win over Rare Atom yesterday fills you with a whole lot of confidence.
Gingerhead
And
бол маань
recently,
талсан юм
Greyhound
байна.
did actually drop a pretty important qualifier to a team that they probably should have beaten at another recent event. I know that there's a big asterisk and caveat to that, but we'll see how they go.
So talk to me lineup-wise for the side of IHC. Are we thinking these boys are expected to pull something truly amazing out of the bag? Because I know Annihilation, to say the very least, had his own little bit of a performance.
I think it's the usual, honestly. Like, they're a super calm team. You have your Blitz, you have your Score, you have your Techno 4K. All these guys are capable of crazy multi-frags. Cabal, making sure that they're all working in the system. Super good util usage. Good at taking map control, and also being able to cancel that map control and go to the other side to make sure that it's not so obvious. So yeah, as you can see, personal. Just like very similar to Ali's play style. So we'll see that kind of play coming in.
The thing about this roster is
This
like,
амар
when
clutch
in
яд.
2020, when the Mongolian team started to pop off again, they assembled what was meant to be the Mongolian super team, which was like a whole bunch of different players to this, and a lot of players with more experience, with more tenure. But you had these other Mongolian teams kicking underneath the surface with D13 on the come up, as well as Checkmate, and that's where 4 of these 5 players come out of, and Cabal is the one from, you know, that older tenure of Mongolian players that has the experience. So it just goes to show you, you can think about, you know, hey, what's my super team look like from my region? But the reality is that when you have so much depth in your region and so much competition like you have in Mongolia, you get those younger players coming up through the scene that are improving so much, and they actually end up being the ones to take your region to a new level.
And the craziest part, making that super team, it's such a hard thing to do against this lineup, is to actually multi-frag. They're always together trading out frags, and it's just such a good thing to see that they're playing as a team.
Now,
I
feel like IHC
Greyhound.
have definitely not been put through their paces whatsoever throughout
Greyhound
this tournament so
байхгүй
far.
шүү
They won
настал.
pretty darn comfortably against the side of GG How, winning out that series 2-0. Greyhound, however, once we start to focus in on these boys, they gave us a performance that left us pretty much speechless yesterday.
Well, look, you can argue that Rare Atom are a bit of
Согод надад согод.
But, you know, GG How did end up Greyhound here, obviously, you know these boys from yesterday with those crazy game.
Арай гэж хайцсан баг нь бидний 2-0 баг
two maps was a bit
аваалцсан сая.
because they were both kind of, you know, straightforward games, the 16-9 and 16-2. But the thing is, now we're going to be seeing Greyhound actually pick to more their strengths. I'm looking forward to another Inferno and probably something along the lines of a nuke. But then I don't think they're going to run too much of a risk of playing Ancient or something like that. I think they're going to stick to their guns and make sure they play at a solid, consistent level.
I think Greyhound is again, like another one of these rosters that you could almost call a super team. Like Inns has been like consistently one of the best players in Oceania for a while. Vexite's that young player who's been on the come up that they've now added in. Alistair, obviously, for the longest time, he was having to play against his core players on order, and then finally gets the call up. So I think, you know, this is a very good, you got Liazan from Renegades as well, who's a good rank player. They got a good mix of players, they've got a good mix of experience and young talent. And I think this Greyhound roster is definitely even expected to maybe even take an extra step compared to like the last iteration of the roster. But so far, that hasn't really been the case. All I've been seeing really is shaky gameplay. They're losing domestically. They dropped that. They all should have dropped that series yesterday to Rare Atom. So I'm waiting to see when they're going to hit that level, that ceiling that I'm expecting.
I think they're in a transitional process because I was in a certain role that was kind of gluing everything together. So I think some people had to take a step down when Vexite came in. Yeah, and they're giving him a lot of space.
You said they were swapping positions as well, like on Vertigo and stuff.
Yeah, so I personally didn't have that much space in the team. So I think when Vexite came in, they gave him a lot of space. Some people
Back side чи зүгээр орол би зүгээр дайрч орол алуулаад алахгүй алахгүй гэдэг гарал шүү
Super
дээ.
big props to them, especially Sicko, you know, previous AWPA, now very versatile on the rifle, playing these different roles and playing more selfless roles. So yeah, we'll see what happens, you know, slowly as time comes on, it should be better.
Now, Pilsky, I know one of the players that you had kind of highlighted was none other than Alistair for the side of Greyhound. And one player that I highlighted was Annihilation. Now, as we start to break down these players' stats, are we hoping that it's going to be another Alistair show heading into this series?
No
Well,
chance.
They kind of play quite similarly.
No
honestly.
chance.
Like
Annihilation Alistair-ыг харьцуулж яаж болж
when he
байгаа
was playing on order was kind of playing
No
second fiddle
chance.
to Nine, who was like the main player who they would always have in the AWP role. Was a bit more of a safer AWPer, a bit more of like a stable AWPer. Both of these guys are explosive, in-your-face, shotgun-style AWPers. You'll see them just repeatedly re-peak. They both have good movement. They're both going to provide exciting highlights. And if they're both popping off, you're going to see a very entertaining series.
Important statistic here as well.
Наалстай ч нөө дийлдэрхээр улаач тийм л шүү. Maybe because дөрөвний 10-аар хожигдсон улаачаад хадгалаад байсан шүү.
More chance for him to buy the AWP maybe. But Annihilation, you can see that he's very comfortable in buying rifles, and I think that's essential to them having a very good nuke. And these kind of styles of maps where you sometimes see in Europe, where you know, Zywoo might be picking up the AK on Vertigo on A ramp, or you know, Inferno on Nana, and he doesn't really want to look towards the AWP. So Annihilation's feeling that kind of role where he's very versatile. Ali maybe not on that side more, but he's also has the big impact with the AWP.
Now, guys, when we start to focus in a little bit more on the map veto, my main question to the two of you is, do we think it's going to be IHC ending up picking over on Ancient, especially after witnessing the Greyhound performance, after they thought that, you know, Ancient's pretty good, but then, you know, losing in the fashion in which they did?
I think it's going to be the most boring map veto ever, because I don't think either one of these teams wants to really take a risk. I mean, you saw IHC, they got pushed very hard on Ancient.
Yeah.
Greyhound took a risk yesterday. It backfired. You're in a qualification game to the major. This is where you really want to stick to your guns and stick to your comfort zone and not try to throw any Hail Marys, in my opinion.
100%. It is a little bit weird from previous, because IHC kind of, I'm not entirely sure, but looking at the past 3 months, they have kind of changed their map pool a little bit. Usually they were the team that on Mirage, they'd just beat everyone. But now they've leaned towards more of a nuke, more overpass, a little bit of ancient as well. So I don't think we'll be seeing the classic Inferno Mirage that, like we did in the previous games that we've played against them. I think it'll be more leaning towards Inferno. Super strong maps for both teams. Also suited to Greyhound strengths. IHC strengths. So we'll see what comes out as the last map.
Normal first two bans. Those are both of the instant bans. Inferno pick for Greyhound. Mirage pick for IHC. So we were thinking Nuke maybe. So Nuke surely the decider, but no. Taken out by Greyhound. They would prefer to play Dust 2 than Nuke up against IHC. And this is a little different than I expected. I was expecting Inferno Nuke, and then maybe we'd end up on a Dust 2 or a Mirage, but that's where you're saying, like, you can look at the last 3 months, but like you said, you know that IHC Mirage is a comfort zone pick for them going back months and months, and this roster has been together for that long, so they've still got that depth there, even if the stats don't back it up.
And especially on Mirage, like they versed us before in the past, I'm sure they're confident in playing us on that. And very interestingly, I think it's smart banned from Greyhound on the end there. It says IHC's most successful map on that, so I think the Dust 2 in the end. I think this is pretty much the mirror veto we've had either at the major or something. I can't remember exactly. But it'll be interesting to see. IHC are very, very good on Mirage because they like to fight mid a lot. They have these boosts in unders, the two head stack.
They're also like probably licking their lips at that Vertex result that you saw over in the other recent domestic tournament that they had. The second tier team here in Oceania playing with a stand-in 16-5 Greyhound on Virage, which is like was an absolutely ludicrous result and one of the craziest games I've ever had to cast. So I'm not actually sure if that's really a real good indicator of how strong Greyhound might be on Mirage, but it's definitely one where you're coming from overseas and you see that your underdog team has absolutely smashed someone on a map and you're thinking that's probably going to be a good one to go for.
Well, I know you're pretty much of the belief that Greyhound are not going to be able to do this. We're not going to take it to third map. Has that changed at all now that you've taken a look at the veto?
I don't think so. I honestly think this is going to be probably 2-0 for IHC unless Greyhound steps up and hits another level here.
Is he trying to jinx it? Is he trying to like caster jinx it or what?
IHC, they just look so good at the moment, in my opinion.
I think if IHC stick to their guns and play very consistent and composed, it'll be very, very hard to beat for Greyhound. So I do think IHC might come out on top, but you know,
they don't want to
the
jinx
boys,
it.
so
That's how
I'm
it
gonna
is.
go
They don't want to
What's
jinx
the
it.
score though? You think we're gonna go third map?
Oh, it has to be a third.
2-1.
It has to be a third map. If you know, if Greyhound are coming out on top, but yeah.
I feel like that's the only correct way to view this, especially considering the fact that it is a major qualification game. It is all to play for right here. And right now, we'll be back very, very shortly. We'll be ready to dive into our final series of today.
За дуу явах гэж байна.
I feel we are the best team in this event because we are really confident in our form. I'm really excited on playing on stage because it's a really important tournament and I heard of Mongolian fans gonna cheer for us who lives in Australia in Melbourne. We want to make them proud once again.
All teams in RMR, all teams are both good. Honestly, we are not afraid of any of them.
I watched them games and they are really good, experienced players and yeah, we can beat them. Nothing to fear.
We were qualified the major from Mongolia first time.
2020's first half is really good and after the second half it started a bit tough and we changed our upper. We didn't win anything right now and we're hungry for it. Other teams I'd like to take down is the Rare Atom because we lost in ECL Challenger in the grand final and we want to take
Rare Atom ч яваад өгсөн.
I think they how they are good but they're way better.
I don't think that GG How gonna challenge us because they haven't impressed me. Our biggest strength is the communication because we are the national team.
GG How and all teams in RMR, good luck and have fun.
I wouldn't say there's any team that personally I'm afraid of or like worried about. I think every team's pretty strong in their own ways.
Вексайт ч галзуу тоглолт юм билээ. Смог хүсэл нүх нь алруул тавтай тоглолт гарна.
I think going into this event, you can't really count out any team. I don't think we're afraid of one specific team. I think we're just going into every game level-headed and not underestimating or being cocky against any opponent.
Integrating me into the roster has been like a pretty good experience and pretty easy experience. I think just like finding that balance with everyone, like having a collective team understanding is something we're trying to work towards at the moment.
Such a wide pool of experience varying from Liaz being in a top 5 team to this team now with Sicko and Josh who, you know, were a part of the strongest Greyhound lineup.
I've only played on one other stage before. I'm pretty excited to play on stage, especially for like a more prestigious event. Last stage I played on wasn't the greatest, so the conditions were a bit like, I feel like...
Prestigious my ass, it's like a corner or more.
I don't really know who the best team at the event is. Instead of thinking about stuff like that, I try to just focus on like our game and what we can do to like play our brand of CS.
I think you can't count out any team at this event. I think all 4 teams have very much upset potential, domestically and internationally. I think IHC and Rare Atom both have some really good form, and I think coming into this we're probably at the best we've been for a while. I think playing on a stage at home definitely gives you a bit of an advantage. You've got the crowd behind you. If you take that in, it can definitely help you. Rare Atom, we're coming for you.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop
The world's most boring фильмээ хараад явуулч.
Baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
how you were with my parents. Yeah, I changed their mind. Cause you were sweet and looking like you cared, boy. That was hard to find. I caught feelings, how could these feelings? I caught feelings, how could these feelings? I caught feelings, I caught feelings, how could these feelings?
За яач вэ цаг нь 3-2 болчихлоо шүү дээ. 3-аас эхлэн гэдсэн яасан бэ?
When I'm with you, yeah, nothing really matters. Don't need money or time. I got feelings, I got those feelings. I got feelings, I got those feelings. I got feelings, I got feelings, I got these feelings. Those feelings, I got feelings, I got those feelings. Got these feelings.
Наар секундын дараа эхэлнэ нэ.
Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights.
Чи Draken билүү? Draken. Oh, юу жоо мөн Draken.
Esports up against Greyhound here at PAX Australia. It's the IEM Road to Rio, and we are now fighting for a spot at the major. This best of three is all that stands between one of these two teams from booking their ticket to Rio.
It's been an absolutely interesting journey and a wonderful one at that to figure out who were our teams that were going to be first available, given the chance to get toward the major. We've already had one team eliminated earlier. We said farewell to Rare Atom, so we know who the loser of this series is going to be facing against, but we want to know who the winner is going to be.
Who is indeed going to be the winner? I'd love to pick your brain. It seems like the analysts are favouring IHC, although Hats, he did kind of say Greyhound might win it, but I think there was a little bit of personal bias involved there. Which way are you leaning?
I guess with my heart it's Greyhounds, but with my head it's IHC.
Right.
So take it for what you will.
Okay, I think it's an interesting map pool as well. We've got Dust 2, we've got Inferno, we've got Mirage, and these are the three maps that these teams played against each other at the major.
Yep.
Hats was correct in his little recall there. And actually what's interesting as well, at the last RMR, these teams played against each other, and the map pool there didn't really change too much either. Nuke was involved as the third map, but we also had a very similar map pool in that one. So pretty much seeing the exact same map pool between these teams that we have seen time and time again. Nuke did not get played there, by the way. It's been 2-0, 2-0 for IHC in their last couple of maps. So, IHC comes into this one as the favourites, but there absolutely is a world where Greyhound walks away with the win. I think, though, it is going to require what Pilski was alluding to, and that is going to take peak Greyhound. I'm not sure they're at that point just yet.
A bit of a grudge match between these two teams for sure. Peak Greyhound, maybe one could argue that is what we saw in Inferno yesterday against Rare Adam. However, that was a bit shaky at times as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the result that we've just seen from Rare Adam, I have to say I think that there was a bit of a lacking performance from Rare Atom at this event in general. I don't want to read into it too much there. Greyhound, to be fair, it took them a little while to get over Vertigo as well. And it really did take a couple of big clutches through, particularly from Inns and Alistair. And if those rounds don't go their way, it probably could have been Rare Atom through to that upper bracket final. So, look, I still want to see more from Greyhound. I think that that's not unreasonable to ask. We know the heights that this team can hit when they're at their peak level. But are they at that point just yet? That's the big question that we're going to ask, obviously, today and potentially tomorrow. And if they do qualify through to the major as well, what performance they're going to bring at the major kind of comes down to whether or not they're ready just yet with Vexite integrated into the roster. I don't know that we have those same concerns when it comes to IHC. Obviously, they have had a fairly recent change as well, bringing in Annihilation for 9, but it seems to have been a bit more of a like-for-like replacement than the Vexite for Hatch trade that we got from Greyhound. So it seems like he's had a bit of an easier time slotting into that roster, and IHC haven't really missed a beat.
Yeah. Just want to say as well, for everyone that's turning out down here to PAX Melbourne, it is great to see you all. We've already got pretty much the crowd full, and we haven't even started this series yet, so welcome. Hopefully it does turn out to be a really big one as well. But now I ask you the question. Where are you feeling this series goes? You ask me.
Look, I would have to say I think I'm leaning pretty heavily towards IHC. I mean, it's been no secret that I have had some questions around the Greyhound roster. I mean, when I was doing my power rankings coming into this event, I had Rare Atom first, I had IHC second, I had Greyhound third, and I had GG Hao fourth. That's how I envisioned this event was going to go. Obviously, that's been proven incorrect with Rare Atom getting knocked out in last place, but I don't think it really changes too much for me. I still would say IHC now first, Greyhound now second, GG Hao now third, and obviously Rare Atom out in fourth. What I did also say in that context and in that discussion, though, was I felt there was definitely a world where any one or any two of IHC, Rare Atom, or Greyhound could make it through to the major. So it hasn't played out the way that I thought it would, but the result can still be a bit of an expected result, in my opinion. And it wouldn't be unreasonable to see both of these two teams that are on stage today qualifying through to the major, whether it happens today or tomorrow for whichever one.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what GG Hao's form is like tomorrow. Of course, it'll be a grudge match rematch if it does end up being IHC. And it'll be a good test for Greyhound as well. But I definitely do agree with you. I think GG Hao have turned a lot of heads coming in towards this tournament right now with their results so far, and are in a very prime position to be able to keep turning them and potentially even get toward the major spot.
Yeah, a little bit of a delay, as you can see on the stage, just working through some factors right now for Greyhound. So I want to make sure everything is 100% locked down and ready to go. It seems to be okay on the IHC side of things, and they're hopefully getting themselves warmed up and ready to go. Obviously, a lot of time to prepare for this match for both of these two teams. IHC got through their game a little bit earlier yesterday, so they've probably had a little bit more time yesterday afternoon to, I guess, watch the game that Greyhound played against Rare Atom, figure out something from that, look at their own gameplay, see what's happening, how they're feeling, don't know. But obviously, a good night's sleep for IHC, I'd imagine. Greyhound might not have had quite as much time because they played yesterday's match in the later time slot, so they wouldn't have had as much time to go back over things last night. But, again, you'd be looking at them as having had a reasonable amount of time, a reasonable lead into today's match. And a bit of a slower start to the day is always nice. You don't have to get up at, at least for us, we had to get up at like 6 o'clock to get here at 8 o'clock, and that's very similar to the teams playing in the first match. But if you're coming here for the second match, you probably don't need to be here until 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and so you get to have a bit of a sleep in, which is always good.
Yeah, you'd expect the research to be done in the practice as well coming into this series during the previous one, because you don't necessarily need to put too much into that with this being qualification. You have time for prep on that series after this one and a bit tomorrow morning, so it'll be good for whichever team really does lose this series to still have time for the preparation, but full focus into this series is what these teams have had.
All right, well, I know there's a lot of you ready and waiting to see this game get underway, but I do have some unfortunate news. We're going to take another break. Got to sort these things out on the stage, so don't go too far away. IHC and Greyhound coming up right after this.
Эхлэхгүй байл.
The next match we feeling so confident, feeling nice, excited.
Tomorrow we're definitely optimistic, but at the same time we're keeping level heads and we're just excited to get into it. We know the job's not done.
All teams, good luck and have fun.
За эхлэхгүй нэ guys. За компьютер нэвтэрсэн. Дахиад
Born from the ashes, I take care of my own. Torn down where I stand, you can't suffocate my spirit. 'Cause I'm the king of my own throne, my own throne. King of my own throne, my own throne. You'll never see me fall, fall. You'll never see me fall. Watch me reign, and I'll slay them all. Slay them all, slay them all. You'll never see my reign, and I'll slay them all. Slay them all, slay them all, slay them all. You'll never see the throne. King of my own throne, my own throne. King of my own throne. Born from the ashes, 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 born from the. You can't suffocate my spirit. 'Cause I'm the king of my own throne, throne, oh, oh, oh. King of my own throne, my own throne. You'll never see me fall, fall. You'll never see me fall. Watch me reign, and I'll slay them all. Slay them all, slay them all, slay them all. You'll never see the rain,
эхлэж байгаа юм шиг юм да.
Are you guys twins? No. Yes. We used to be really tight, and then over the summer.
I different.
The crowd, although this one said.
Are you guys twins? No. Yes. We used to be
really.
really.
Яад явахгүй л болохгүй юм байл та.
This one's going to be a banger as well. So you didn't see the first game, but GG Howe managed to win. You probably didn't see it either. Did you see the end?
I did get to see a little bit, like to really have, Rare Adam obviously come off such a hot series yesterday against Greyhound, right? And only dying in the last final seconds in that overtime to then get taken down by GG Howe. They must be feeling fantastic. So yeah, it was awesome to see them actually like fight back for GG Howe.
Very good. Well, guess what? I've got even better news.
Apparently,
game's ready. So you guys in the crowd, get bloody hype. We're throwing it to the casters. We got more Counter-Strike on the menu.
Thanks very much, Mac. And look, I don't know how you've managed it. You found a cosplay boyfriend and an Instagram boyfriend and managed to put them together for an interview. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. But either way, let's jump into the discussion around IHC and Greyhound. That's what we're all here for. Komodo, we did sort of set the stage a little bit earlier on. Obviously, the analysts having their chat as well. It seems like, for the most part, the general sentiment seems to be toward IHC. I do wonder, though, if that's going to be the sentiment here from the crowd as well. Guys, you think IHC is going to win this game? Well, that was one person in the crowd that said yes. What about Greyhound? Do you think Greyhound's going to win today?
I think that's just a little bit more.
It's a little bit more.
Was I still in crowd? Was I reaction?
I understand where we're going to be leaning for today. Obviously, we're in Australia, so it's kind of a little bit biased.
Slightly.
Look, at this point, obviously, Greyhound have had a pretty tough run up into the upper bracket. IHC, it sort of felt like they got through it a little bit easier. They got that 2-0. They were tested a little bit on Ancient yesterday, but second map, really, really clean stuff from IHC. Greyhound and Vici sort of traded maps in fairly convincing fashion, actually, but it was that map 3 that went through to the tiebreaker and through to the overtime that felt a little bit too close for comfort for Greyhound.
Yeah, no, definitely agree with you on that one. But of course, full focus coming in towards map number 1 in this series. It's going to be Inferno, picked by Greyhound as well. And I was just thinking to myself, during these little delays that we just did have, for any of the players that had any unsettling nerves, they had a bit of time there to just lock themselves into their chairs and really just have a good think, mentally prepare themselves for this series. Because at the end of the day, the winner of this series goes to the major.
That's right.
It's a big thing.
Well, we are headed into Inferno, map 1 between IHC and, of course, Greyhound, who are on the stage ready to go to try to put on a show in front of the home crowd audience. And it is IHC to start off on the CT side of Inferno. A very good map yesterday that we saw from Greyhound. Will they have as easy of a time on this map, though, against IHC compared to Rare Atom? I wonder.
We'll have to wait and see, everyone. Let's get started with the pistol. Let's get some noise up in here. Greyhound T-side. Over towards Banana already. Blitz, Techno to take a bit of a tussle. And Vexside's down to 20 already.
Yeah, he's lucky that that's going to be coming through from the wallbang, I think.
Vexside 20 Blitz 36 байлцсан.
Blitz is
Бананда
also quite
3
low,
байгаа
but
л нэг
Greyhound have
буцаад 10
sort of
явсан.
failed to grab any map control out of that engagement, and Blitz is going to punish Inns as he starts to try working his way up Banana, working his way into that area of
Nice
the
shot.
map. Another one from Blitz, and you can already tell IHC are on the prowl. Double sandbag setup is not something that you'd be expecting at this point, especially after having already taken down Blitz.
Yeah, 3B in the very beginning of this one, and you had only really seen Blitz. Techno now a bit hungry for some information. How far will he push?
No way.
No, Vexite's found his second. And now he's spotted Annihilation as well. This is where things maybe go a little bit more in favor of Greyhound. And Vexite with 5 HP, a third in the round. They can start to establish this bomb lane.
Can indeed. Cabal just going to offer a tap through the smoke. It's not going to connect onto much. Scorer's working his way up. Banana, but Greyhound have dug themselves out of a bit of trouble. Gotten onto the B side. They have the numbers advantage for the post plant. There's not much to work with. Cabal's got a kit, but no smoke, no armor. Thing on that sword. They're running down that timer. Cabal needs to get in there and fight this fight. Score has caught Vexite in the meanwhile. They've just got one player left to locate. That'll be Liad at the back of the site, and they do it in spades. IHC have made that one look a bit too easy.
Yeah, rough for Greyhound in the end. 3 players, 3 different positions, and a kit as well. You know, always goes a long way in a pistol round such as that. Required in the end, in fact, for IHC to get the job done.
Easy for IHC,
all the way that Vexite tried to carry in that round as well, right? That P250 getting 3 kills in the end. He was down to 20 HP in the very beginning of this one. So some big frags from him, unfortunately. Doesn't get the round. The force up. Who won the pistol? That's anyone's guess, of course, in these sort of situations. But we know it's IHC. We'll see if they can double down.
Yeah, AK out for Vexite, given a big job. Obviously did quite well in that pistol. Inns has been a bit deadly with that tech knife as well, so let's not count him out of the round. Cabal down to 48 off the nade. Brackets control heftily there for IHC. They will not be wanting to give that up. Really heavy presence in that area of the map, and they're also exploring Banana. Here comes Vexite, looking for the opener with that AK. Getting baited into Annihilation.
Nice.
And that's not going to work out well for Greyhound.
Nice.
The double stack is given away, but the information comes at a cost for Greyhound.
Bomb on Valtland, guys.
So it's a pretty tough decision to get back into this one. Bomb is still down. While Annihilation loses his life. Techno, if he's overlooked Banana, instrumentally work for Greyhound.
Well,
like I said, Inns has been dangerous with the tech knife. And that really opens the map up. It's going to force IHC to send a rotator or 2 back to B. The score now in the pit solo is the only defender left on the A bomb site, and if that's going to be cleaned up comfortably by Greyhound, again, they'll have themselves a 3-on-2 post plant. Sicko now has the AK in hand after Vexite fell. Not a bad player to use it. He's got a lot of HP, he's got armor, head armor as well.
Fuck this shit, dude. Push it. Ой тайминг чи чигээр бүшлээд Яан зи араас гой гарчихсан. За 2 арч. Score, come on.
Dislodge the player on the side itself, take out Score, and then try to get the plant. All he has to do is distract you, really.
Well, he's kept his head down long enough to grab one. Sicko is there for the trade, and now he'll have to be there for the clutch as well. 1 on 3, and just the confidence from IHC is not really something I feel we've seen from any other team in this event so far. How fast they're going to go through the Banana, how fast they've gotten back up into the A bomb site, how decisive Blitz is to take that fight even though he's on 6 HP. They are backing themselves in this matchup, and it's catching Greyhound off guard a little.
Yeah, you just see as well that rotation from them, right? If Greyhound did just decide to go in towards the A side, have the 3 versus 1 potentially is a different round turnout, but they quickly just traverse around the map. And we're 2 rounds in, and Greyhound have already elected to choose a pause. So pressure gets a little bit high here.
Well, I mean, they would look at this and say they've had 2 winnable rounds that haven't now been converted. So even though there's probably not a lot in this round for them, they're probably actually considering a little bit of a force fight through here. IHC have had to reinvest a fair amount of their weaponry. They're quite low on the cash, so 1.4k loss bonus isn't going to be enough to buy in here if IHC do lose this round. And Greyhound's kind of saying, well, what can we actually get here? Can we get Pistol's armor? Can we get a bit of util? What can we do with that? And then still ensure that we're going to get a buy through next round. Doesn't look like too much armor's going to be invested in here. Just Sicko and Liaz upgrading to the head armor. The rest of Greyhound armorless. But they have gone for, you know, something that can do a bit of damage here. You know, shots through from the Deagles or the Tech 9s. A little bit of util as well for Greyhound to play with. Gives them an inch into this round.
Those HE grenades that they already deployed down Banana aren't going to be rewarded in anything, unfortunately, and now they're kind of just being taken out through smokes by these A1Ss, and it's not really phasing IHC whatsoever. Just down to Ins now. We'll see if he can at least take away one frag in this round.
Nice.
Unfortunately, Kim Clark's going to be left on 1 HP.
Yeah. So nothing ventured, nothing gained for Greyhound, but this game is only just getting kicked off. The gun round coming up is going to be the big talking point. First chance really that Greyhound gets. Obviously they've had round 1 and 2 go relatively close. But this is now where they're on even footing, where they've got the guns, they've got all the util. It's pretty much the perfect buy. Because
they got Alistair on the AWP now as well, so he's got his fabled weapon. See what he's going to be able to do with that one. It's a really large stack right over towards this B site. 4 players, in fact, with just Annihilation playing over towards Digger Day.
It's a big change up from Greyhound and what they'd be used to from their game yesterday against Rare Atom, where they were able to get Banana super easily without any issue pretty much at all. IHC are really putting a premium on Banana. You can already see this is now the second time Techno's gotten to the bottom of Nana. Put himself in the cutout.
Let's go.
And they're investing a lot of util into that area of the map, the CT side. So Greyhound, they have to be a little bit more careful venturing through, and I mean, they're just not getting this area of the map free like they were yesterday against Rare Atom. Techno goes out of the smoke at the perfect time, catches himself one. Ins will have to be the difference maker here, but he holds on to Unfortunately, it's not going to help out Alistair, but doubles down.
Will they expect blitz here? That's the problem in front of the smoke already. The answer is no. Now it's just down to Liaz. This is your first gun round as well. Just becomes all that more difficult for Liaz. We'll see if he can at least put himself in a winnable situation by finding blitz on the B side. Have any utility to himself. The big question is for Liaz, will he look above orange?
Монгол олон коммент шалгав. Яж смок энэ. Смок баян байна. Шалгалаа.
I thought he had a bit of an idea, but turns away at the wrong time, and yeah, a little bit of a wry grin out there from Cabal. IHC are feeling good about the progression of this game so far. Nice frag through the smoke from Cabal. Good follow-up from Techno. Their B defense, their Nana holds are looking really solid so far. Greyhound have a lot of work to do to come back into this game. I mean, already 4 rounds in a row for IHC. Money building up on that CT side. You got 3 members, sorry, above 4K. And it has to be a save round from Greyhound. They've got the hero rifle, but it's just like a little.
I guess one of the things to remember from yesterday was
Манайхан ч смок крем шиг нэг флашн дээр гараханд идэх юм байна. Идэх юм ч байхгүй юм шүү дээ. Ганц бус тийм ч байхгүй.
It didn't happen.
No, it's certainly not happening at the moment for Greyhound. They are being washed away on Inferno at the moment. Cabal gets another on the exit. It feels like nothing's coming together for Greyhound right now.
They're going to be walking in towards the site with more players as well. See if the Galil that was invested into this round can come away with anything, but by this point in time, that's going to be a false sense of security. 25 HP for Nick on a Blintz.
Yeah,
get one in the trade.
It's a good one too from Nico and Ali, but ultimately it's not going to be enough to get them anywhere near this round victory. Annihilation's gone for the push on Dig's side. And that, I think, can be really difficult to play against as the T side. When you have such a confident CT and they're pushing Nana on a fast timing, or they're pushing into Dig, they're getting control of brackets once again. It just doesn't really ever feel like when Greyhound takes control of an area of the map that they can actually be safe in the assumption that they're going to hold that for any period of time. Because IHC are just so confident moving around the map that they're going to take it back from you in the blink of an eye, and then you've got a guy behind you.
If the Aussies lose this round, they're going to save again. At least like half wise maybe.
Definitely feels like we won't really see Greyhound doing what Rare Atom were doing
Greyhound
today.
playing like
relinquishing control and going in a different
they're
direction.
playing like Rare Atom the last Mirage game.
The banana position for the majority of time. Greyhound a team that does like to get control of it, but the same Virtue IHC on the CT
try
side,
one or
they
two
will
things and they
fight.
didn't
They're
work, and
winning
then
these
they have
duels.
nothing
They've showcased
more
it to you
to
already.
play.
Now, observers just highlighting to us that
Okay,
there's
two
a
banana.
multitude of smokes over at that B site. So
Molly,
even though
sandbag,
Greyhound have control of sandbags, they're still
one
kind of locked
bracket,
down
one-
at the site until they've drained that util.
one in apps.
IHC have been a little bit more passive on the A bomb
Alice
side.
has
They've been
an
more
all
happy
the
to hold
H1
toward library,
PCT.
toward graveyard,
No, no, no,
and
no,
hit,
no.
rather than
Fuck.
pushing into brackets. And now, finally, Greyhound is able to strike first.
Nice
Again,
trade,
though,
Cabal.
confidence play.
Oron be on.
Cabal flashes himself out onto the
Ooh,
line
almost
and
got him,
gets a
almost got
double,
him.
nearly even a triple. And this is just not something we've seen from any other team.
Now the biggest thing for
Got
Greyhound is they do
3-3.
get the plan. It's a 3 versus
He's 10
3.
HP.
They've got time to set themselves up in a post. Score's currently still over at the A site, so you would expect IHC to wait just that little bit, that extra utility
Ooh,
that
yeah,
was
like two
highlighted
flashes and
before.
one smoke.
He's
They
probably
have-
worried that someone's trying to
they
cut
have
his
3
rotate off.
flashes
That's
now.
not the case, as we can see, but he takes a little bit of extra time to get over toward B here. He'll
Well,
be the
one
guy to
kit
send the other
on
two in. He's got the flashes in the back pocket.
Annihilation.
One up into the
Nice
air.
shot,
Blitz
Blitz.
off the back of it. We'll
This
peek
is
in onto
so
Sicko now.
fucking
Liaz and Inns
clutch,
have to
bro.
combine. One of them
Let's
smoked off. It's
go.
Liaz
Oh, we have
alone,
an
but he
info.
can win this round with a good
The body
spam
block.
through the smoke. The body block. They don't know.
No,
Oh,
fuck him.
but Liaz, he's made it happen.
Oh, but what does it cost them? What does it cost them in this
Unlucky,
round? You're on the board, you
unlucky.
lose everybody. T-side, you know, you can get a little bit more to get everything, but I've already seen that Galil with utility, if you want to do that, we've got a player that's only going to be going in with armor and an AK-47. You've got to give it to IHC for at least finding damage where it is deployed in that round, even though they drop it.
Still, massive, massive stuff from Liaz. Really heads up as well to
Liaz
recognize that
actually.
the first kill was not the defuser. Had to go for it again. And 5-1 the scoreline. Greyhound have their first, but is it the first of many? Or will IHC bounce it back? Techno
No, dude. Ooh, nice, nice,
fully
nice,
white,
nice.
but turns back around as Cabal throws a flash in
No
onto
more
Liaz. And
işte.
he who laughs last laughs loudest,
And
and it
ne
was
deneyeceksin
Techno
be?
in this instance that does that.
That's the first time we get the AWP out for IHC.
Bomb-
See what Annihilation's
bomb
going to be able to
bound.
do with that one. In
Oh.
through the
Ooh,
smoke,
it's
down
the-
to 8
oh,
HP.
yeah,
Meanwhile,
dude.
Annihilation
Yeah.
did find
Oh,
Alice there,
sure.
so
Yep.
whilst Greyhound get one on the board, the
Okay.
next one's just completely stolen away before they had a
Who
chance.
goes-
Yeah,
to
look, the grim reality of
banana.
it really is that Greyhound gets through
Who
that
car
last
right
round
now?
in a streaky fashion. They
Smoke
rely
to-
on an individual play, and that's not going to be enough to beat
Vexite
IHC right now,
integritet
who are on
av-
all facets
Ooh.
beating out Greyhound. Look at how
Vexite
quickly
damage
they're getting through this
aggressive
one.
тоглолттой билээ угаасаа.
To finish off Sicko,
Тэр бол Rare
and it's
Apple
just the
амар
perfect
панашч
response
дээ.
from IHC. They are proving they are the
Vexite
better
өөрхөн
team in
плейг
this
хийжлээс
matchup right
гэхдээ
now.
ялгаагүй
When you
хүчлээс.
go down, you lose a round like that, you go, whatever. We're breezing through this half and instantly bounce back. It's an even worse feeling for Greyhound because they would have thought
Жохон
that was their inroad
чимээгүүнүүд
into
энэ
the half.
Австрали аренад
Once again, they're
Жохон
back onto a
чимээ
save.
байхгүй биднэрт. Жохон чимээ байхгүй байна тий.
It's going to be that spiral that they can hopefully get themselves out of.
Заагаар буу
Because if you
гарчсан
find
хахад.
yourself between guns and
Гурван
between
нийттэй
pistols,
байна.
well,
Юу нийтлэх
you know,
юм
the
бол.
map's just going to get away from you.
За инхэл 3 хилтэй одоохондоо ерөөс 10
Shot from
тоглоо
Annihilation
гэдэг.
to start things off, but
Габал
these sort of
габал
rounds, you know,
тэнэл хийлгээд
don't want to be
Хийц
too
гол.
overzealous. Don't give the pistols an opportunity.
Голоо өгч байгаа юм байна.
Foul, but once again, IHC down
Нэг сайт
towards
нэг
Banana.
бит.
Really want to
Нэг
make it their
арчаас
home in these
тоглож байгаа юм байна.
situations.
За техно угаасаа толоо ороод ирсэн байгаа.
Where's the map control though from Greyhound? What are they going to be able to take? Impossible really to get Banana at this point. Very difficult to take brackets now. Obviously Annihilation watching it out with the AWP, and you don't have a smoke to smoke him off. You've got no flashes to layer over the top. So getting into either of these bomb sites feels almost impossible for Greyhound with the utility that they've got, let alone the weaponry as well.
За бойлер ахаа бойлер. На 3 гайс 3 ба. 10 орох юм байна. Ямар флаш
Ultimately,
гоор
Annihilation's too good to let that
энийг
opportunity go
нэг
begging.
Жаахан шатсан
And even the
сонссон.
extra
Битүүр
utility
сонссон
after.
бах тэрийг.
You know, it's being played to perfection at the moment from IHC in this round, just not giving Greyhound a chance. As they do manage to sneak up Dig just a little bit. That HE grenade is going to take backside. Extra on a Sicko and Liaz. Alistair now down half as well. So things are just crumbling.
What the
But as
fuck?
I say
How
that,
shot kill
3
out
versus
just,
3. A chance for a bomb plant here at least.
Бомбо таван
Well,
байна.
that's what Greyhound had to rely on. Some good shots
За
to get
3
themselves into the bomb
3
site, and they
нөгөө 3
provided.
нэг нийлээ
11 HP,
50
14
тамааш.
HP, and 38. It doesn't leave you with a whole
60
lot
нийлээ яг 60.
to work with on the behalf of Greyhound. Liaz is just toying with Annihilation at the moment. Sicko's picked up an M4. Is there a world where we get a bit of Greyhound magic? Techno drops Liaz, but still 2 to find. 1 in pit, 1 on the site. Sicko dealt with Annihilation, makes it look possible, but Ali is holding on to only a Glock. He pulled off some magic yesterday. Can he do it again? Headshot onto Cabal, but Techno pre-fire around the corner is too much.
Getting close. It's okay, but we got around.
It's an expensive one, but they have money to burn. And 7-1, it's another one that goes the way of the Mongolian squad.
Bit unfortunate for Sicko in that situation when he does find one player over towards the library. The second one popping out of apartments in the nick of time just catches him in the air. So, you know, these rounds that are getting very close for Greyhound. Actually are winning just narrowly. I gotta say, Alistair gave me a bit of a hope with that frag there, but unfortunately, an AK-47 when you've got, what, 14, 15 HP, doesn't really matter.
I didn't see anybody talking.
He just needed, you know, an extra couple of seconds to work with there. If there was 2 seconds less on the timer, Alistair might win that. Tucks himself into the corner. He knows he can't really swing and try and take that fight with a Glock. Never gonna win it. You know, even if he's got like maybe a P250, you almost give him a chance, but certainly not with the Glock. 7-1 the scoreline. IHC will reinvest and go down to not a whole lot of cash, but probably still enough to put together a reasonable buy next round.
The well hasn't really dried up just
yet, even though Greyhound have been tapping into it a little. Another good attempt for Greyhound in this 9th round.
Techno ганцаараа бай авчиг гэж байна. Ардаа хит хог шидэлцээ байгаа.
Meanwhile on IHC, they're going in for a bit of a bracket
play.
Boost on top of the porch, score underneath. You got Techno over at Dig as well, watching the apartments wrap out. So really strong position that IHC have provided themselves here. And some nice timing on that smoke at the top of mid will force Greyhound's hand to not be able to burst in towards brackets, and maybe that's a good thing. Given from our armchair position at the moment, that we can see what IHC do have up their sleeve.
Interesting hold from IHC. Both of them in the smoke. It's not quite going to work out. Vexside and Inns prepared, and they're able to trade down.
You expect 2 players here though still?
Not sure that you do. Especially not someone boosted up on the Bal and Techno to try to hold on. Techno already doing well. Drops the bomb, catches Ali as well. And they have not spotted Cabal up on the porch. And Liaz on 6 HP, he can't get himself out of this one now. Surely going to be seeing a nade fly over the top. 30 seconds. And Liaz drag Greyhound kicking and screaming through another round.
Be a bit of a miracle, and it's not going to happen either. It just feels like there was a little bit of a disconnect from Greyhounds when they just swing out in towards Dig. Ali caught looking a little bit lost. Well, looking around, trying to look at the side itself.
Yeah, like you said, they're probably not expecting 2 players there.
Yep.
The fact that Techno gets the first shot so cleanly onto Sicko kind of throws a bit of a problem in here, because Ali's expecting to have a bit of a look at the site. Liaz is a bit more worried about the pit. It's not an easy angle to win an aim duel with an AUG either.
Those situations where the call and the structure from IHC at the very beginning reaps a good reward for not really having to do too much, it would feel like. Right now, Flash down Banana, however, Avery in the way. Vexside's been hard done by. He wasn't even the intended target. Immediately, IHC, player advantage, still control of Banana. Apartments look from Annihilation on the AWP. It's a missed shot.
Greyhound
anything that they touch, it's turned into gold. It doesn't really matter what they're doing, where they're fighting, where they're contesting. And even if they're losing some of these early fights, they have that clutch power and the individual prowess at the moment that's getting them through rounds.
There's an opportunity to go here in CT Storm. I think with Story looking after that one. Already aware of the fact where the gaps are on this CT side. Down bottom of Banana. Greyhound is completely locked in towards Dig brackets.
IHC are just taking so much space so quickly, and they're getting all the info. They know exactly where Greyhound is at all times.
And Cabal's even playing safe. He's fallen back towards B, realizing that they've got a 2-player advantage. Don't give Greyhound the back in to not only just this round, but maybe even that half.
Well, Greyhound are going to start to work their way back up. They'll take their time clearing this out as well.
Нэг смог, дунаа нэг смог таарыг хийж байгаа юм байна. Шилж ороод нэг унаахад зэлж байгаа юм байна. Окей,
It's going to have to be that smoke in towards CT, and then Liaz is just going to have to hard clear the site. Like, there's no other option right now.
Or
they're going to have to just forget about it and hope that there's no one at back of sight. It's not obviously the option in the end as Liaz does go down and Greyhound are going to rely on Alistair to save the AWP. But it's a bitter pill to swallow for Greyhound as IHC will go up to 9 and 1 round away from double digits. This has not been a contest so far in the upper bracket final. IHC are proving to be the #1 team at yet another RMR. This one, the IEM Road to Rio. And they'd go back-to-back if they were to walk out in first place here.
Well, by the way that they've been playing this map so far, certainly does give good confidence for them. You know, there's always a chance for Greyhound to get back into this one, but it certainly has to be a wake-up for them.
Захад save
Alistair's AWP can be poking in towards this round, otherwise IHC will be finding double digits. And the rest of the weaponry for Greyhound doesn't really provide a lot of that power. You know, we know players are really good with these deagles, but when IHC are firing on full cylinders like they are right now, it's going to be hard to stop them. That is a good start, though. Alistair, 2 towards, that's B. It's open.
That's a very good start indeed, and this now has to be around the Greyhound converts. Surely can't go wrong here. I'm gonna stop talking though, because I did curse him a couple of times yesterday against Rare Atom, and I'll try not to do that again.
See if Blitz is going to be able to find anything. A couple of low players as well will make it potentially easier if he does lose his life for his teammates to clinch this one out.
Now it was a good flash onto him, but he's managed to get back into a really sizable position and does a significant amount of damage to Vexite.
Three players of Greyhound are really low at the moment. The HE grenade from Score can finish them off. The incendiary can get them within a tick or two. If they choose to go for it right now, because it is a 2 versus 4 at the end of the day.
Yeah, he does not want a bar of it. If IHC knew the HP numbers, maybe they'd give that grenade a crack, but it looks like Greyhound will get through this one. No caster curse this time.
Nope, just some classic Aussie CS where you've got pistols. But it's at the end of the day, not pistols that actually get things done in that round. Alistair taking point with an AWP.
They may not get out with all of these guns though. No, absolutely not. At the bottom of Nana, he's going to have an absolute field day. If he chucks that nade in as well, Ali would be dead. But yeah, it might just come down to the rifle in the end. No, doesn't matter. Score's got all 4. That's rough. So Greyhound will win the round, but again, it's a super costly one.
I saw the dollars. They've got enough to go in with a pretty comfortable buy.
They do, but the takeaway is that it is such a grind for Greyhound to even have the remotest success in this map. They're not out of the woods yet.
6 is definitely the target, though. Is it achievable? That's up to anyone's guess.
It'd be a good shout from Greyhound if they got to 6 from now.
Рамахыг алдвал
definitely what they're going to be aiming for. If they do, that's not a bad half. IHC have just looked far too dominant, and Annihilation is getting pretty aggressive with that AWP.
Well, he won the duel last time in Freezer, and he's won it again. Though a quick trade from Alistair on a different side of the map. He's just going to give no respect to the smoke that they've thrown themselves, and there's 3 of them.
Again, though, IHC is so fast on regathering that information, and there's no world where they don't know where Greyhound is right now. Cabal has spotted Ins in the arch, and so he recognizes there's going to be multiple Greyhound members coming toward him, playing accordingly and dealing with it as well. Bombs dropped.
Yeah,
IHC are fearless in taking map control and information, and they just don't stop. They don't give Greyhound even half a second to think or move.
And Vexite didn't even leave Banana during the whole course of that, so whilst he does find that frag onto Techno, 9 HP and a 1 versus 4 turn 3 is definitely something that's not achievable whatsoever. And as you say, the relocation from IHC has been absolutely gorgeous.
How fast does Score peek out a boiler there? See, hey, there's no one in bracket. I wonder where they could be. Maybe they went through the smoke. And Cabal's watching in CT, ready for them.
Yeah.
IHC are just
really
superb.
Really prime from them at the moment. That, you know, it does. I guess if you take what we've seen right now. And you look at it, what does the match against IHC was a close one in this map too.
Look, Gigi Hao, like I said multiple times today, I'm not going to count them out.
Yep.
It doesn't really matter who they're playing against tomorrow, whether it's Greyhound or IHC. I think they can definitely cause some trouble. And Techno's doing just that, running down Banana, ins with a nice trade, even though he was flashed out, but there's still more to get through. And Cabal has just been a brick wall. 19 and 4 on this map. No one is getting past this guy.
Absolutely ridiculous. And it's only the first half.
Блиц
See if
ячих
Greyhound can
барьцаа.
get anything with these pistols still, although, as I do say that, there's an opportunity to find Bal down to 11 HP now. Needs to call for his teammates to assist him. If he found
really
one,
well done.
that would have been big for him.
That's really well done from Greyhound. They know that by virtue of that tag on the way out, he's not going to be able to get deep into the site. He rushes the smoke. And
construction
Greyhound just goes straight through it.
And
And they know he's going to be close, so they're able to take him down really easily. But the round's not yet over. Score. 1 for 1. Annihilation does know where Liaz is, and he's going to hard clear the corner. But again, it's Liaz that will do the work for Greyhound. He's been the standout on this map so far. They have another round.
Yeah, but what can you really take from that? It's another pistol round that Greyhound get. It's not the gun rounds that needs to be the rounds that they are converting here to have a sensational half, to have even a comfortable remote chance of coming back in the half, because it's 10-3 right now. We've got Force come through from Greyhound once again. It's their third that they've elected.
They've got no eyes really for the second half, do they? I mean, yeah, they've got one, but like, if this ends up being a closer affair, for example, IHC are going to be the team that has a lot more time to think in the second half when the pressure really is on. Great shot from Liaz to get them into the site. Good follow-up onto Cabal, and then he wins the fight against the key players on the retake as well. He's pretty much done it on his own. Big round from him. 10 on the board, though, for IHC, double digits.
Yeah.
Greyhound would not be wanting to see that go any further.
Very workable scenario, though, that Greyhound can make a 10-5 half out of this one.
Нэг дэг 157 is max 7
Annihilation with the AWP, score with the L1S, and then it just trickles down a little bit worse there. And currently that AWP is over towards A. The rotation does start to happen for IHC, and they've completely relinquished control of Banana at the moment. So Greyhound, it's a bit of a different look.
Vexite гээд нэг орон орсон bullshit гаргадаг. Тэр уртаар бол
piece together a lot of information on where IHC are going to be playing. What does the buy actually look like?
Not very good is actually the answer.
Boiler control
айлгасан. For Cabal, he's been a big fan of picking that up.
Hard control
Saw it a fair bit in their game yesterday.
Манайхыг
The problem is
амар
they're
aggressive
walking into
тоглоод
the
болох юм
vicinity of this
байна.
AWP, and all Annihilation needs to do is find one, and it might give a false sense to Greyhound of what this purchase actually looks like.
Талаас бол нэг амар aggressive тоглохгүй. Түрүүний тоглож байгаа.
Greyhound are playing it quite slowly though.
Болоор smoke pushч 2 бig гэж
Showing a bit of a tendency to go
алуулсан.
back toward the B site. We might actually
За одоо бэр
see that
орсон.
Mag 7 get involved. It's not exactly the staunchest of defenses. Mag 7 and 5-7
Rotate.
for
Зуртал их шинж
IHC over
ялгаа.
B. But those are powerful weapons in the right positions, and you'd have to make the argument that these are the right positions. 5-7 to spam through the smoke, Mag 7 to play close. Util's gone through very nicely though from Greyhound, and it looks like they're into the site okay.
Oh, hang on a second. He's got a lot of opportunities here to dislodge. It's only good for one. Techno there as well. This is where things get a little bit rickety. However, the dust will start to settle. And Greyhound, again, in a 3 versus 2 situation, have a chance to find their perfect positions for this post plant.
Yeah, I think Blitz is probably just going to want to grab himself a gun and get out of there. Money's not great for IHC. Loss bonus isn't really building up just yet either for him. And it's the last round of the half, so if he can get the M4, the defuse kit, and get out of there, that's going to be a big play from him.
Yeah.
Really bolsters the buy next round for IHC, which already is going to look quite awkward.
Well, they've already done what they needed to in this half, essentially, right? They've gotten double digits. They've gotten in the heads of Greyhound, who are feeling it just by showcase of those timeouts, by having 2 of these 3 rounds being won by half by pistol rounds as well. Now you finally get another one going your way, which looks a little bit better. But by that point in time, the half's done. It all changes after this next round.
All right. Greyhound might be feeling a little bit better about themselves now, having secured at least 4.
Finals нарах юм бол ядаж
Just a massive battle for the smoke in that last round, wasn't it?
Дахиад максимум гаргаж ирж байгаа юм.
Will they make 5? Greyhound gets 5. I think they can walk away from this half feeling like it's been salvaged to a degree. Once again, you mentioned a bit of a substandard buy for IHC in the final round, but the extra M4, that'll be a big difference maker from Blitz. He almost gets in as well. And he doesn't get to do that if he doesn't have the M4 from the last round.
And Greyhound just not expecting that aggression immediately. Just a little bit of a push down Banana. It's still this battle of Banana that's not really working out for Greyhound. By the timing, score just didn't spot out Sicko. It will be a big duel for Greyhound to win in this situation. 3, you call it 2.5 versus 5 players on IHC. Very difficult situation.
Yeah. Good stuff for Greyhound. You're going to see the flash over the top again. You know, like, sure, score goes down there, but it's really perfect timing on the peak to get the info. As soon as Chico's fallen off the line, they're just reading this play so well at the moment, IHC.
Yeah. Ali does have a smoke. There is one down in Banana and one at the top of brackets as well. That actually is going to pick up. So they have the ability to go for a bit of an execute with 40 seconds to go. The problem is, where do you go? Your information that you gathered in the last couple of seconds, call it 20, is pretty much null and void right now. You have to win these duels, go for the contact players looking like what they're doing right now. And relying on Alistair, you get a late flank potentially happening if they don't spot anything at A. Now they do. Annihilation down to 1.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate for Greyhound that it's not converted into a kill, but Ali is trying to get into the B site. He doesn't know Techno's at coil to Val. Might have been spotted out there with the Mag 7, but 13 seconds to get in here for Greyhound, and all it takes is Cabal through the smoke to drop the bomb carrier, and the round is done, ladies and gentlemen. The half is done, 11-4 dominance from IHC in the first half of Inferno.
Going. 11 дөрөвөөр байраас олж байна guys. Арай л их хаадаг. Then second half.
At the moment, Greyhound need everything they can get to get themselves back into this map. And series, Komodo, it's their map choice.
Yep.
And they're down such an egregious amount of rounds that even if they do manage to come back with the pistol, it's going to be a tough road ahead. IHC are looking phenomenal, and they've also got their own map to look forward to. So
that's, yeah.
You think this is Not quite
Kabal
toward
Black
Black
Bart тоглож байгаа юм шүү дээ.
Greyhound, but if they don't get it done here on Inferno, the series
Kabal
gets tough
20
on
киллтэй
there.
багаа тоглож байгаа юм байна. Оосчудаас 9 киллтэй Лиас 9 киллтэй л байгаа юм
It's still in the
шүү.
back of Greyhound's mind, the upset that they would have on that map in recent time here locally. We do move into this pistol, however, Annihilation's been taken down to 1 HP. I think that's the third time that's happened in this map or something outrageous like that. It is Sicko looking to put up a good defense over at this B site at the moment. It's going to be Ins to assist on this one outside of the smoke, but maybe it is all on to Sicko to try and get something happening more with these dualies. It's not going to happen, as now the bomb plan is looking to
City banana.
There were still 2 defenders on that bomb site. IHC was going to struggle to get in there, but they managed to do it without loss, and what was looking like a good pistol round for Greyhound now starts to shift in the opposite direction. IHC 3 on 2. Annihilation is 1 HP more. He can still hit heads. And Liaz is now again left alone.
Одоо илүү тутам хийхгүй байсан. Зүгээр сайхан бомб орчихъя. Let's go. GG go next.
Is the scoreline. IHC win the pistol. And need I remind you that Greyhound has never beaten IHC on this map or indeed any map. 16-10 the scoreline the last 2 times they played Inferno against one another. I'm not even sure we're going to get to that.
No idea. No idea. This is Greyhound's arguable best map, most comfortable map, and they are 0 for 4 in the pistols that they have played over the course of this tournament so far. They lost both against Rare Atom, now they've lost both against IHC, and whilst they did win that game against Rare Atom on this map, this is not looking like a similar story whatsoever. That was 16-9, and so far IHC, they have just looked worlds above what happened in that series, and they win this pistol.
Oh, Lambada, what's
they come
up,
to this
bro?
next round where Greyhound have gone for the force. They've
I
dropped
see
this
the
one, Gordon.
lessons.
It becomes even more difficult.
Yeah, look, it becomes nigh impossible at that point. I think we're starting to hang on tenterhooks for
Гэтэ
Greyhound right
бухсан
now.
noisil.
They've got Deagles, 5-7s, bit of util to work with. IHC not rushing things, but they've already taken control almost.
Гэтэ 5-7 арас юутэй Deagle 5-7 зайс юутэй. Манайхан яа гэж бодож байгаа юм
He's
бэ?
in a really good position here for IHC. He's going to trade out position with Cabal, who does just have that Mac 10 and can be more reliably sent in to clear the angles out.
What the fuck?
He's a headshot on the way through. Survives.
It's cheeky. See if it's going to change anything for him, and the remainder
That's
of
the
this round
Deagle.
start to see a rotation.
Yeah, boiler
from
apps
Ins,
тойр байгаа.
but
Boiler нэг
this is a round
apps
where
нэг.
IHC, they're playing it smart, they're playing it passive, they know they've got better guns.
За
they're
бомб
looking to a trap.
бэрүү яваарчлаа.
Does prompt
Энэ rap хийж байгаа бат араа.
IHC are back towards the A site. Liaz again strikes Deagle in hand this time.
За одоо бэрүүг.
Can't get anything done from Arch.
There's a bit of damage
За
though.
нэг нь
to
явсан,
score.
нэг нь сэтэр
Softens
явсан.
up two of
Би
these
сонсцсон
IHC
баг.
members now.
Yeah, but Techno's heard that rotation. And
Аяг
he's
ч
going to call that
яваа
out to
байна.
score. They'll be pretty aware once they
Мод
clear out this
шалангууд
corner that
одоо
there's
шүү
going
барамталтайгаа
to be
мэдчихэж байгаа
someone
даа.
inside of Ruins. Time of
За
factor though for
гойтрий.
IHC now.
Яа,
They've got
2-9
to clear
гол
inside
болчихлоо.
out and they've got
Яа,
to do it
1-9
now.
гол,
Bomb
1-9
stock on the
гол.
floor. Blitz has to plant.
Yay.
He's
He's by
going to be denied.
himself. There's no
He didn't
time.
get
There's
the
no
time.
time.
And Alistair will finish him off anyway. IHC for the first time kind of make a meal of it.
Жоохон
And for
паниктчлаа
the
тий.
first time, I would like to be saying that Greyhound do get around with the pistols with the force. It's the third time that they've won it. Their gun rounds are the thing that has been quite lackluster. Now is the chance for them to ensure that their CT side starts off nicely. They drop pistol, they get the second. It actually puts IHC in a bit of a worse scenario because they don't get that added bonus of that extra loss. So coming into this one now, it is going to be the force up for IHC to get back in toward this.
Okay guys.
Actually, very
За
interested to see what their T
дарцгай.
side does look like, given by the fact that they only need 4 rounds to close
За
out this
альтастаар
map.
одоо Wildstone Greyhound ер нь одоо бүгсээ татцсан байгаа хөө.
Good flash.
Саат
Top of brackets,
цэн
good damage
хөлөө
delivered over towards
Yeah,
IHC so
please
far.
unlucky.
Blitz gonna get the bad end of that one.
За анхилчдээ дигэлч юм амар ийс ч юм. Камерны ажиллах болж юм.
Yeah, it's been a while since we had to see IHC playing with pistols only. I mean, there was a couple of instances in the last half where they had to go to a half
Бомбо
buy
миксэд
with some
тачаад
rifles and
2-2
some
салаад
pistols,
хийх
but
яваадсан.
just the pistols for IHC in this one. Bit of banana control again for them.
Гэтэ энэ баг 12-6 болцсон баха.
And they get into the B site with what they've got. Yes. 2 smokes and a molly. Sounds like more than enough if they're
За нэг
used
нь нэг
correctly.
бокс дээр бүүсэлцсэн.
Smoke towards CT and a smoke
Нөгөөх
towards
нь
coffins doesn't
half
sound
and
like a
down
bad shout right
Шин
now.
смок гарчлаа.
Vexite combined in time with his good damage with the HE grenade, which is going to absolutely land on Techno. And with Sicko's position as well, not going to be burning. Can be a pretty wise one later on. Techno has walked into that molly.
Look, I can understand why IHC wants to pick the pace up there. They know they're on a timer. They know that once their smokes fade and their molly fades, their chances of getting into the B bomb site are significantly diminished. But I'm not sure that running straight into a molly and dying to it,
well, you give over less money,
is really going to help. So, all right, bit of a freebie there for Greyhound in the end.
12-6.
5 alive, that'll go away as well.
Should be a save as well from IHC coming through.
Winning that one is pretty much guaranteed the 2 for Greyhound. So the chance to, you know, make it 12-7, bring it within 5. You win your first big gun round that you're going to see against IHC's T-side. Do start to then wonder, all right, does this CT side hold a little bit more weight to it? Do we get the Greyhound that we're kind of expecting coming into this series? Because we're getting the IHC that we're expecting. We're getting the IHC that's looking, you know, major ready. Good grenade from Sicko.
Two round нийгэнд өглөө.
IHP to 0.
Yeah. This should just be a clean round from Greyhound. They need to keep 5 guns alive.
Skor зигэлтэй байна.
Build a bit of confidence back up. It's not an unassailable lead.
Йоо, нийтнээр амар.
To do that on the CT side is going to require a strong economy because at some point you're inevitably going to lose a round or there's going to be close, tight rounds against a team like IHC. So you need to build that buffer up, and this is the round to do it in. Inns would be the perfect player to answer this call, and that's exactly what you want. 3 kills on the MP9. SMG gives you a bit of extra cash, and Greyhound, well, they've started their campaign on the CT side.
Now's the big test, though. Now is the time that IHC bring up the big weaponry and see what they want to be going for. You know, their CT side positions, their protocols on that side of the map were awesome.
Эхний бонер раунд, эхний бонер раунд заарцаа.
It didn't even look like Greyhound had an in that round whatsoever. So I'm wondering what sort of CT side you get from Greyhound now that they're charging up against the rifles. And really, for me, what does CT side bear for IHC right now? What have they been able to figure out from GH so far? An apartment play seems to be the lay of the land for IHC at the moment. If you continue to go to that, you walk into Ali's AWP.
Yeah.
That can be scary and a way in for Greyhound.
Even though he's 9 and 13 right now, he's been quite good with the AWP.
No.
Liaz as well peeks off the contact, and that's gone horribly wrong for IHC.
За,
Nate does get the trade back onto Liaz, but of course, Alistair survives. So overall, 1 for 2. Greyhound will be happy with that. And even better, Cabal drops to Inns as he walks his way out from Boiler. These almost look perfect for Greyhound. Alistair decapitated by Annihilation, who is a scary prospect.
Be careful here though. Inns needs to get at least one, and he does manage to do so. They know where Blitz is. He's just peeking out.
Nice.
And now the shifting tides are starting to happen. Blitz,
where's the bomb
1 versus 1 on towards Sicko. But does Sicko spot that one? Is it up in
I don't think so.
It is in apps.
I don't think so. Liaz would have had to have gotten that info way earlier on in the piece. He has been the pick of the bunch for IHC. Really in this event so far. Good head and shoulders above the rest. And it's been Cabal and Blitz today for IHC that have performed. So he's a really reliable member to have in this bunch. He's going to make noise dropping out of pit. Whether or not he does that quickly enough is a big factor in this round. Sicko's creeping his way forward. Could this be 5,000 IQ from Blitz? He turns.
Let's go!
Wins the 1v3. How does he know?
What idea do you have to recheck that situation? There are so many different angles that Sicko can come and try to win that round from. He could even rotate over towards B.
Yeah, I mean, this looked like it was going to be the perfect round for Greyhound. And then this one shot from Annihilation onto Alistair, I feel is kind of what opens it up. If Annihilation goes down there, it's Blitz in a 1v4. And look, I mean, I wouldn't have backed him to convert a 1v3, but a 1v4 is another step above that as well.
Yeah.
Timeout comes through.
Guys.
Bit of a chat. IHC have got a very important round there, but they've got one more really before they break Greyhound. Greyhound, they've got themselves one more chance here.
Yeah.
If it goes to 14-7 though, money's gone for Greyhound.
Biggest thing is that Greyhound need that essence of padding. They need that essence of not seeing IHC get to that winnable spot without having a state of economy. You want to see them get double digits as well before that potential happens.
Блицэг ийм клаш
Got the Lils on IHC side at the moment with a bit of utility.
I like this. try to enable Alistair. He's been really
Alistair-ийн хогийн boost
impactful on
хийхгүй,
this map.
юм лолрын boost хийхэд.
Oh, it's a bit of a risky jump though.
Desperate. Wall bank. He's wall bank. He's desperate now.
Yeah, how much has he studied the school of Ricky as well? How much do you spam through that wall? Not a whole lot, according to Alistair. Not that it's really going to convert into too much now.
Монголын бол үлдээг юм CD side.
But
Манай
IHC have drawn a fair bit of the
манай хоёр
CT
мал
util out
та
already.
site таавал аавна.
That would have been a
Nice.
big pick.
Хоёлаа шат алдсан.
Needs to be really careful that he doesn't allow the T's to
The man
walk
can't
up that
control.
side wall, get the better of him. He still does have some assistance in the form of Vexite.
Арч талд хоёр байгаа юм. Copy тэгээ
Really
арч.
see Alistair trying to force the issue over there.
Лиас
Nana, but
бодж игэл зайлах юм
IHC
биз.
have other ideas. They've
They
headed
need
to
ammo
bracket.
need
We have the
Big
spam
nade.
a little bit too early. The nade though perfectly timed.
Амар нэтэрсэн. 50
Boost up
damage.
as well, but what is it going to be able to provide
Ой,
for him
boost
at the
амар
moment?
хараад
Can he
байна.
spot over this one? Cabal's looking after that.
Ой, ой,
That
ой,
is
ой,
very
ой,
unfortunate for
they're
Greyhound at the
whipping, they're
moment. This
whipping
play doesn't
hard.
go the way of Zico, and it's IHC winning all
Save,
the
save, go
duels
save,
necessary
go save, go
to try and
save.
convert this into a
You got to
14th
save.
round.
You have to save here as Greyhound.
Go
They don't
save.
have the money to buy into the next. It's a 1900 loss bonus for them. It's not going to be enough money
Nice, nice,
unless
nice.
they save these weapons.
Айлч айцсан биш дээ. Shot on хоолцсон нэ guys.
It won't be the economic
Shot
reset
on
that
Holst.
IHC was looking for that pretty much would have given
Others
them
are
the map,
shaking
but
right now. They can't hit shit.
14-7. You know, you're one round away
Try
pretty
to
much
boost
from
it. What?
getting things
You don't
done
have
then.
to
Because
jump
if they
on
do
it.
go on to win the next round,
Jesus.
the money bonus hasn't really still built up enough for Greyhound
Бараг
to
харагдаад
give them a fighting chance to fight for
Smoke
overtime.
жоохон deep байсан юм уу баран. Баран толгой.
Greyhound
Тэн
are
дээр
really
чинь
just on the
нэг
edge.
зүгээр
They're
зогсож
hanging on
байгаад
by
араас
their
нь ч
fingernails.
бүсэлчихдээ шүү дээ.
And IHC are walking up
Суухыг
ready
бүсэлж
to
байгаа.
sink the boot in.
They need a helping hand, but unfortunately no one can really give it to them right now. 14-7. Any mistakes from here?
Тэсний бустыг харуулдаг хичээлээ.
And I guess they do have the saving grace of a lower bracket game as well tomorrow if they do end up losing, but against an on-form
Лид
GG
чинь
Howe,
смогны
it's going to be
цаагаар
another
алцсан юм шиг.
big challenge that you have to go up against.
Time out атсан.
Taking a moment to recompose
Greyhound
them. This is the
certain time
final
after,
timeout that Greyhound have available to them. So it's going to have to be a bloody good one.
За Монгол аягүй хэцүү.
Conversation to be had. How do we get 7 rounds in a row? How do we get
Контр
9 rounds
контр
in a
Монгол
row?
аягүй хэцүү. Сико
That's pretty
буутаа
much what they
газар
need to
аваа.
do. Otherwise, we
Сико
go into a
боо.
Mirage, which is a choice of IHC, with a very confident IHC as well.
Буутаа байна. За
Good
фул
buyout for
байтаа байна.
Greyhound,
Тэ жоон
but
баг
again, I
тэлсэн.
will highlight, they don't have a lot of money here. So if they lose this, it's probably a death sentence for the map.
It's not even 4 pieces of utility for everybody on Greyhound either, so a little bit of extra for the next round. See if you can provide yourself at least something. But the damage has been done already. Techno down to 10 HP. You got a little bit of this banana control that you're still going to leave Vexite there. Alistair going for the apartments peak, so they're trying to feel across the map. And maybe a default at this point in time might not be the answer. You've got that rotation happening over towards the A side now too for Sicko, so they're really just hedging bets that it is going to... Something's going to happen over at this A side. A challenge, a win, a duel, doesn't go their way.
Something did happen on the A side, I'll tell you that score. I feel like he hasn't really activated yet in this event, but he is also one of my favorite players from the Mongolian region. He is an absolute nutcase sometimes, and that is a little bit of a glimmer of what you might get from him if IHC makes it to the major. He's a really good player.
Sicko needs one more.
Drops to Sicko, and you're right, he does. He gets it, but Score finding the trade.
Score is the beast, bro.
They already spotted Liaz over at the balcony as well, so they know another player towards the side of A. They know that Vexite is probably going to be that B player. He's a new addition. We'll see how he is going to handle things by himself. This 1 versus 2. See if he can at least get it. There's the first one and the second. He's bunkered it down.
I was going to say,
provided an opportunity.
It's winnable for Vexite. He is a bit of a prodigy coming through from the ANZ region. Pushes Score forward.
Ace.
But then again, you've got a prodigy coming through from the Mongolian region as well in Score. It's a 1v1. Liaz has the HP advantage, but Score, time on his side, has that bomb plan. Down goes for the peak. Liaz will keep it alive for Greyhound.
That would have been an ace to Score as well.
Oh.
Mind you, the dirty one to come out onto Vexite in that situation, just going through the flames. Very ambitious, but he gets the job done. 4-4. It's a little bit unfortunate, but
Yeah.
for the Greyhound fans out there, it's not that 15 that backs them so far into the corner. They're a little bit out.
You got to give some credit to Vexide there. Winning the 2-on-1 duel on B is really what let that one go the way of Greyhound. He hasn't had any, like, I don't think big clutches so far in this event, Vexide, but
he did have that 3K spray down.
Yeah, but he's had a lot of like really impactful mid-round kind of plays. That's more so what I'm getting at. So we haven't, talked about him in that respect where we say like, oh, Inns and Alistair pulling off those clutches against Rare Adam. Vexide's been getting it done a little bit earlier. And Sicko now as well stepping up. Greyhound are not done yet.
They're biting back a little bit in this one. Bomb at least retrievable for annihilation. But Sicko looking for an ace of his own. Score now in a 1 versus 4 turned into 3. It would be a big round to come out from him.
I mean,
I almost feel capable, like to a degree.
I feel possible for Score, and what a killing blow it would be for Greyhound if he did win this one.
Score clutch юм санагдаад
Be a
байгаа
1-on-4. The second big clutch for IHC if he does convert it. Alice is in a good spot, bit of an off angle. Shoulder check from Score though, and he'll back himself into that fight. AK versus Famus every day. It does cost him a lot of HP, but look, it puts him in a position that could make this round winnable if he can get the bomb down and get off the site. He can win it, but he's taking his time clearing the site out, waiting to see if there's going to be any peek from Greyhound, and in that time, he's giving Vexide and Liaz the opportunity to rotate across.
Yeah.
And even though he'll probably get the bomb down here, it really restricts his options in terms of getting off that site safely. He can't do anything too crazy. We'll get into pit, but I feel like this is a fairly expected position for Greyhound.
Well, they'll know that he is relatively low from that Famus that did get a bit of damage out to it. It's going to be the ladder.
I don't know about that. This smoke could potentially help Score. If they don't clear pit and run that timer down, it now starts to become a winnable round for Score. He can spam through the smoke, rotating his position in pit. He's behind the smoke. It's a winnable round. He gets Vexide, but Liaz,
is there time?
Just in time, I think, has got it done. There's fist bumps on the stage, Komodo. Round 1 by Greyhound.
Nice try.
14-9, and they hang on.
They're not making it look easy. That is for certain. IHC are giving a good challenge.
And this is why Liaz has that Clutch Master title within the
Clutch
ANZ
Master? What are you
region.
talking about? He was
I
like
feel
10
a bit silly
HP.
every
They were
time I
2 of
bring it
you.
up
What the
because
fuck are you
it's kinda
talking
like
about?
talking about the past, right? When he used to play on Kings and even before he went over to Renegades.
Shut up. I don't want to listen
He
to
was
you.
the guy that in a 1v3.
These Aussie fucking commentators always talking shit.
Now it's coming down
Stupid.
to 1v1s more so, but he has been really impressive in those XVX situations, and he's been keeping it alive for Greyhound. He has been the linchpin, even though there's been good effort put in by everyone else.
But how many times can you keep asking for him to do something time and time again? These rounds whilst Greyhound are winning them, goes back to the thing that they need to be careful of their own economy. There's going to be an apartments bust at the moment that is mopped up by the man in question. 4 quick frags, and it's just on to Blitz. It's looking very plausible for double digits. Liaz won't get his ace.
Everyone's looking for the ace, aren't they? But no such luck this time. They won't want to be giving Blitz too many opportunities because he's liable to grab a couple more heads, do a lot of economic damage, which will still be a problem for Greyhound. Should not be a winnable round, though. Crowd is starting to get a little bit involved now as well. I feel like there's a little bit of belief that maybe Greyhound can do this.
Yeah, Score's on fire, man. Score's on fire.
So every time you see a big round coming through from Greyhound, there is a bit of a cheer. And I think that will be spurring them on as well.
Sicko's going to be spotting Blitz here. I guess the pass mark for this round is going to be just to find him and not lose another soldier. If he takes away the AK, that's fine. You know what other purchases coming around the corner for IHC. Big thing for Greyhound here is that they do get double digits. You talked about the 7 rounds they need in a row to tie things up. You talk about the 9 then to win it in regulation. Well, they've gotten 3 out of those 7/9.
Yeah. I mean, they're not even halfway yet.
Yep.
But dare I say it starts to look doable.
Oh. I think the next gun round for IHC is really going to be the tell. If Greyhound can win that one, you know, it's back toward the pistols.
Sure.
Given max loss bonus, they can go in with a bit of a, extra utility, upgraded pistols for sure, but That next one is really going to be a good tell.
Yeah.
It'll bring Greyhound within 1, within 2, depending on the buy that IHC do choose to go for.
It's a conversation that crops up a lot, though, when we're talking about Greyhound. They are a tenacious team. They will never give up, and we saw that yesterday against Rare Atom on Vertigo. They did not let that game slip away.
Yeah. Mind you, Greyhound don't have any timeouts to discuss these situations, too. They've
That's
used
true.
them all.
Yeah, I mean, and we highlighted that at the start of the map. They had to go through 3 of their timeouts in that first half trying to salvage anything. But as you say, this gun round, an important one. Alistair's on a FAMAS.
It's going to be a cheeky boost for Vexite getting up on top. Will they expect Techno to already be this close? That's an audible sound cue. Gives away something to Techno. It's going to bait out some utility.
Cross.
IHC have banana control now.
Score, is he thinking about that wallbang?
Wouldn't put it past him.
Couple of shots fired. He's given away his position. Now would be the time to do it if he was going to, but looks like he's just backing off.
Banana control.
Elias will be okay.
Scores and abs.
Molotov's not going to isolate them too hard. Doesn't land on top.
Back to second mid. So we have 4 banana now.
They will live to tell the tale, but when
Body
you decide to
utilities, we
feed
have
over
3
a
smokes.
rotation, you've
One
got no
flash.
control, no information rather, towards what's happening
There's
over
so
at Banana.
much util.
Yeah.
We
Look
have
at how
equal
much util is
util.
still there on the ground for Vexite to pick up. There's a smoke and a Molotov still in his
That
back
wall is
pocket.
kind of fucking.
Zuko not holding on to anything.
40
2
seconds.
versus 5 though at the moment if IHC did decide to go in, so finally that rotation does happen for ins.
But it's going to be a re-smoke coming through here from Vexite, surely. No, the Molotov does
why?
go down. That's what he wanted to prioritize, and fair enough. 1 for 1 on the entry.
Team kill.
It is. Sicko still at the back of sight. His position, no, but
This
ends
is
up
not
in the
good.
flower
This
pot.
is 11th.
Not
11th for
spotted.
him.
Annihilation.
Uh-oh.
Where has that come from? It's 24 HP for him. And
Okay,
maybe
we got
a
a bomb
winnable round
plant,
for
at least.
IHC if they can get the bomb plant down, but Vexite's still close.
Liaz is going to be coming over towards CT. Where does he fancy putting a HE grenade, if at all? You've got a player advantage, a smoke for Vexite as well. If you want to get that on toward the bomb. Got to start to clear out the site. There's that HE. It goes over towards Nubox, but it doesn't get the killing blow.
Right, man.
It's drawn out the peak from Blitz, though, so they're going to know where he is. Annihilation is going to be the X factor, but there's really nowhere else for him to be on the bomb site. They've cleared everything.
Lucky.
Greyhound will win another. 1 step closer to equalizing.
That was the gun round Jordan that I was talking about. That's the one they needed to convert on over to get, a semblance that this comeback is doable right now. 14-11.
Yep.
It depends on what purchase IHC is going to come into this round with. Of course, the bomb plant helps a little bit extra with the loss bonus that they do get provided into this next one. And with 2 members of Greyhound surviving, it doesn't phase them too hard because they started to build up a bit of economy on this CT side.
Oh, we have money, but we can buy. Is there a tech timeout or?
Yeah.
We
That
have a
said,
tech timeout.
It is still IHC's map to lose. Like, let's not lose sight of that. 3 rounds the advantage for them. It has been tough going in this second half, but they've built themselves enough of a lead that even though Greyhound is going on this nice streak, IHC, they get to the point where the loss bonus is starting to build up. If they get bombs down, they're going to be able to continually buy into these rounds, and all it takes is just one little mistake from Greyhound. IHC wins 1 round, they confirm overtime at least.
This buy sounds to me as well that they've got an idea of how to win this. You got a Mac 10, you got a Tech 9, you now have a grenade that is taking away a significant amount of damage. I actually think that changes things. Will Greyhound be ready for this haste?
They haven't slowed down at all, have they, IHC? Straight up into brackets. They're onto the site already. Greyhound are locked out of their own site by smokes.
There's a lot to still go as well. 3 smokes that IHC have held on to. This is going to be very tricky.
It's a very safe plan, though, from IHC. The pit players will be happy with it, but it doesn't really give you a whole lot of room to work. Greyhound, though, a fast rotate from them, and a good old-fashioned 5v5. This is going to be a big round for Greyhound as they set up for the retake. 4 through bracket side, 1 through Moto. Sicko's already gained a lot of map positioning, but as you said, smoke's still available for IHC. And Greyhound has to go. Annihilation finding the first. Trade's not coming through quickly enough yet from Greyhound. IHC have done it, and Greyhound will now have to face map point.
I told you that IHC had a plan going into that round with the purchase that they gave themselves, a quick one and that, and it was the thing that did it. That's 15 now. That's map point for IHC. And at the end of that one as well, yes, the bomb explodes and takes a couple of IHC members with it. I don't care. But no, that's exactly right. What a round to come through. It's not every day that you do get a round as quick as that on the A side of Inferno of all things.
Greyhound maybe just overthinking it a little bit on the retake. You know, they sort of played themselves out of that round with the time. Didn't get in there quickly enough, and now they are staring down the barrel of a defeat on map 1. It's been a solid effort to bring it back to where it is. Greyhound are not falling over without a fight, that's for sure. Alistair has provided the first kill in the round.
You just need to make sure that you don't fall over your own sword in this round.
Liad's MP9 in hand. He's see score turn away, but a good position to play from with a short-range weapon.
Motherfucker.
Uses it to perfection.
Yeah, he's good.
They've still got 3 players around this A side at the moment as well.
How many kills he got now?
It'll be a good one from Cabal and Annihilation. Start to piece together methodically.
I think these different beasts
step, though, Alistair onto Annihilation. It all falls back onto Cabal.
1v4.
Cabal knows where Annihilation is. Rather, where Alistair is.
He's going to meet Annihilation.
Oh, that's slow.
He might. He'll meet him in heaven, I think, because that round is going to go the way of Greyhound. 15-12.
Money is tough now.
All right, they've run out of chances now, though, Greyhound. They cannot afford a mistake any longer.
Mine is tough.
IHC timeout here, giving a little bit of their own decision-making a chance. Gives a bit of a breath for Greyhound, you know, using theirs early on. They can figure out how to get back into this one. That wasn't a great purchase by all means, but as you mentioned, Liaz on the MP9, giving a good old go to try and get them into OT now.
We're
money still doesn't look so
we're forcing
for
it.
Greyhound. You've got a Famis out there for Vexite. You'd want everything you can get at this point if you're on the CT side. Alistair providing that opening with the AWP, and then again, Liaz just making something out of nothing. MP9 is all he had to play with. You know, 14 and 17 for Alistair, but for me it really feels like he's having more impact than that with the AWP.
Yeah. This is tied for the scoreline that
Greyhound have ever gotten
in terms of rounds against IHC. 16-12 is the best
Are
they've
we
ever done.
trying to find
Wasn't on
banana?
Inferno though. This is their best performance on Inferno so far, Greyhound.
Yep.
Against IHC.
That was Dust 2. 16-12.
Yep. Well,
Oh, you jinxed it. Now it's going to be 16-12, alright?
Vexite down to 1 HP.
One side, one side.
Eliminated by Score.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Nice.
Eventually falls.
I have 2 guns now.
Guns down though. Ins. Gotta get a rotation over. A bit
first
of damage done
box
to
to
Annihilation
test.
in the piece, but it's a bomb plant down. All members of IHC gonna tuck themselves in towards the side.
They haven't been able to get off the side though, and that can be a little bit
kapatlı
problematic. No
inside into
ability to
Milli
play
Ahmed.
from Banana. It's all from the same
Oh,
angle.
nice.
Greyhound also have a lot of util to get back
Give
in
money
for this
back.
retake, so it's very doable. That nade is going to go a little bit wayward. You'd like to see it land on top of Annihilation, but Cabal, he brings it into his own, and it's done. IHC have won map 1. A stoic effort from Greyhound to keep it alive, but in the end, they just ultimately did not get enough done in their first half, and IHC will go through 1-0.
1-0. You pick your pick, brother. Your pick. GG. Сая каста jinxтэй 16-аар Dust 2 хамгийн сайн байсан. Jinxтэй. За дараагийн map Inferno guys. Оркестр задлаа. Үлээ. Яаш.
skin, you can see it beat, intoxicating your energy. First time in so long you felt the heat.
Чи дээ кейс өгөөч таа.
Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere.
It's like a dream.
Олимпиадын айд яваад байна би. Контент юм болчихсон.
I know the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue.
Gonna go a little bit wayward. Like to see it land on top of Annihilation.
Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere.
Хэдэн кейс аа.
This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the radiate, radiate, radiate. Gravitate, gravitate, gravitate. Innovate, innovate, innovate. Move like the
За 5 кейс цаад.
We lost our minds in the darkness of night. We live to die. We lose our souls every day. We lost our minds. We don't remember what's wrong and what's right. The world is dead, but we stay. 'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die. We live to die. And we surrounded by the night. We live to die. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon.
Кейс явуулчихаа. Кейс явуулчихаа зоо хүлээж ам заадлаа. Panic fracture mo. За Prismas эхлэв да.
We are just shadows. It's supposed
За IHC-ийн аз байна уу? IHC-ийн аз байсангүй. Stat track though. Oh my god, this fucking gun. Энэ унчвал гоё юм. Энэ унчвал ашиг их гэдэг нь. So far, typical case scamming right now. Typical scamming. Fuck hell. Okay, 2 left. За, сүүлийн case. Oh shit. Зүгээр гоё харуулж яваад. За case-д плейн гэдэг. Коммонсигийн шалтгаан бол зөндөө case-д л жаллаа шүү сүүлээ ханаг. За, энэ тоглолт руу гэж орцсон. Би IHC-ийн азуутлыг би бүгдийг авчлаа заа.
Into this, we're probably at the best we've been for a while, so we're gunning for it for sure.
You like it, you wear it. Bullshit.
If it's a problem, I'll go to the bar and I shut it down. Get on my section, don't bother with lames. I'm watching these bunnies bounce. Shorty, you 10, the rubber band, come on for the 100 pound. All of this talk, but don't run a mouth. I'm trying to be out.
За easy хойно л юм бро guys.
When we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving. All I really wanna know. When we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving.
Таваад үзэндээ. Эхлэн индээс хэдэн үзэж байна юм. 4.5 үзсэн шүү. Метагийн ч 6000 үзчихсэн шүү дээ. Одоо 13-нд болсон байна. Метаг одоо 3k. өөр нэг хүн гэсэн юм лээ. Нөгөө нэг контр стрим гэдэг үсч чи. Нэг ч юм уу хэлчихсэн юм шиг л байна. Мартчих юм лээ.
Stay in the house. Lock the door.
Still paid up it's off stream. Одоо нэг paid up гэх юм ба. Аяга ч дөрөвтэй. Дараа л гэдэг.
Take us to your grave.
IHC are one map away from qualifying to the major. This is IEM Road to Rio Asia, and they once again are looking to be our first seed out of the region. They did the exact same thing last time around in the, what you might call the Asia Minor, I guess at this point, for lack of a better term. It's great to have Asian Counter-Strike back on LAN, and obviously that qualifier involving ANZ teams down under. Couldn't really ask for too much more, Komodo, except maybe Greyhound taking the win in this series. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. We've seen Greyhound drop their map pick of Inferno. Now we're moving on to IHC's choice, and look, Greyhound have got a lot of work to do.
Well, for the fans here, they would absolutely love for Greyhound to be able to pick this one up and send us into the decider for Dust 2. And I guess if you've got a big series that is qualification to a major, going to the third map, going the distance might be the big old exciting thing. But on the opposite spectrum, if you've got the team that gets the win, doing it quite cleanly, it bodes well for what their progression might look like during said major.
Yeah, that said, obviously IHC coming into their own map. It's not as if this is a map Greyhound doesn't play. Mirage, we've seen them on many a time, and it's actually a map that they do handle relatively comfortably. The only issue for me is, obviously with this entire map pool, we've seen these maps cropping up a lot between IHC and Greyhound before, and Greyhound has never won a map against them. So the expectation very much has to be IHC to win this series 0.
And it's also Mirage is not one of the maps that you would have in like Greyhound's top 3 as well, right? So it's generally not one that they would want to be going towards if they had the choice. But of course, permabans and then picks, what have you, it doesn't really go their way. So it's got to be in the forefront of their minds that they've dropped map number 1. They've got to have full focus in towards this one here, and I'm more on the line of thoughts that we know domestically they got a very bad result handed to them recently on this said map. So you know that they, or you would hope rather, that they practiced on this map.
I mean, I think it's very easy to fall into the trap as Greyhound or even as an ANZ fan of saying, oh yeah, look, this map is not too bad for Greyhound, that map's not too bad for Greyhound. Because they win so consistently domestically, they do have some overinflated map stats that when you see them play internationally, that can sometimes be exploited. And that may have been something that kind of cost them a little bit in that series against Rare Atom yesterday when they played on Ancient. They said they'd been scrimming it a little bit, it'd been going well in scrims, but when you go up against a team that is able to play it reasonably competitively compared to maybe the domestic competition, obviously it's a bit of a different story. So I think that's something that they're going to have to be pretty wary of if they do end up playing against GG How tomorrow, potentially. Obviously, that's been a map that GG How have liked to go towards in both of the series we've seen from them today. It's unlikely that Greyhound are going to get past with banning Ancient, because they do have a perma ban that is not Ancient. And so there's a very high likelihood that they will have to play that map tomorrow if we see them drop this series. And I think based on the performance against Rare Atom, you could consider that going to be a tough map for them. Either way, it does look like we've got a little bit going on the stage, maybe on both sides. So not going to be jumping into map 2
Тэрэн зүгээр сонирхсан л биш л шүү дээ.
Time to take a step back and
Аз
take a look at this
тацаач.
as a holistic thing. For IHC, obviously, one map away from making it through to the major. Very, very big opportunity for them. Going back to the major as well, as an Asian representative, really starts to reinforce the fact that you are the top dogs within the region, right? It used to always be Tyloo and Renegades. Like, those would be the two teams that I think if you asked someone who's coming out of the Asian region, 9 times out of 10, they're going to say either Tyloo or Renegades.
Yep.
Now, though, you have to change your internal mantra. You have to have a bit of a discussion with yourself and have a bit of a think. And I mean, chances are you're going to have to pick a Mongolian team these days.
Yeah, exactly, right? With what we've just seen recently from teams like Wings Up, you've got Mongolian region really started to step up. You've got now IHC as well. Of course, you got a lot of names that you can throw out. You know, you put all of those teams into a big competition, and it would be a very good fight for one.
Imagine 8 teams.
8 teams,
right?
That'd be lovely.
How many Mongolian teams would we see making it through to the latter stages of a bracket if we had 8 teams at this event? You know, how many of the ANZ teams? Like, would it just be Greyhound, or could the likes of an Encore or a Vertex manage to push the issue in the Asian region?
Not to take away from Middle East as well. GG How, they're certainly turning heads here. They turn my head, so it's really cool to see.
Yeah, and I know there are a couple of other teams kicking around in the Middle East. I had a bit of a look at that qualifier, and the former Highlighters roster, a lot of those core members still sort of having a bit of a run at things, and NASA has a roster still as well. So there's potentially no shortage of teams that could come through to an event like this one if it was increased to 8 teams. Either way, IHC and Greyhound still getting themselves ready on the stage, so we are going to take a step back into the break. Do not go too far away. Map 2 is coming up next.
In this event in particular, because other teams are flying to Australia to play, whereas we're just like already living here and playing here. I feel like having to fly and like suffer from jet lag and stuff can really affect your game. Although I haven't witnessed it much, but I've just heard from other people.
Тэнийг оцсон чи тэнэгтэй даа юм. Яаж тоолн өөрчлөлөө. Ямар шууд өмнөх хөд нэрээ тоолж байгаа шүү дээ. Тэгээд ёо нэг цагийн зур байхгүй шүү дээ. Австрал 4-тэй болж байгаа, Монгол 1-тэй болж байгаа. Монгол цагийн зур яавал гэж. Хэстудлан бол хотлаа юм байна. Жохон нөгөө нэг сэтгэл зүй муутал багтаа тэрнээс штэ уулын гайгүй. Яг нөгөө онлайнаар гоё bootcamp энтертэй тоглохоор алаад байдаг. Тэгээ яг нөгөө комфорт орчноосаа гарчхаар жохон муу толгойд байгаа шиг тийж санагдсан шүү дээ.
Don't feel I have won. I wanna forget you, but only time will heal. Too late to erase the bad we've done. I wanna forget you. Let me forget you. Push and pull, but you repel me. I'm giving up this fight.
Ийм юм байсан бол оноо үзэхээс баха. Магадгүй. Тэгэл юмыг яаж үтээ. Тэгэл яг qualifier-аар тоглоод гараад ирсэн юм чи. Яац юм бол одоо Legion болоос 2-2 баг гаргаж ирээд үзэл гоё яах. Ядч 8 баг. Балаас 2, Италиас 2, Азаас 2, за Монголоос чинь баг Монголоос 2, тэгээд Middle East-ээс 2. Тэгээд 8 баг гарч ирээ 204 болоод 2 зооноос 2 баг гарч ирээд тэгээ ингээ яг сайн 4 шиг үзвэл гоё яах. Тэгэхгүй нэг 4 баг тэмцээн хийж юм гээд. Үзэгч хүмүүсчлэнээс угаасаа 4 багийн тэмцээн гэх нь бажет нь баг. Тэн сан дэлгүүрийн монгорч шатсан. Зөвхөн үзээд байгаа юм. Ямар ч үзэж байгаа хүмүүс нь ямар ч эмоц байхгүй. Тэгээд яаж яах юм чинь өглөө эрт. Одоо дүнгийн 5 цаг болж штэ оройн. Эртээ яах. Ажилтаа хүмүүс нь яг одоо ингээл 5-аас эхэлжсэн бол одоо яг нөгөө хүмүүс нь ажиллаад гараа орж ирж штэ. Эхний тоглолт 5-аас дараагийн тоглолт 8-аас байсан бол тэгэл гоё байхгүй. Үзэгч нь арай цоглог гарууд орж ирсэн. Зүгээр нэг гэртээ хийх юмгүй байжсан. Гарууд орж ирсэн. Тэгээд юу аавал таан болж байгаа ивент хамаагүй чанга дуурайд идэх шээс. Энэгээс нэг одоо Европын арамаарч хизээс эхлэхлээ. Тэр цагтаа тааруулаад манайхыг юм шүү. Одоо matches 5 цагаас гэдэг чинь одоо 3 цагийн дараа эхлэх юм шүү дээ. Энэ ингээ уран map явах юм бол одоо 2 цаг болж 3:30 бараг 4 цаг болтол. Нийтлэн макс 4 цаг. Тэгээ манай багууд дэше очсон багууд сайн тоглох хэрэгтэй. Тэгэх юм бол тэр баасуудын санааг өрсөлдөж магадгүй. Нэг сайт нь төвшөө өвдсөн гэж шүү дээ. Ядаргаатай юм бэ. Чат маттайгаа яриад онлайн. Чатнд хүн байгаа мó? What the fuck? Оо, энэ чинь бүр зүгээр би бандуулц би fuck off гэж чат дээр нь бичсэн чинь now 5 минут бандашаас. Энд зүгээр анти Монгол чат явж шүүгээс энэ main channel-ийн чат нь л Димэ хараад явуулчихсан. Йоо ядаргаатай юм бэ. Энэ ивент бүр trash event юм аа. Манай эрхийн үгүй зайлал таана.
Got it right though, because you before the series had a banana. I did preface that we need to see more banana.
I was ready for banana because I had my banana. But is Greyhound ready for Mirage? That's the big question now. They are down 1-0 in this series, and Mirage obviously the choice from IHC is going to make life a little bit more difficult. Super high up in their map pool. It is a map that they do tend to get quite a lot of reps on within the ANZ region. But how does that translate into international gameplay? How does that translate to this game right here, right now, which is trying to send them over to Rio for the major? IHC one map away from securing that dream for the second time.
Yep. To see as well in the tail end of the last map when the victory did happen. IHC, there are a lot of fans that were going up to greet them as well. So we do have some people in the crowd rooting for IHC. Everybody, map number 2, let's get it up for Mirage.
Two sets of silver Berettas on Greyhound's CT pistol. Alistair's gone armorless. And it's IHC that are having a bit of a look into the A site. They do have a smoke down on stairs. And to watch the cross from Connector and Jungle as well. First blood drawn by IHC in the pistol, but they're rotating their way back off to B. It's a great call because Greyhound are giving control of that area of the map. Liaz, double kill required, not quite gonna happen. And IHC, they've just come out swinging on Mirage.
Complete control of the B sites, eventually get the ball to get the plant in there. I was very interested to see that he was the one that was peeking A main with the bomb on his back, by the way. So might have been a little bit of a bait, right? Potentially so, but it's all going up IHC in this round. In good for one in return. Sikro down to 14 HP. So unless he can get a couple of sneaky headshots, it's going to be very difficult for Greyhound to get this pistol round. And they're not even got a single kill after their one on to score.
Probably a calculated risk, I think, from IHC. Just show the presence of the bomb over toward A, draw the rotate out from B, and it pretty much fooled Greyhound. The only player that was still hanging around was Liaz, but even he had already kind of half rotated off the B site, and it kind of allowed IHC in with quite a lot of ease. Really picking up where they left off, it feels like IHC. They haven't really struggled in this match against Greyhound too much. They took a bit of time to finish the map off on Inferno, but it was an inevitability, one might say. Seeing conversations happening again on stage, so maybe there is another technical issue.
Тэг пас огчаа хоорондоо яриад байгаа.
Potentially with backside once more. So
Идэж унгаал явж ихтэй Австралид. When they're talking on a tech pass.
I don't know about you, but not too much really happened in that pistol round.
No, doesn't obviously fill you with a whole lot of information. IHC looking pretty cool, calm and collected at the moment though.
Гараа алан байлгаа guys.
No real opportunity to chat when it is a tech pause rather than a tactical pause. I think they even get muted in the TeamSpeak, so
potentially,
even if they wanted to, they couldn't talk. Plus, they do have an admin standing behind them, listening in as well.
Aussies, make sure you eat your daily spider. Jordan, have you had your daily spider today?
I haven't. That's going to be for dinner. I do wonder what the issue is.
Why are they talking tech pass?
You know, it's actually kind of a lot going on the Greyhound side of things. Like, there's a big conversation happening, so everyone's sort of weighing in and saying, oh yeah, it might be this, might be that.
They shouldn't be talking on a tech pass.
Got a few of the veteran members of Greyhound trying to help Backside out a little bit.
Tech pass
you know, even Liaz was getting involved. He's right on the end. Now Sikro's having a bit of a look.
Well,
not ideal. It doesn't really hurt the momentum of either of these teams either. I think we're too early in the map to really be getting into that conversation. It can be a little bit annoying though, like when you're obviously ready to go, you are now having to sit there and wait.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what IHC is suffering from. They don't know what's happening. They just know that there's something happening on the other side of the stage. Obviously they can't see. There's a big divider in between the two teams.
Well, I guess the way that they can look at it is they do take away the pistol at least.
Ингээ зүгээр дэлгүүрээр явж байгаа стандарт дэмжиж үзээд байгаа. Манай хэдэн монголчууд байх шиг л Азад.
Yeah, very convincing pistol from IHC, which is kind of in line with what we saw from them on map 1. Generally quite convincing rounds.
Тэдний тооч байж чадахгүй ш. Яран хожоо нийлж ийслэн ч дүүрэж гисэн.
So I guess in the course of this tournament, Greyhound's pistols could be argued if they went their way. Some series scores might be a little bit better, or within, taking the map too. Starts look a little bit differently. I'd love to see them get the second round, provided that they forced up, because with only one frag, you kind of question, is it worth it?
I mean, if Greyhound were to secure one or both of the pistols on Inferno, it could have actually been a bit of a difference maker, given how close that map did end up being.
Well, you look, what, five rounds before they got their first, then it went straight back towards IHC. So definitely could have been different. But folks, it looks like we are all sorted and ready to get back in towards the game. And for Greyhound, they have chosen to force up in toward this next round. So we'll see if they're going to be able to get on the board nice and early, or if it will indeed be IHC just continuing their leisurely pace through this series, it would seem.
Yep, fair enough as well. 5-7s. Out here for a couple of members alongside Deagles. And Liaz, the second player on the balcony, is going to hold true to his promise. A double kill from him. It shouldn't really trouble IHC all that much, though.
Smoke. Yeah, I need stack.
Good grenade on in for Annihilation. It's not going to finish him, but what will is Vexlad on towards Blitz. This is where things can look a little bit scary for IHC.
Yep.
3 members for Greyhound to come in for this retake. You got
Aalч хогтой 3 smoke-ийг flashтай
a little bit of a sacrifice and try to get a trade. There is no kids for Greyhound. It's that one-to-one that does come on out. They've got to get somebody on towards this bomb relatively soon. It's not planted for Cabal at the moment. Vexlad taken low. Sicko for the challenge. Sidearm is now out. The bomb has already ticked away past the 10-second mark. So Vexlad cannot win the round. Cabal is going to clean up all 3.
Clutch.
A big cheer from the IHC contingent in the audience.
Nice.
Yeah, look at Matt.
Force job
I didn't really feel like the pressure was building too substantially on IHC there. Cabal was pretty healthy for the clutch, even though it was a 2-on-1. And the fact that Greyhound doesn't have a defuse kit, makes it pretty difficult for them there. So IHC get through that one okay as far as I'm concerned. They do lose a lot of guns, to be fair. So for the most part, they're actually back down to Galils, which will mean, should they get through this round cleanly, they're going into the next with only Galils, not as many AKs. Could hurt them in the long term.
Well, everybody is here for Greyhound to kind of throw caution to the wind and try to take away a couple of guns from IHC. So far, only going to be good for one. Make that a second now as Sicko pops it into Sandwich. He's somehow gotten a third, so that's a bit of damage actually that may go a long way coming into the next.
Yeah. Blessing and a curse though for IHC, because now they'll just buy into AKs.
Yeah.
They'll only have the one Galil coming through.
For the money as well, I'm hoping the AWP comes out for Alistair. Make sure that he has his favorite weapon to try and get things happening in towards this map, and indeed he will. I'm getting very similar vibes though, Jordan, from what we're actually seeing in the beginning of
I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch just yet. Greyhound, we haven't gotten to see a gun round from them yet on this map, so it's been a good start from IHC, but honestly, Greyhound have been making the work for it, particularly Liaz. Been doing work with that Deagle. So money isn't fantastic for the T side right now, and the fact that they've just run straight into Alistair is not a good plan at all.
Those 3 smokes are still down on the A side, but IHC not going to be able to capitalize upon them for now. And actually without any more smokes too, so everything from here on out is just going to be down to the aim. What can they capitalize upon with their flashes? Do they just choose to go into contact play? Greyhound don't need to force the issue. Give an opportunity back over towards IHC. Of course, anything that they do lose will be a downgraded weapon into the next, or losing a little bit of that utility. So be careful of that one. Got information now that they're starting to surround you at the A site, and you're making mincemeat of them. This is looking pretty good for Greyhound, and it's all 5 against 2.
That is one way to kick off Mirage. Sure, you lose the pistol, but you win the gun round in that fashion. Big confidence builder. Nice couple of settlers as well in mid. And IHC have lost so many guns in the anti-ecos. Kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. Good stuff from Greyhound. the beginning of map 2.
Сая гол ямар шалт юм эс 2 хончлаа.
He has a Galil, but hero rifling at this point.
Гол хэвээ заалж байгаа мөн City-гийнхэн. Манайх forced юм байна.
From halfway across the map with Blitz in unders, but that's not going to be the case at the moment. What little utility they do have, they decide to just go around
bench нэг байна. Bench мэдээгүй. Bench-ийг алаач. Please. Nice.
Copping a bink, finished off as well by Techno.
Катас алчлаа Капалыг. Nice Techno.
And some more. IHC getting it done with pistols straight through the smoke as well.
Let's go, guys.
And IHC have another round.
Инning нэг сүүлийн 16 раунд тийм боллоо заяа.
Even with lesser weaponry, they are feeling confident.
Одоо гайгүй гастай. Одоо эсэлж байгаа нөө. Кастер эсэлж байгаа нөө. Одоо давж ирээд нөө.
And then you just see them in the end push to the smoke. IHC, they are feeling like they deserve this major spot, and they're showing us why.
За контрол сүүлийн хамаг шахаад байгаа гэж ирсэн. Манайх ч гэсэн сүүлийн хамаг шахаа байгаа гэж ирсэн.
There is a purchase here for Greyhound. More spread on the default around the map. IHC going to welcome that one as well with a bit of patience of their own.
За одоо янз.
Incendiary towards the top
За
of
манай
mid.
хата юу их чам. Бомб стиспондер аа.
Too hard done by it.
2B. Нэг TV-ийн гадаа байгаа юм байна. Голын пушиг хараад. Тал руу юм байхгүй юм байна. Тэр нь B тоглолтоор гэж бодож байна. B дээр нэг сайт нэг юу get right дээр байгаа юм. Cat юм байна.
So if they can bleed through some of the
Utility-г бол контр хангалттай utility байна. Манайх бүр 5 молын зол юм. Utility манайх баг хинглэг байгаа юм байна. Ногс цааны смог орсон англиас. Цааны смог топ коны смог хоёр хийж байна. Biggest top коны смог хийж байна.
And it is a bit of a mid exploration phase for
За Катер орсон.
up through towards short with
Get-right нэг байгаа. Алстаргүй. Get-right-ыг ал.
Yeah, and it's from short again. Ings this time is the one to answer the challenge. Lias peeks off the contact. Annihilation will do a good job, but Ball as well. It's brought back into a possible advantage for IHC. You would have thought those first 2 kills from Greyhound were enough.
Хүний
Has to get it done alone, and he has no idea where these players are. Spots Cabal. Doesn't really know exactly where he's coming from.
I wonder if Cabal heard the scope at the moment there from the AWP.
Scope?
Yeah, all he needs to do is deny the bomb play. I think about that. He's gonna hide, he's gonna tuck in. But Blitz, he's out in the open at the bench. Use it as your cover. 1 second, it's done. The round's for Greyhounds. Can he hold the AWP though? He needs it, he will indeed.
Unlucky. Хогийн рэт чарж ирээд бүр хогдоор ажиллаж.
What happens to IHC there? They've really taken their time working up short.
Do we take time out or not?
He wasn't able to find too much info exactly as to where Alistair was, and so Blitz maybe thought he needed to be careful on that walk up.
Мөнгөгүй мөн өөс.
I feel like IHC
Sure, full deck юм байна. Ямар инвестмент авахгүй. Танглох
This was out now only for the T side, and it's
Lias inside farm гад хогийн farm борцсон. За farm гэж.
Ins, a needed frag. You don't want to be dropping to a Glock essentially. So the MP9, a bit of extra cash. This is definitely the chance for
Капал ингэсэн шүү тэгсэн шүү гэлээрэл аш.
Or you do see that another purchase come through for IHC.
За Хуандиг байна. Манай Хуандиг 2 Хуандиг аваач.
Try and gain control of your CT side.
Liasыг Хуандиг дэ бомб тавьчих шүү явуулна. Байна guys.
be really nice for Liaz to be the one who was able to farm some
Миний
frags.
мэдхгүй байгаа. Can you see? Fuck. Can
So even if Liaz goes down, it shouldn't be a huge issue. Inter's having a dance around the bench.
Fuck bomb тавьлахгүй.
And he's going to fall as well, so it starts to get a little more expensive for Greyhound than they'd like.
Nice.
Cabal.
Easy.
That is a good
Easy
shot.
shot.
And it starts to give Greyhound some pause for thought.
Гурван frag.
Maybe one more
Just
gun lost there than Greyhound would like. Even when there's no chance
what
of
the
winning the
fuck?
round,
Интернет Аз гарч Монгол гэж одоо Greyhound jersey барьдаг шээс
Make
үү.
it scary when you hit a headshot with
За
a deagle
Капал
like
ямар
that. You
тэнийг
gotta
юм
wonder
тэрнээс бол 3
still a
раунд
bit of
дараал.
time to play around with as well.
Одоо яг ихтэй нэг нь тийцсэн юм их.
Managed to clean up the rounds. And we go over into the next one, which is going to be a big gun round. Still a little bit lackluster for IHC. You got Blitz on that Galil, score on the Mac 10, so it changes the mindset, thought process of how you want to this round. If that's a mid smoke, that's a bit
team, by the way.
Going to be blinded off the mark, and another smoke and flash in, rather. So now is where Alistair and Liaz going to be tested once more, going to be holding it on down, and by those first two frags, Jordan,
Bench get right. Peter Borb These are the ramping rat.
He's going to claim the A bomb site, and it largely comes down to what Sicko can do here. If Sicko actually doesn't find a frag,
gun out. We did time show.
Drop to Vex site, and Sicko.
Nice.
But kind of held on to Vex site getting that kill on A. Not as if IHC can just stroll in there anymore.
Please you who been door угшлаа гэж бодсон чи. Please үхсэн юм шүү. Тэгээ одоо please-ийг хэлийг хараад гэсэн please үхсээд байсан. За 2-3 нэг шатаар. Nice. За мөнгө хэрэглээ guys. Адил дүр болсон.
Hard to really say who's in control just yet. IHC don't have a lot of cash, and that should present the opportunity to just eke out in front. It's a timeout though from IHC, so I wonder what they got.
Контрч мөнгө байгаа шүү дээ. Манайхаар байн 3-ыг алж байгаа шүү дээ. За чара би нөө өмсөн матчийн
upgraded pistols before. Be interested to see if they choose to navigate down that route again, or if they do play a little bit more honestly themselves and realize that they'll have a very strong purchase in the next round. Get a bit of an idea that Greyhound are playing very passive, but not pushing the extremities around the map really. So the choice is going to be some upgraded Deagles coming into this round for IHC.
Can't be resting on your laurels in this one if you are Greyhound. IHC been good with the Deagles, even in this series, even in this map. Cabal.
Stick score байна уу? Энэ камерыг уу солиодох юм те. Энэ астралуудын газ солиодоо манай хайгуу удаан солиодсон. Энэ шудраг санана. Бас цаана болж байгаа ивентийн дундуур амар чанга яваад гэсэн. No.
Deployed. No won't be winning the duel against Sicko. So you would love a bit of a bomb plan here for IHC. Exploit a weakness that you haven't really found over at the B site when the guns have been here for Greyhound. Nice little cleanup for Inns.
Yeah, tough to get a bomb plant now. Greyhound have members still on this B site. Liaz is holding it down, and that rotate should be coming in to help him out very quickly. Flashes are over the top. And so score is the last one up here for IHC. Liaz on the lap around and score. Well, he hits one head, but no more than that. And it's Greyhound with the advantage.
They take the lead, but will they be able to extend it or hold on to it as well? Because this is the time where we will see the weaponry back in hands for IHC. No AWP.
Контрат юм мөнгө нь ус хөрхөлсөн шүү дээ. Дараагийн раунд хожигдсон ч гэсэн нэг Vitalиum нь контрат. Тав дөрөв. Greyhound нэг раунд илүү. Thanks mogcээ.
So you gotta be careful going for these aggressive lines.
Now enjoy the IHC show.
Forcing Vexite out of the window. But apart from that, and they are locked out of B as well. No one pushing in through Palace.
За хоёр би асуудаа.
If there's any aggression from Greyhound there, it's on the other side of the A side towards A main.
Ramp толцоо юм байна те хоёр. Нэг коноо юм байна.
Already being established by Greyhound toward the A ramp.
Нэг empty. Nature's nice.
Cabal making a bit of noise over at B, and the fact that Greyhound's
under I just fucking gap the smoke shot.
Has a little hole in the smoke to play with. Gotta say, Greyhound are not looking too bad on the CT side of Mirage right now.
Big opportunity for score here. Event ain't broke.
Bomb байхгүй, bomb бүр тийс бондороо.
around and been
Манайха яах гал энэ та манайха игрээр атам шиг харагддаг шиг тийм болоос.
Alistair posted an AMA and he's been very patient on this line, starts to peel away, gets the better of him a bit and it doesn't it. 34 HP progressed upon by Techno looking for a double, but Vexite there around the A side at the moment, but Liaz hasn't moved off B.
There's no incentive for him to move off B.
Bench.
Not shown the bomb over toward A.
No, хогон барьж байгаа
Come
хүчлээ.
back toward B. There's no reason why Liaz would leave.
Маркетыг алаач. Маркет костлаагүй. Нөө чи зүгээр хоолд хийчихтэй бро. За, нэгэнд өнгөрсөн. 3 маркет. Нэгээс 3 анхил.
We got Ali and Inns relatively low as well, so you probably want to see Vexite take a bit of a challenge. Ali on the AWP line does not need to budge.
Annihilation has no idea though that all 3 of those members are in market.
Уул нь яг нэг лайнд орсон сая. Нэг секунд шилжүүлж бол бараг гурлаа өглөө.
And someone's going to hit a shot.
I saw it happening. I saw it as soon as they align up. I thought there is a world in which this one works out for him, but
Бартгүй болсон. Зүгээр л штэ бро.
And either way, Greyhound get through it okay.
Одоо энэ major орсон дараа л яхийг харцгаая.
So that is, I guess, the pass mark because you still got a bit of money with the CT rounds that you have been able to accumulate in a row. Same can be said for IHC, however, they're back.
Улам сайжирсан юм шиг. Угаасаа тэр major дээр чинь 9 чинь л жоохон мод болоод шүү дээ. Улаан цам шот мод толтол хэлэхгүй дараа л хэлсэн.
Vexite's got to be careful here. They are really hungry up
За Cat гүсээ. Cat 2 гүсээ. Big Absa 2 бомбтой орсон. Oh fuck.
He will pop out and spray in return on towards
Cat 2 хоёулаа хүчсэн.
Split from IHC at the moment. Score at the top and mid. Meanwhile his
За нэг нь trash bin-тэй гараас зогссон нэг мэдэхгүй байгаа.
All Incend is going to force Cabal to move and Liaz is still hiding behind this smoke.
Cabal гадарлаад байгаа юм шиг байна. За Cat тэр бомб тавьсан.
Right now on the B side.
Shorter bomb тавьсан.
IHC and the fact that they do have a player cutting off the rotate in
mid. Бүүстлсэн юм шүү. Дөрүлээ маркет. Хоёр нь гарцсан.
Pretty rough for Greyhound though, Jordan, for this retake. Everybody coming from the same position. No one on IHC going to be giving you a bit of a duel at the moment, though Vexite starts to creep around, has the idea of now it's just on being taken out through the smoke. Greyhound once more, they're fashioning a CT side.
This is a little bit more like it from Greyhound, isn't it? IHC, they are pretty stumped. They try to go faster this time, but they don't get through mid cleanly, and that's ultimately their undoing.
Maybe back
to a bit more of a slower approach into mid, try to gather that control completely. But challenging Alistair doesn't feel like it's going to go particularly well for them at the moment.
Сайн нэг гоё би сплит хийчихсэн чинь уул гоё болчихсон шүү дээ. Бүх флаш смок гоё. Мал энэ гоё уул болчихсон шүү дээ. Наач шаацаад үлэн жохаад.
But we are going to be going back towards mid.
Камадал дээр үхэл амжчлаа.
Challenge against him just feels like he's finally found his footing here.
Yeah, Alistair's really getting into
his groove. Дөрөвхөө болчлоо. Нийшнээ шидчихтэй хэлээрээ. Манайхны байрлал нэг паланс он, хоёр топ, нэг андер байгаа юм. Контрих нэг PR шахацсан байгаа юм. Гоё фото болцсон байгаа юм. Тэгээ одоо хэвээд болчихсон. Оо, nice. Nice. За дээр ганцхан. Nice. Liaz одоо зайлстай. Liaz ч баг зайл юм шүү дээ. Нөгөө талаар нь маш хамл. Зайлгцсан үстэй бүр яг. Тийм үстэй. Зайлгцсан үстэй. Liaz зайл. She heard it first here, bro. Liaz зайл. Liaz зайл.
Definitely want to be leading at the half and getting that extra round will secure it. You just really want to see something of a 10-5 variety for them, given by the scoreline that we saw over on the first map. And also in the end, you know, IHC 11-4, you move it on over. Yeah, they had a bit of a rocky happening on the second half with Greyhound starting to make that comeback. But, you know, will they allow a comeback again when they go over to the CT side on Mirage? It's their own choice. They played a bit more than Greyhound have recently, so...
Greyhound, that would mean clean sweeping the rest of the half. That round will be a bit of a confidence builder for IHC as well. They did go about it quite nicely in the mid round. Hit some good shots too.
За сахиж ихний бичсэн үү?
You know, it's a
Ганц раунд
position here in
алдаад.
those later stages of the map that you can have a flash thrown at you from anywhere. And the difference that may have happened if Annihilation doesn't get that frag whilst blinded, right? Inz is able to potentially get a double because if he finds Annihilation,
За мөнгөний хувьд бол D side бол мөнгө контрхон оосч мөнгөгүй л болж байгаа.
another round that goes IHC's way, yeah. Do have just a little bit of a pause happening right now. 5-7 the scoreline. Annihilation going to be opting for the AWP this time on this T side.
You haven't really seen much of the T side AWPing. I don't think IHC has been in an economic position to really afford it.
Chosen to kind of steer away from it, which
I
don't really mind
Очтой
on the T side of Barrage with how they've been playing so far in this map, but it definitely does give me a different feeling of how they're going to start to tackle things out. Is it the challenge to beat Alistair off spawn or off position? It's going to be a risky one.
He doesn't have a spawn for mid.
He's going to take it over towards the B/mid side of things.
Яг
Maybe
ч
they want to
хоёр
try and
цонх.
attempt a challenge against this B site with the AWP if you can get an early
Шууд
line.
лаадлуу
Maybe
бүүсэлцээ.
you don't even use the AWP for any entries. Maybe you use it for post plan if you can get into
Манайх жоохон харъя гэж. Ай fuck. Nice shot there.
Yeah, Alistair has been stepping up in this series, that's for sure.
Alistair жоохон идэвхтэй тоглоод байна.
And he's going to be a key player
Сайн
for
жонж
Greyhound on this map.
Түрүүн кайзер гарч хоёрыг сойлаад big abs нэг хэлчихсэн.
He goes push deep in towards A main. He's not going to continue to go on. Wonder if Greyhound do have an understanding that Techno is the one that is more often than not been lurking in Palace. They haven't sent anyone to go check him out yet. But they have seen him pop out a little bit here and there. In's a bit of a pre-fire and a score. He won't win the duel, but he will take him down to 8 HP. Now this is where Leaz starts to see a bit of utility coming out through towards B. Annihilation with that bomb and that AWP. There are two CTs here.
Yeah,
Fucking Alistair doesn't miss a shot. Гэлтиэс байгаад байгаа.
They're a bit locked into apartments right now.
Скорт дөгөөд өгсөн.
Annihilation will jump out.
Nice shot. Хадаг.
Score in mid, but
За гоё
it
трейд
is
нэг эсрэг хоёр. Sound ажиж байгаа. Ой, where's the sound?
They're coming through from apartments.
Yo, in production fuck this. За нэг нь араас нэрч байгаа байна. Нэг нь хат ирж байгаа.
A bit of progression, they force him back. Potentially towards bench, but it's not mattered. Sicko on the line, as you said, the apartments creep up, not expected.
За 8-5
guaranteed for Greyhound.
За мөнгө бомба тавьсан чи мөнгө бая их мөнгөтэй хамаана.
Him being in a ramp early on in the piece, he's just been able to go on his merry way straight over to the apartments.
I wonder if he decided to do that when he heard Techno start rotating away.
Yeah, maybe.
He did. Good reactions from Greyhound to realize. And again, Alistair, you know, we've been waiting for him to kind of, you know, find his feeding throughout
Simplest gap хийх гэж үзээд байгаа юм биз дээ. Alistair, let's see. Манай эхэлж байгаа чимээгүй шүү. Манай эхэлж байгаа. Олон гэлтэй эхэл.
Bit of a different look for the round yet again from Greyhound. This is
Alistair 11 гэлтэй байна. За нахаа хүлээд.
This is a confident Alistair. When you're seeing plays like this, you know, don't be surprised if you see
Please хоёрт дараалаа энэ John тэрвэл тэрхэлж. Oh nice.
A ramp push, something like that. He wants to get involved in these rounds early. Sometimes that's going to backfire. A lot of the time, it's going to give you a player advantage. Here, it's even.
Nice Techno. Ангел нэг HP Vexile-ийг нөөсгүй. За NC мэдээлэл орсон. За Leaz мэдээлж байгаа юм шүү. No. За 2-2. Ангел нэг HP.
It's all going to come down to timing now as well. Leaz, will he be
able
to figure out
short ангел өгсөн юм шиг байна да.
Not going to be peeking out just yet, but he knows they're coming this way. There's the first one. It's on to
score. So Leaz scored a high note. Oh no. What the fuck?
Quite audible at the moment. He doesn't expect that Inz is already on toward the side as well. It's another for Greyhound.
Double digits.
They are able to play very nicely. Inz so fast over to the B bomb side this time. This last round.
Монгол энэ гэж удаадсан чинь урд зуужсан гардч. Зүгээр Австрали Азад байсан юм. Fuck.
Double digits, as you say, could be on offer for Greyhound.
It's not the worst buy that we see for IHC coming into the last one of this half. I'll give them that.
За 3 АК 1 галил 1 дийг л орсон. Аяглын хитэн дийг дарах хэлэн да. Багны смок байхгүй шүү. Зөв гардаг смок игээд өөр смок хийгээгүй юм байна.
We are back to one of these split
дахиад бомб бэгийн гадаа.
just leaving Techno towards the A side of the map.
Скорыг бидэд ааш.
Mid and over towards the B apartments as well.
Скор бараг л хүчил 13 шүү.
He's not in a good spot there when he has to use the smoke to defuse the Molotov. You know that there's going to be some grenades headed in his direction as well.
Даазчод 2 бэ 1.
IHC have not lost a player yet.
Нэг jungle.
What do the principles do look like for them though? You got a couple of players.
Болон бол контест гооч юм байна. Блиц бомб байгаа
Really have a
амдтай.
bit of this mid presence at the moment. Techno starting to rotate on back. We don't see Sicko actually pushed into A main this time. As I say that, he's actually going to get flashed in for a bit of a peek.
Коны битүү
Graham
смогч
maybe
байгаа
start
л.
to formulate an idea of what is happening. Some shots that
Нэг
go out
хүн
at the
байгаа
bottom
тань
of
цагаан
mid
дээр.
should by all means give a bit of an idea that things may tend towards the A site now for Greyhound, but will they be prepared?
Тайминг дээр л гарах.
Two players here.
Бага хэлж сонсчлоо. Коны баг мэддэг шиг байна. Дугаарсан уу гараагүй.
That will come down to
Sicko Techno ярьтал.
Side does strike on
Oh,
the
Techno.
again. Pushed up in the ramp is going to be
City score.
IHC are into the site for the most part. Inns has wrapped back across again. It's Inns and Liaz to try to clutch this one out for Greyhound, and maybe it won't go quite so to plan.
За Liaz жагуудчлаа ашгүй.
1v2 for Liaz.
Firebox ramp.
Cheeky spot for annihilation as well. Liaz has to push
Liaz ямар ч юу.
up the information where
Хэлээтэй байх.
will Liaz expect the second player to be over at Tetris. That Molotov is going to buy a bit of time. Liaz has no idea where
Тэд
Cabal is
сороод
currently.
ramp юм.
Yeah, the molly's great from annihilation, and Cabal just cutting off that ramp on.
It's
a competitive first half.
Угаасаа
But Greyhound walking away with the
Greyhound
advantage. 9 rounds on CT side. Does it keep them in this series? We'll find out after this.
Энэ 2 кил болж байгаа. 2 килсэн. Яманах гоё икор хандад аваад байгаа шүү.
Not specifically, because all teams can play different play style. Yeah.
За 2 минутын брейк юм байна.
Will I go back to the place where I belong? Everyone could break my heart, but I try my best to not fall apart.
Хит зүгээр раунд эхлээд 10 секунд шууд амарч эхэлж байна. Хоёр раунд бол Алистер дараалал амраачлаа.
No pressure, and I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. You'll be my pleasure.
Да, исцроо.
I got nothing to be scared of, because where people live, there is always love. I know the answers in my heart, so I'll try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. Will you be my pleasure? find it hard to let go.
Easy.
Memories keep me together.
Look, I think I've seen enough substance on Greyhound's CT side that if they can playing the pistol here in the second round, not drop any force that IHC may give them, then there potentially is a world that we get over into Dust 2. I look back to the beginning of the series, 3-0 up to the 4-1 point. You start to see what Greyhound needed to do on that CT side, and kind of fell a little bit flat.
Indeed, what can Greyhound show us on this T side is it is their map choice. To imagine that they will feel as though they can get this one done.
No, Kapal.
Shots like that are being hit. Maybe the job gets a little bit more difficult. Annihilation down as well. Vexite is on follow suit as well. That is a powerful pistol round from Greyhound.
As they say, anything you can do, I can do better. This is what IHC look to do in a pistol, and now Greyhound, they are looking to do it with maybe even surviving with 5 players. Blitz and Techno completely locked out in the market.
Yep. I mean, that's just a bit of individual brilliance from Greyhound. I don't think there's anything IHC can do about that. If Vexite is going to give you 2 entries in that fashion, then IHC doesn't even really get the option to fire back Blitz. Either way, not the end of the world for Greyhound, and they'll pick up the pistol, a very important one.
Their first one in this series as well. So it is away, double digits on the back of this, and now the question does bode over for IHC. Do they choose to force? They are on the CT side. Do they choose to, match the Galils, I guess, that may come in if Greyhound choose to go a little bit further? They do indeed, and
Deagle's out for the rest alongside the scout.
Just
a bit of a short spot from score and connect up as the IHC members in apartments are going to be slowly progressing, and it'll give them a good idea of what Greyhound are looking to throw in toward this round. Vexite needs to be very careful he doesn't give up one of these weapons. For these IHC members to suffer the damage of that.
Good rotation right now from IHC. They've gotten Cabal deep into the apartments, and he's getting a lot of info right now for IHC.
Nice shot,
and that is starting to come into effect as well. They say knowledge is power. IHC, can they convert that knowledge into a round?
Oh, this is going to be big. You can see that Inz is already in toward the B side. This is where Cabal will be able to do something with the mag.
Nice
bomb, isn't it? But it's the sidearm that's getting the job done. No way he wins this duel, surely. It's a distance game against Sicko. He's going to be calling for a friend. Now Inz starts to pinch out as well. Bait them in with this mag 7. It gets
giving
him away in a second. Okay, we start to settle down a little bit, but the problem is, Jordan, everyone's at different points around the map, and there's 20 seconds.
Score can cut off this
very scared.
He's waiting for him to come back.
Oh, but Blitz is behind him.
Yeah, this is so dangerous. Even if they do get score, there's still a world where Blitz can make the difference, but Inz is all over it. Has it covered. That's big brain from Greyhound. And they negotiate what could have been a very, very dangerous round. There was an iceberg in the water, but they went around it.
They're not crashing in towards that and sinking down, giving an opportunity for IHC to tread water in this series, get back into it. Remember, they are a map into this series victory, 1 away from booking that ticket to the major. But for this time being, Greyhounds, they hold a bit of a stable lead. Before they get into the next gun round.
IHC is 1 map away, but it feels like it's a long way away still.
Does a bit, yeah.
Greyhound now in the pole position to close this map out and get us through to map 3. Dust 2. An interesting choice. Waiting to the middle of the map pool in this series. Got that mag 7 once again. Players dropping down onto the site. He can dance around. Bouncing around with that Mac 10 and eventually gets cut short by score. Has done enough to allow Greyhound into the site with the plant as well.
See what damage IHC can do with these pistols. Techno, the Mac 10, probably not the weapon you want to be taking into the next round. Get any exit frags. Wouldn't put it past him.
I wasn't
Just
thinking.
tapped out from ins, taken down to half HP, but I guess this is the expected result in a round such as this. Greyhounds to find it. Yeah, score taking out ins does remove another one of these guns. It'll keep the money looking relatively honest for Greyhound moving forward. Another one would have been pretty brilliant for him. At the end of the day, Jordan, 12-6. IHC are going to get their first gun round in for the CT side. We'll see what it's going to look like. If it's going to be more of a report, if it's going to be a bit of a play for them on any sort of feeling and research homework that they've done on Greyhounds. How Greyhound like to play these situations.
Yeah, definitely going to have to be a good one for IHC if they want to bring back this kind of a scoreline. They'll need a clean gun round here. Start to trouble Greyhound. Comebacks on the CT side can always be a little bit difficult with the economy involved. You don't really have too many chances to make mistakes. As soon as you make one, it feels like you're really punished for it. So to come back from 6-12, it's not impossible. We're not at that point just yet. But IHC, they have a mighty task ahead, and it has to start here. Orb for Annihilation, eyes on him.
I'm noticing that there are no kits for IHC as well. So if Greyhound do get a plant, puts a little bit more pressure on that time sensitivity. Greyhound leaning towards the B side of things at the moment, playing the 3-1-1, but that extra one is more so to the side of A and mid.
It's a good start. Annihilation on a deep line in the apartments as well. You get info pretty early, so IHC, good job with the info gathering early.
Alistair did throw a molly out of Palace, so for now IHC have it prompts Techno to still be holding in towards A main and Blitz looking over toward the Palace. Feels like a recipe for success, IHC's deployment over at this B site too. To at least find the first pick. Right at Annihilation. There's no trade really for Greyhound.
Is this a fake toward A and then a rotate back around with the bomb to B? I don't know that they're going to be able to get IHC. Already picked up the first frag. They've got the info into A ramp that there's nothing happening there. So these defenders will hold strong for the moment.
B fake guys.
The opportunity to work mid into con.
Find Techno though. That's the good one. Do you expect a second in the sandwich? He will start to progress in towards jungle. Score wins the duel there. Rotation start to happen for IHC. Player advantage now. Blitz, his position will it be overlooked? It will indeed. Alistair
Nice. Blitz, nice. Guess we'll look at. Bottom
10 seconds.
You heard
this
him.
one is a bit too far-fetched.
Oh,
What?
Oh, what's going on?
What?
The flash? Is that a team flash?
Yep.
That's a team
What?
flash that's given Inns a kill. And look, it's kind of an impactful kill, right? I mean, the money is not quite there yet for IHC. So he gets away with a little bit of a freebie there. Probably shouldn't have gotten that kill. It's going to force the reinvestment from one extra member of IHC.
Kamal with this Mag 7 once more.
Apparently. Look, it's not a bad alternative when you don't have much. That's where IHC is sitting. Greyhound will take some solace in that previous round, having been quite a close affair. They'll know that if they can knock over IHC here, then they're in with a chance of closing the map out. Annihilation, of course, has other ideas.
That is a dastardly open. They lose Alistair. AWP at least is going to be retrieved by Liaz, but a couple of seconds into the round.
Надалч астралчууд ч ер нь лалрын стандар юм шүү.
Won't have too much to do just yet. Greyhound are going to push their way into mid. There are smokes in the way from connector and from window.
Хаана юу ярьж байгаа мэддэг хүмүүс гэсэн шүү дээ. Ер нь бол fuck
Bam
me.
comes through nicely onto Techno. It is the weaker side at the moment for IHC. Just having Blitz playing at these stairs. Backside, he's going to be denied up connector. So now it looks a little bit more narrow focus for Greyhound. Players already in Liaz with an AWP and Sicko only has that Tech 9. So it's a little bit hard for them right now.
Yeah, but that said, they're kind of being allowed to
Кабалын уртаа оруулаад. Nice good blitz. За Кабал шатны гарыг нэг Max 7 дэш мэдрүүн.
Ultimately, Greyhound didn't have any util to work with, so they just had to try to take the aim duels, and
Кабал
that hasn't really
боос.
worked out for them. Interim jungle side, maybe a bit of a surprise for Cabal.
Nice shot.
By and large, this round has quite comfortably gone the way of IHC.
Yeah.
Nice.
Close it too. 3 alive. At the end of that round, Jordan, that's a pass mark. You can juggle over a couple of weapons to your friends.
Yep.
Get all that utility as well. So a couple now to
Гэж
go
байхгүй.
towards IHC. Does it give a little bit of questions over towards Greyhound now on is this comeback going to happen? Are we still going to be able to close out this map? We've been in the driver's seat for a couple now. Good start towards this half.
And
it gets
easy
to that
batch.
point where just 2 rounds from IHC. You're down towards pistols. Your next gun round doesn't go your way.
Слазар дийлтэй юм. Бусд нь зүг лок юм. Bomb palace.
Doesn't feel too threatening just yet with Greyhound.
Come on,
if they're able to
man.
find some entries in this round and continue to put that pressure on the CT economy, then they're still very much in the driver's seat for this map.
2 клок техник альчдаг шээ. Нэг нь хоёр дэг нэг тэгвэл хүчлээ.
You'd love that smoke, you'd love that gun. You could get them, but they're in the sandwich at A. Irretrievable at the moment, and you've moved a couple of your forces over towards the B side of things where you've been losing this in the last couple to Annihilation with the AWP. You've got Cabal who's been good here to just play
defensive.
And as you do mention, it is only Glocks at the end of the day for Greyhound.
Half-assed to get this round. Yeah, but getting the round is not really what they're after. It's damage. Inns has been given a bit of room to work with in the palace area. Annihilation going to miss the shot, so is Inns, and eventually he's shut down by Storm.
In
this round to pop a couple of heads. Got a player up into window as well, but Score survived. 37 HP, now down to 27 as another couple of Glock shots do connect. Greyhound, they are making IHC work for this, but round will go the way of the CTs, and the gap closes to 3.
It's where we will have the guns come back for Greyhound, however. They're going to turn up the heat or potentially fall back onto these rounds where they try to look for these openers and play a little bit more reactive. You know, we've touched upon the fact that Mirage recently has been a bit of a bad
figure out
how they get this one over the line. Good a couple of rounds ago, but now you got a couple coming through for IHC. As I said, if this gun round doesn't go your way, makes you feel a little bit more awkward trying to close this one out. This time out by Greyhounds. They got one more in the back pocket for later. This is one of those ones that, you know, it can really propel them far. Back to another gun round from IHC after this one if they do win it.
IHC know that Rio is only 7 rounds away from them.
Хятадаас just talks to
them. Be the first seed from Road to Rio Asia.
Тийм бол ч нөгөөдөл нь мар хаасаа тавьцсан үлээжсэн чинь манай нэг гэж фит юм аллаагүй. Хаус тос.
Doesn't really feel like it's theirs just yet. Got a distance still to travel. Big set up in mid from IHC this round.
Yeah, the flash ain't going to be phasing Annihilation. There's counterplay for the CTs here. We'll see if they're going to be able to find a couple of kills after Annihilation's pop if Greyhound keep deciding to go towards it as well. Bomb will be retrieved by Elias in spawn as we do tend towards the A side of things. A free frag for Annihilation. Again, it's just Inns here. Yeah,
Annihilation really starting to find his feet, and it feels as though the rest of IHC
Тийш 13 дээр чинь үнэ important round байсан. What the fuck's going on? За 2-3. Sandwich, Alistair sandwich шорт. За info мэдгэц. Адлаш дээрээс nice. Score fast. Fuck.
They don't know where Inns is. Thought that he was still in mid. Which might give Inns a chance here, a 1-on-3.
So Cabal байж.
Isolate some 1v1s, that would be really lovely. But this looks like a bit too difficult of a crossfire to break, and the timing should not favor him.
Nice trade.
Oh, Couldn't turn around in time.
Тийш тэр чинь яг 13-15 байж
Down
чад.
for IHC now as well. Only surviving with one member, but
Гурван
as I said, they'll
дөрөв
have a bye regardless coming in towards
үлжүүлээ.
this next one. A lot of back
За юу
and
ч гэсэн
forth
хожигдсан бол дэлжиж болох байсан.
becomes a difference of what if Greyhound found that first
Аа
pick against
13 байсан. Тэгээд нөгөө Renegade цочсон бол Rare Item ч мөнгөгүй болох байсан. Team rounds. Тэгээ comeback хийсэн шүү
And again,
дээ.
they're really favoring this 3 towards the B/mid side of the map, 2 towards A.
Yeah, but it hasn't been clean from IHC in any of these rounds. Greyhound are really still sticking in it.
Нэг эсрэг үлдээл тэгэл амжаагүй шүү дээ. Улаан алж
Allowed
чадсан шүү
IHC's economy to bloom out. Score. He'll push forward.
дээ. Nice.
Deals with Lias pretty comfortably. He's got more.
За
to do.
жоохон тайвширээ.
That's a bit of false info, to be honest. Greyhound
За
definitely
намайг
hanging around
сонссонд
outside
баярлалаа.
the apartment. Smoke goes down regardless, and so score starts to feel a little bit safer now.
Тэгээ өвтий гараад жижиг болсон. Би санаагүй зүг. Яа, скорыг хамгаалаач please.
And eventually we'll get out the window. And he can't really rely on Cabal to help him in the piece right now. He's just finding the frags for himself. Just the eco frags at the end of the day against Greyhound. Ins to jump out.
Nice.
And Alice
Гоё
there's
амс.
the clean rounds that you were waiting for
That's right.
from IHC.
Yep.
And now this is one of the big ones for Greyhounds.
Yeah, starting to get into swing round territory where if Greyhound lose here or the next couple, it most definitely is going to be
За баярлалаа шүү.
IHC that
11
will
гараад.
start to take the lead and start to look toward victory. Orbs out for Alistair. They've got Util across
За
the
одоо
board. You can't really ask for much more, Greyhound. If they
За
can't
энийг
get it done
алдсан
with
ч
a
гэсэн
fight
аккаунт
like
гарч
this,
эхэлх юм байл л дээ.
they may not ever get it
3-4 дээр
done.
очичоо өстэй.
They still have the lead, but for how long can they hold on to that? IHC looking much more comfortable on CT side.
Well, they're sending Annihilation into apartments yet again to try and gain control with this AWP. It's a powerful line with Cabal. Liaz is the one lent over towards B at the
Харцсан
moment.
сая.
And it's gonna be really large for Ins, but he's spotted out in mid. Score gets
Nice.
clear under it.
Score nice.
So there's no quick trade.
Nice info. Conus nice info.
Getting more and more senses of what we saw on
Please
Inferno
use him,
IHC here. Little bits of microaggression on the
За
CT
бомб топ
side.
бит, 2 топ бит, 2 топ бит бомб тоо. Бүгд диспонер. What? Би сплит. Зүгээр катер орё гэж юм байна. Катер орчоо л гэж юм байна.
That's what
Зүгээр
IHC is
хийсэн
allowing them
байна.
to do.
Юу
They're not even
юуныхаа.
contesting for it. So
Greyhound-ийнхаа
intents and purposes, IHC
нэг дип байгааг мэдж байгаа ангил. Энэ чухал хэл. Nice. Ханик.
Situated for a
Ханик.
retake.
Хотгол.
Bounced off the ladder and a missed shot. Oh dear, Ali just
Nice.
playing with him. Pretty funny.
Yeah. Not if you're a Greyhound supporter. No. As we do now start to find ourselves equalizing.
Tied up, 12 apiece. This is a bit of a comeback from IHC.
Скор 4 кил хийж шамшин раунд. Nice.
You know, Greyhound are looking good. Are they going to close this out? I was questionable for that pistol round. They got it. I was thinking, all right, you know, 10-6 after that pistol. We're looking good. But apart from those extra 2 rounds for Greyhound,
Янза.
really just being the IAC squad.
За би фейк траад бомб тавах үзэх юм байна л та дээр. Авгүй юм уу? За сплит. Pistol та сплит.
Pistols for Greyhound once more. The lead maybe taken off them.
Techno is in a great spot to shut this push down.
What timing, man? Dark, what are you talking about?
So if they can pick a gun or 2 up, then they are in with a chance. If they get the bomb planted, Score again is going to go for the aggression into mid, and yeah, he's seen a gun.
No, wait, I had to watch it. Fuck.
Going to connect, but it does tell IHC that something is up. They are expecting the A split.
Gosh, too aggressive, bro.
Nice open up, but is
Need
it
sneak round into Strawat.
from Greyhound? They've still left the bomb in Alistair's hands in Palace. As they do start to spread around, Techno has sleuthed himself in a pretty powerful position.
Яг өмнөх раунд дээр байсан. Сүүтрийг харцсан. Янз Techno янз. За Conor-ыг ороод ирсэн. Bomb Palace дээр байгаад байгаа.
From Techno.
Нэг катер орж байгаа юм шүү.
To get the info to try to equalize.
No,
He's down, and Inns is getting so much work done on short that even still the round is not over for Greyhound just yet. If he can do enough to draw a rotate or
Conor ороод ирсэн.
All down timing.
Falls And now it's Liaz looking for a deagle shot on a techno. He's got it. Annihilation can still deny the bomb out from the palace. Liaz is stepping up. Blitz.
Oh, you can see him?
He didn't see him. He did not see him, and Liaz finishes it off. Greyhound will win the
What a
round.
fucking round.
This is what we kind of saw earlier as well, right? Greyhound, 2 rounds that they got nice and earlier in the piece. They did it with the lackluster pistols. A little bit of extra weaponry for sure. They've pulled it out of the hat again. 13 secured for Greyhound, but it's just these situations where, you know, you can't be relying upon rounds like this.
Fuck. Ямар хата мөнгө хэрэг болоо гол мөнгө. Одоо л лиг. За хатас үлийн манайх мөнгөтэй юм байна. Мөнгөтэй. Нэг алдчих мөнгөтэй юм сайн зоолсон. Зүг за тэнцүүлж байгаас. Come on. Бамар 3 топ мэд. Рамбус тийсэн. Жаахгүй угаасаа.
That's going to be their go-to. 13-12.
Манайх гол чаленж ихэ болж байгаа юм байна. Одоо бүгд ухаагийн дарч саяны раунд жаа нэг үзсэн да.
They could find themselves getting very close to victory if they can snag the next round.
Bit of a different look from IHC once more, deploying this.
Бууга хамгаалчихсан байж магадгүй л та капал. Бууга хамгаалж байгаа тэгээд яг тайминг дээр бууг нь шаачлаа л та.
IHC really been fancying, you know, watching
Top meeting хоёрыг нээж идэж молотой нийт мэд байна уу?
Yeah, real standout players on either side as well. Score and ins.
За л ямар тоглолт орлох гэдэг юм бол. Пинж авахгүй. Гол 4.
28-19 for score.
Катриг үс. Би сплит. Бид хоёр хүн байгаа доондоо.
That's where score's going to drop early. That's a big player to find for Alistair. Cabal on the swing. The flash was good. Blitz though can't get enough done. And has to be a save call from IHC.
Shit.
Oh, it's going to be on a vector.
Save хийж болохгүй нэ. Fuck.
Tapping away with the AK-47.
За одоо нэг бай гарч байгаа guys. Нэг бай гарч. Одоо тайм одоо гоо ярьчвал.
Those 2 kills from Vexite might be enough to convince me that we're heading to map 3. If
Shut up.
IHC is able to save those guns,
Тэнийг мэрэж. Мах мөнгөтэй л уустаарч.
really sacrifice a little bit till they get an AWP out here. I mean, Annihilation's got enough money for one.
It's a big talk right now, isn't it? How far forward? Do you half buy, take a knee, try to play
Or
do you go full in?
You got to go all
we
in.
know the answer.
IHC have got to go all in. It's just a question of whether or not they're going to go for 5 rifles or an AWP. Annihilation still debating.
You got to factor a kid in as well at this situation.
Шууд шалтээс гаргасан. Класс cannon.
Risky, but I don't mind the risk from him. You know, he has been a bit hit and miss with the AWP, but the rounds that he's found those picks, those early aggressive ones.
Let's go Ангел. Яаж ихний spawn гарчжээ.
I do wonder if the extra bit of util and the kit might be a little more impactful for Annihilation.
Aggressive
into mid, jumps out of the window.
It's the spot that worked out last time. Him playing from there, Blitz playing anti toward the top of mid.
IHC are on their last life for this map. They lose this, the map's done, surely.
One would think.
Anti-flash from Score in mid. Very heavy mid presence from IHC.
Might actually look a bit more potent than one may think if likes of Ins does go over there by himself.
Сая бол амар л юм шаач. За инсиг алчаач. Nice. Дахиад нэг юм шүү.
Yeah, tough one to hit. Scores bouncing all over the
Vexite getting vermin and fuck.
Putting a bit of pressure in still onto mid. Score now watching for the push from Vexite.
Nice.
The better of him as well. IHC,
That's what you get,
the exact
dumbass.
kind of round they need right now.
Харсан уу? За харсан байх хэвээр. Nice. Алаач янзын скор гоё шүү.
Leave Alistair alone. Annihilation should be hearing this.
At the very least, wait. Тамал жааж хаал хэлж байна.
Molly's going to force Annihilation.
Мал мисэлцсэн юм.
Any damage?
Weren't quite.
Манай арморгүй штэ fuck.
In the next round, they have no extra cash right
За
now.
ингээл өгсөн юм шиг нөө.
Believe his knife.
Ингээл утгаа барьцээ. Утгаа барьцээ.
Regardless of who takes victory, but it's going to work for Ali. Glass cannon.
Can he pull off the 1-on-3?
It will be big for him.
10 seconds left, Komodo. He's got no time. He's got
Таймын дараа
There's already a player watching for him.
Nice. Гоё force.
No chance there for Alistair.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
IHC, but look, they've won the round, and that's exactly what they're looking for. It shores them up a little bit, makes them feel like, hey, we're still in this fight. Because if they lose there, 15 on the board for Greyhound, money broken for IHC. It's pretty much map 3.
It's very reminiscent vibes of what we were seeing on Vertigo yesterday. I'm getting right now between Rare Adam and Greyhound. It's the feeling of overtime. It's the feeling that it's gonna be going very
has gone for the Mag 7 once again. It's such a critical round.
Максимум прайм. Болчих писта интингийн михэл болж байна. Fuck.
Annihilation and Cabal with the Mag 7 is going to be given a chance to buy some time to wait for his teammates to come on over. There's the first one for free. Sicko's low in HP as well. A second.
Nice, Cabal.
Right now, Cabal wants this 14th round. Blitz is going to be there to assist, and that is the brick wall that Greyhound cannot get past.
Well, you can see exactly why he loves that weapon, can't you? He's just a master with it. And it is a
Excited fucking rattig алах хэрэгтэй. Дандаа энэ тэмдэглэхтэй шааж
out, but once again are asked for more by IHC, the team that will not go down. IHC have not lost a map yet in this event.
bro.
They didn't lose a map in the last RMR either. And they may not lose one here.
Хэцүү одоо jungle баг уулын smoke шидэц. Өөрөө smoke шидэн гутаа smoke бүршилцсэн үе ямар тийм. Энийг мэдгүй please мэдгүй.
Blitz gonna execute him. It's just Cabal. They know he's got that Mag 7, so you got to be careful getting too close into the site. But Inns
нөгөөх нь TV-ийн гадаа байна.
making sure there's no flank happening. Down to that timing. He's found this is some good patience from Greyhounds to get the bomb plant down. But Techno, if he denies it, Jordan, that's where things look a little bit more awkward. He spotted him out. He's going for it. Vexite needs this frag right now. Techno finds it. On to score.
It's the two big players for either side that are in the 1v1. 32 frags for score, 31 for Inns. Both of these individuals have stepped up for their respective teams, but they'll have to do it one more time.
Nice.
Looks away, score wins the clutch for IHC, and they stay in the contest. 14-14 will be the scoreline.
Let's go, boys. We got this.
Their money is a little bit all over the place, but
The money is shit right now. That's what it is.
And it comes down to one gun for IHC, so they're still on the brink.
Тэгтээ баа хийх юм байна. Greyhound бол баа хийш, энэ Монгол баа хийдэг юм байна. Yes, гард мараад бүр зүгээр фул баа юм шиг баг. Нэг нь жоохон муу найцтай л.
A bit more far forward. Sicko, if you have to go down to a Galil at this current point in time, you're probably not too happy, but if you're getting Alistair with the AWP and he finds an opening pick, and a little bit more justified, you know, for the side. IHC at the moment, this is where it comes down to it as well, Jordan. 2 rounds away from the major. Otherwise, a map that, if it gets to this third, you know, Greyhounds does too.
I mean, it's anybody's guess. It's really anybody's guess as to which way that third is going to go. This has been a hyper-competitive series. IHC, they did win the first map, and it looked like they would do it cleanly, but Greyhound never gave up. Almost they were going to make a comeback happen. Now the tables have turned, and IHC, are they going to be the ones to make the comeback happen? Greyhound were in front. Now no longer. It's Annihilation on the line won't land the shot. But Greyhound, a member down for round 29 and make that 2.
This is
where it becomes real problematic for Greyhound.
What the fuck? Seeker has 8 kills, bro.
Any overzealousness from IHC, give an opportunity over towards Greyhound at the moment. They're just watching towards mid still, making sure that they've got these crossfires established. Annihilation just playing spot over at Ticket Booth. Same can be said for Cabal.
Greyhound just cut sound, cut movement. Trying to wait for a mistake from IHC, but at this point I don't know that IHC is going to be confident enough to
тэр орцсон яваад байгаа юм шүү дээ. Хараач гапал хараач. За зүгээр. Сайтгаар. Сикко нэг.
It's all over the place right now.
Гапал бидний please. Энэ бомбтай шаач юм байна.
IHC's rotating A. Sicko's here trying to draw that rotation in further and
further.
It's Alistair in a 1v4.
Surely not.
A story of Alistair.
This will be the play of the RMR.
May still pull this off.
Fucking
Do
hell.
not count him out just
За нэг
yet.
эсрэг гороо.
A flamboyant AWPer,
Манайх нэг нь андаар ирж
highly
байгаа.
skilled AWPer, and an aggressive one as
Нэг
well.
нь ката, нэг нь маркетаар. Маркет юм байж.
He's doing it. He's getting it done.
Fuck.
A 1v4 for Alistair to put
What the fuck's going on? Oh, шалта. Ёо.
But Blitz saves the day for IHC. Oh, it felt like it was happening. It felt like Alistair was making a moment,
It was close, wasn't it?
but not to be.
He sees the last member as well in the end, but that bench, it's not as protective as you would like it to be.
Баслаа. Хамт тоглохгүй бүгдний нэг өөр газар орж ирээд басл. Алуулах ч шүү. Fuck. За, мөнгө байхгүй. Мөнгө байгаа.
For IHC.
За, мэдлээ стикер гаргацгаая guys. Come on.
Round away. The Mongolian squad are from going to the major once again and doing it back to back as the first seed out from the Asia event. They did not lose a map at the last RMR. They look like they might do so again here in the road to Rio, and that would be an 8-0 scoreline at events of this caliber. What a performance it has been from IHC.
Nice. Alistair Hayes.
Big lean, Greyhound to the B side of things at the moment.
TV-ийн бүгд бэйн гадаа бүгд нэг балсан. Нөгөө дөрөв TV-ийн.
3 players in fact for the CT.
Манагаас стандарт олон хийж хараагүй юм. Коно гэдэгтэй гарцсан.
Nobody wants to be the first death in a round such as this.
Nope. IHC definitely don't want to be having a couple of moments like what Rare Atom would have had yesterday, where they could have closed it out, they could have won the series and didn't, and then were punished by Greyhound. This is your moment, your opportunity. As IHC on that CT
голоор хоёр флаш хийж өгөөд их шөрөж голоор орж ийн гэсэн өгөхгүй дээ. Бомб паласаар хоёр палас, гурван палас, нэг рамп. Рамп дээр хогоо байхгүй. Рампээс хог шидэхгүй гэсэн. Олоос хог шидэх юм уу? 9 номер. Нэг флашлаа.
They've got everything they need, Greyhound, but they don't have clean entries. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Annihilation is still at the ticket booth. He's going to have to give some ground. Greyhound have gotten in. They've gotten the bomb plant down. Score will win a duel against Backside.
За, нөгөө хоёрлал нь хаана?
2 kills away now.
Popcorn.
On 16 HP and Leaz and
What are you doing, man? No. За, нэг эсрэг. Jungle.
1v1 for Annihilation. Doesn't have a smoke, doesn't have a kit. How can he win this round against Leaz, no less, who is the clutch master for Greyhound? He's got incendiary. That's it, and there's a snowball chance in hell for Annihilation.
Overtime, man. Fuck.
Greyhound will secure the 15-15.
Зүтэш. За. Зургийн брейк 0 орч идэв. Тэр Камалын смокны донд үсэрдэг би таашгүй шүү. Камалын смокны донд үсэрдэг би таашгүй нэг хэлэхэд. Fuck. Хоёр секунд хүлээчихсэн. Аашаа хаж өсөрсөн шүү мөрөө. Хоёр баг хоёулаа зөндөө алдаа гаргаж байна да. Тэгэхдээ сүүлд тэр Greyhound баг алдаа гарлаа. Тэгэл манай сайн комбэк хийлээ шүү дээ. 12-6 байсан биз дээ.
An overtime yesterday to win the series against Rare Atom, and now an overtime today against IHC to keep themselves alive in the hunt for a spot at Rio. It has taken them a long time to get here, and it's only map number 2. If they win it, they still have to do the job on Dust 2 as well.
It just feels like it's anyone's chance from here on out, still even on this map from what we've seen. And then if it does go Greyhound's way, again, the same thing can be said over on the third and decider map of Dust 2. Remember, folks, this is the first time, this is the best performance so far that Greyhound has had against IHC, who have not dropped the whole map, as Jordan has mentioned, in any of their RMR chances.
Yep, 2 events in a row for IHC so far, where they have not dropped a map. But Greyhound may be about to play spoiler to that right here, right now on the T side. They start their OT campaign right down to 32 HP. IHC would not be happy that it's gotten to this point.
They're playing a very, similar setup. Come out with a couple of victories so far on this map with Annihilation up on short with the York. Any flashes front and score instead of blitz. Now swap roles.
Anti-flash тоглож байгаа юм байна. Нэг л топ бит бүршилсэн. Амс магорчс. Андерт хаандрыг л харж байгаа. За Андерт 3-9-оор дүүлэгэндээ. Nice. Хойлыг авсан. Болоо. Би таврах гадах юм нэг хэл явчихсан. Янз. Инфо авцаад зүгээр тавшир.
Score, if he loses his life here, could be a bit of a problem for Greyhound, but for IHC. But once again, it's Alistair in the 1v4, and this one feels a little bit less doable for him. Doesn't have the bomb to get down quickly, and obviously can't play that post plan. He's only got 35 seconds left. It's 10k OT as well, so there is a bit of an incentive for him to.
Угаасаа Cavalin POV-г харж исэн гарвал what the fuck юу хийх юм бэ гэсэн багтаа.
Feels a little bit more winnable for him if he's able to establish a bomb plant down the B site.
Yeah, drag
for him, and he's going to have to contend with Cabal playing at the back of the bench, not expecting him to already be there. First round of OT over towards IHC.
Yeah, and to be honest, without much of a it's not a good start for Greyhound.
Мууч юм биш л дээ. Тэгтээ тэгэл.
Settler for IHC, obviously the pressure mounting, they'll be feeling the moment getting to them a little bit when they're one round away from Rio and all they've got is that one chance. That's something that could get in your head. But they're an experienced squad. This team has been together a long time. New additions are good.
Nice lead.
Well, this is a quick one though. I was going to say I haven't seen a full execute from Greyhound, and we're not going to just yet. In's blinded, but traded out. Score. There's a huge gap in these smokes right now that IHC will look to exploit.
Astral smoke. Nice Astral smoke.
Bomb plant not yet established. As I mentioned, a very quick one.
Yeah, smoke no so much.
A bit of a progression smoke to try to get back in, but that ends up helping out Sicko. You can see over the top of it, and Cabal is down. Alistair on 24 HP. Greyhound still not planting the bomb. Stop still.
Super early round, meaning a lot of CT utility that they can bombard you on the site. So it's not a bad idea for Greyhound to just Wait those couple of extra seconds. They have that player advantage.
There's no flashes though for IHC to get back in here and recontest. So once all this util is spent,
Nah,
Greyhound should have the
that's-
advantage.
За 16 боллоо.
IHC back into connector, away through the smoke.
Well, this is two.
Good try, good try. За ихлээр явах юм шүү дээ. За явна тийм.
Annihilation now 1 versus 3. Taken down.
Well, IHC by virtue
Битэрийг сонсоод байгаа юм шиг угаасаа.
goodbye here into round number 3 and are really going to be able to contest.
Капалыг нэг дагцтааш на коуч
But
мөч
that's a
нэ.
very good response from Greyhound after what was quite a lackluster start to this overtime. Really, really good composure heading into that A bomb site. And it gets under the skin of IHC a little bit.
Double AWP.
17 гэж орж irээд байна л энэ
Very
тэнийг.
fancy in
Окей.
this to be having one up in Palace, having one up in
Цагаас
Apartment.
могцсон.
Not really over towards mid. It's going to be the same again this time. And Alistair.
Ааластай бүр амар өөртөө ихтэй тоглоод эхэллээ. За скор is авчихсан.
As he has been. Double AWP's out
Ah,
again
bon,
for IHC
tréma.
and score is posted on the apps line.
Flash
Really
del
dangerous pick
Beacons.
for Greyhound. You got the rifle taps coming through, just hoping to bait something out from Greyhound, but they are not going to fall into that trap.
All Liaz.
Оол гой моол. Яа, бодолтоорт
Alistair
цанхил.
lucky to be alive after a missed shot from Annihilation. They now know that there is presence
Complete
from Greyhound
сонсцсон.
towards B, towards mid. Still have to be alert
За
though
ер
if
нь
you are
ингээл
a player over at the A side of things. A minute to go and Greyhound still have a lot of this utility that they have to go for an execution if
Тэрс
they do want
мэж
to.
тарчаад
Starting
гихэлт
over
мэл.
towards A, however, it's really only going to be toward the mid of the map.
Тоол хинч
So
хүү
that your
байгаа.
entry point does lay
Давны
in, so
дор хоёр.
rotations towards
Анхруу
T-spawn
бүүстлээд орчих шиг
brings
боллоо
at the
бараг.
moment.
Yeah, it's a much slower round than the last one. Greyhound not exploding onto a bomb site.
Цонхол
But
бүүстлэг өмнө.
similarly,
Бүүстлэг
IHC
чинь
not
цонхроо.
investing as much
Цонхыг
of their
смоч
util
нэг
early on in the
цайлан
round, and
бүүст
we're getting
хийсэн.
quite deep into it now with IHC still hanging on
Бэрүүд
to
олох
a
чинь.
significant amount of
Капал
those
одоо л харж
grenades.
2 саунд
Put
ойлгох шаас
into
одоо л
the
харж байгаа.
apartments and gotten a deeper line.
They got 3 CTs to contend with this B pop from Greyhound at the moment. It's what you do want.
Энэ Vexite
It's a really good position for IHC to be in.
За Капал please нэг унц.
Toward the apartments, Cabal lets
No
one out
way.
and Inns just cleans him up. Now it's on to score on the site.
Arch.
Step up large.
Оо янз ярин харцаа.
He's held
Янз
down by
янз.
Blitz. Partner in crime. Annihilation
Янз
watches for the
гой.
peak
За.
to the murder hole and Vexite
За энэ
goes down.
пистач юу
Alistair,
Technight
he has
дэмж
been
тас.
phenomenal,
Болов Technight.
but with no time,
Nice,
he
nice,
can't
nice,
win the
nice.
round. And IHC will go up 2-1. The first
Капал
half
жаахан
goes in.
сэрэх хэрэгтэй байна. Нэг кофе мофи шатдаг юм яа.
IHC to T, things switch up. It's been a bit.
За титлаас арай өөрөлд. Скор сайн гоё хоёр гэлээ. Ли зарын гоё ярлаа. Nice, nice.
Still keep yourselves in it. AWP for Alistair expected to come back out again. The question for whether or not Annihilation wants to do so on this T side, we saw towards the tail end of the T side.
Манайх тайм
IHC
авчихсан.
started to bring it
Тактик
out,
ярьж
but the early stages it was just prominently on that AK-47. Now have a little bit of extra time here now as well to discuss if they are indeed going to be doing that. The last time out for IHC, and they are going for the
Капалыг
boomstick.
хийх гэдэг нь дөрөвний раунд чи макс 7-ээр яаж аварсан санаж
Yeah,
байгаас.
fair enough.
Энэс хойш тэгээд 2 3 4 хийцэлтэй.
See what he's going to be able to get done. I mean, this is just an incredible game from Score. 39 frags. He was neck and neck with Inns at one point going into the later stages of that map, but he's pulled out in front now. And that might be the reason why IHC walks away with the victory. Well backed up. Blitz 26 and 22 has had a good time, and IHC now 2 rounds away
Наалстараад
from
хонд
getting
нэг
to the
хийж
major.
өгөөч.
This is an awkward spot to be in though for Cabal.
Yeah.
It's actually Blitz that'll go down.
Яа. Лицийг наалстаа бүр мэдчихсэн юм байна оо. Бас лиц ягаад байнга тэнд явж идэх юм дандаа нэг энэ шатны дээр дор явж байгаа юм шиг.
Big open up
Наалстаар.
to the B site and an interest over towards A main as well. Now
Манай
Alistair's
bomb
actually been
тэр
taken
юм
down at
гадаа
1
байгаа байна.
HP, getting a little bit too big for his boots, it would seem. But an AWP player, as long as they've got HP and they're alive, you'll still fancy them in for a bit of a challenge. Some smokes now deployed at the bottom and top of connector. IHC.
Сикор амплицаа ер нь бол чимээ сонсгоо юм байна.
Over towards the B site to meet with Cabal.
Үн Лиасыг нухчаач юм.
Liaz is a big
Шатны өрөөнд Лиас араас.
It's got to be
Yeah, timing.
He catches Inns now though. Can he survive against Liaz is the next
Лиас
question.
инфо гарцаа.
Molly's going to go down from both.
Peter apps дээр нэг маркетинг эстэй. Маркетинг эстэй. Fuck.
And if they do that, then they have to get past Liaz as well.
Nice. Get right box. Янз. Сико таг зарах гэлтэй. Хөлөөгөө чаддаг нач.
Onto a clutch for Greyhound. Sicko. This time in the 1-on-3.
Арах гэлтэй. 33 раунд тоглож байхдаа арах гэлтэй байд юм банд мэд.
One really has no idea that Sicko's coming from short at the moment. It's just a moment of milliseconds that it does happen.
Янз round, guys.
Secured for IHC. They once again see themselves on major point.
And this time they've got two chances.
18. One more to go, boys. One more to go.
15-14, now it's 18-16.
One more and we get stickers. Double stickers. Single sticker гэдэг. IHC спортын нэргүй гарчих гэсэн шүү дээ.
That's going to be the goal
for
IHC. Greyhound still afforded a bye. And if we live to see yet another round, they probably still will.
Заманаас тапюи. Win бүүцийг чангинэ.
On the back of the play, he's got a spot that he can't convert.
Triple jungle triple.
Needs flashes, needs assistance. Can he do it himself?
Fucking way. Nice.
From Cabal. IHC starts to turn up a little bit. Cabal through the smoke. It's all onto ins. 1 versus 2.
2v1
Ins 22.
And things slow back down. Bomb plant. Ins is hightailing it over towards the T spawn.
Harus 16 шүү
But Blitz is also low. This is a winnable duel for Ins. It's a must win.
Blitz.
And then some
Blitz аргашаагаар. Сонс. Yes.
Right here. And IHC are the
Let's
first
go,
team
boys.
to go through
Stickers.
to Rio from the Asia region. Once again,
Let's
a
go.
perfect record for the Mongolian superstars.
They started off yesterday with a quite convincing victory, 2-0. Second map even more so, and now today a great scoreline result on Inferno against Greyhound, 16-12. And this one here, it gets taken a little bit further in towards overtime, but they get the job done. Massive performance individually to come through from Score as well in that second map is going to be a big highlight for him. They can hold their heads high, and we can say the same for Greyhound. Good result in the end of those scores, and they do have another chance, of course, tomorrow against GG Hao in that next qualification game.
Yeah, well, they take their place once again, rightfully as the kings of Asia. For Score, you can understand why we put a highlight on this guy. He is such an impressive rifler. Has had a very impressive career, and I think it's only just starting. Annihilation, the new member into this roster, didn't qualify with IHC through to the previous major, but he's done it this time. And for the rest, back-to-back representatives from the region. A massive result today from IHC. Greyhound dropped down to the lower bracket. It's not the end of the run for them, but of course, it is the moment, really, for IHC.
Good pomamst,
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the winners here. We've got IHC. I'm going to have a quick chat with Cabal. But look, first of all, congratulations. You've made it to another major. How's that feel?
It's feeling so amazing. I can't describe it, It's so fucking amazing.
It was such an amazing game as well. Getting to 15 rounds first, when Greyhound took you to overtime, were you a little bit worried about going to that third map?
We didn't worry about that, but we already come back. So we were so confident on the overtime.
Okay, now going into tomorrow, of course, you guys, you've made it. Who do you think is going to join you so far? Of course, you played GG, you've played Greyhound. Who do you think is going to be the second team that makes it to the major as well?
I think it will be Greyhound. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. I think everyone here loves that one. Now, look, mate, do you have anything you want to say to your fans before we give you your big ticket to the major?
Yeah, we're going to try out in the Rio major. We're going to do from more. And thank for fans and supporting us. We love you guys.
He loves you. All right, let's get you a big ticket to the major. We'll get you your ticket to Rio.
We qualified.
And ladies and gentlemen, give it up for IHC, the first team from Asia going to Rio.
Let's go, boys. All right, nice. 자, attention copyright stand on. Монголчууд мэнэ самбраа хичлэх шаагаад шиг шүү дээ.
I know it's a little bit of a bittersweet feeling, especially considering the fact that Greyhound gave us an absolutely incredible performance. They should most definitely be proud of themselves, especially with that overtime.
No, you got lucky.
Yeah,
Just
100%. And I think, look, they're in good enough form, especially
Kabal
pushing
just jumped to the
IHC,
smoke,
which in my
that's
mind are
it.
far and away the best team in the tournament. That close. They probably are going to hopefully take the best out of that game, not really get too hung up on the
За guys, мөнгө цуглуулаараа case юу капслууд гарахаар тэгээд ихнийхээ мөнгийг цуглуулаарай.
If you told the Greyhound boys you only need to beat the Middle Eastern qualified team to make it to the major, that's probably going to be a little bit of pressure off their shoulders.
You're feeling pretty confident, but obviously you don't want to be overly confident. You don't want to take the game for granted. So, and they know that, so I'm sure they'll be super comfortable for tomorrow.
I want to rewind for a moment as well, because one thing that I had mentioned in the green room to you two gents was the fact that Alistair, when he was in that situation, the scoreline was 14-14. It looked like it was more than doable. What kind of impact do you think that would have ended up having on not only himself as a player, but also the entire team as well, Hats? Because nobody knows him better than you.
Well, it's funny because that sort of situation is like a retake situation. When you go in the retake servers, you have all the space in the world. You know the CTs are rotating into you. Yep. So with the AWP, you can just take deep lines and cut off rotations really well. Yep. So that's what he did, and it's really unfortunate on the timing in the end. But no, if he won that, they probably would have won the map, and then probably that sort of momentum just wins you the third map too. I'm not gonna lie.
Greyhounds had so many opportunities to close though. Like they put IHC's money on like
өөрсдийнхөө багийг таашаагаад өөр нэг хилэлтэн дөнгөж тавалтын нэг эсвэл клаш тиймэрхүү юм.
And that 1v4 was one of them, but there were even rounds where they were up in numbers that they just didn't convert. So at the end of the day,
Alistair сайн байсан. Англиас бол хамаагүй илүү опен хувьд бол англиас илүү байсан Alistair.
Comeback and what you saw in Mirage, I thought that they might have even had a crack at Dust, but end of the day, IHC shows their class.
I feel like on the side of IHC, honourable mention.
TI cast хийх юм уу? За тэрийг Сингапурт болж байгаа шүү дээ. Одоо би шүнжэнгөө ингэж гэж байхгүй. TI одоо болж байгаа үстэй. За энэ ингээд дуус guys. YouTube дээр бас PG хэлж стрим хийдэг үстэй. PG л Тэ
Very clever TP. It's being guarded by Xavius at the moment. Looks like he might be able to secure it unless.
That's in hot.
We have a really good luck.
Mom, we need to talk to you about Yorgos.
Don't you think it's a little odd he showed up in your life right when you became a gigillionaire?
He's a gig digger, Mom. He's using you for your AT&T fiber.
Now that it has hyper gig.
Сая бол тэр энэ last chance qualifier гэдэг яг group биш, group-ийн өмнөх юу вэ? Одоо би чанд юуг нь харуулцаа. Bracket. Last chance qualifier-га 2 баг шалрах байхгүй. Тэр нь явчих. Энэ 12 багаас. Наа чинь нэг ингээд эрт броонет. Тэгээд юу юм шүү. Нэг нь ч хасагдахгүй юм шүү. Шууд 4 нь хасагдсан юм байна. 4 нь хасагтаад үлдсэн 8 баг нь double elimination bracket. За guys. 3 харуулж байна. За. IHC-д дахин баяргээ. Үзсэн хүмүүстээ ч гэсэн баярлалаа. Эди мета энтэстэй хамт дэрэг стрим хийсэн ч гэсэн үзсэн хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Тэгээ стримээ дуусгая да. bracket looks like this with the first seed in Asia. Аз авраг 2 удаа нэг Аз аврагыг 2 удаа авсан шүү нэг жилд IHC. Маргааш 13 цаг гэдэг чинь мэдгүй хэзээч. That's a guys. Bye bye. Go IHC. Kapal smoke usrэх бол